Chapter 51. Dog-like system, contributing efforts and money. In the end, Sol didn't ask for the space stone back either. He could only tell the truth. The rainbow bridge was broken by his hands. Without the space stone, he couldn't get back to Asgard. He wants to restore the rainbow bridge with the help of the space gem. In this regard, Lin Feng wanted to refuse. But after thinking about it, he agreed. He has his own ideas, and he won't get into a stalemate with Asgard just because he borrowed a space gem. Although Lin Feng is not afraid of Odin, but it's not his style to make enemies everywhere. So, under the eyes of everyone, Lin Feng activated the space gem and disappeared with Sol and Loki. He's off to visit Asgard. Leave the mess to Shield and Tony. As for the video conference between Nick Fury and several of the most important people in the United States, the answer given by Nick Fury is, it would be better to keep the space gem in Lin Feng's hands. If they don't want to, they can go out and get it back. Anyway, Shield is not coming back. A few important things. Stop talking. Lin Feng's strength in this disaster is obvious to all. Not something they can easily deal with unless a nuclear bomb is used. Yet they don't know. Lin Feng no longer cared about the nuclear bomb threat at all. He holds 2 infinity stones in his hand. A frontal hard nuclear bomb is not a problem at all. To take a step back, even if you can't hold the nuclear bomb, Lin Feng can also use the space gem to teleport away at any time. It can be said that in the entire Blue Star, there is only one person who can pose a threat to Lin Feng. That is the Supreme Master, Ancient One. So far, no one has discussed the issue of Lin Feng taking 2 rough stones. As for Lin Feng not joining the Avengers, Nick Fury reproduced Lin Feng's words intact. If there is a disaster, I will take action, but if you want me to join your Superboy organization, it's impossible. After Zed was going to be silent for a long time, he still ordered Haizuan to try his best to fight for it. Avengers: The Curtain has officially come to an end, and Lin Feng also came to Asgard. As soon as he landed, Thor locked Loki up. Then he took Lin Feng to the Fairy Palace. Although it is a visit, Lin Feng is actually not very interested in the scenery of Asgard. He prefers high-tech cities with a modern flair. He felt that the Maldives, which had Susan, was not as good-looking. The two came to the huge Asgard. Lin Feng also saw the overlord of the 9 realms, king of the gods, Odin. He sat on the throne and looked at Lin Feng silently. He could clearly see Lin Feng's actions in Blue Star. He also knew that this young man from Blue Star held 2 infinite gems in his hands. Father. After Saul saluted, he pointed at Lin Feng. He is unwilling to return the space gem. Nemas. Lin Feng was speechless for a moment. Why does it feel like the tone of the retarded eldest son is complaining? Odin slowly turned his head and looked at Thor. I see it all. Sol Suua was overjoyed. Secretly thought that in front of his father, Lin Feng might not dare to do it again. He's right, the space gem has no master. Odin's words were beyond Thor's expectations. Father. Thor looked at Odin in disbelief. It's true, Thor. Odin nodded slowly, signaling Thor not to get excited. Infinity Stones were born at the beginning of the universe. He had no master. Saul didn't know what to say. He thought that his father would take back the space gem. After all, in his impression, the space gem is a treasure belonging to Asgard. However, his father's behavior really made him a little confused. The father who has always been strong in memory is uncharacteristically today. Seeing that Sol stopped talking, Odin looked at the young man from Blue Star. He was dressed in a black battle suit with a huge S-shaped logo on his chest. God King. Hello. Seeing Odin looking over, Lin Feng nodded in embarrassment. As a greeting, he doesn't know how to kneel, and he doesn't know what the etiquette in Asgard is like. I could only nod my head and stand there awkwardly. But Odin didn't care. Welcome to Asgard as a guest, distant guest. There was a little smile on Odin's old face, which was meaningful. Repair the rainbow bridge. There is no rush, there is still work to do. How about letting Sol take you on a tour of Asgard during this time? As for the space gem, after the rainbow bridge is repaired, it will be returned to you. After the voice fell, Saul became anxious first. He and Lin Feng didn't deal with each other very much. Father wants him to show Lin Feng around. He didn't want to take the job. Father, I don't. Before finishing a sentence, Odin glanced over with cold eyes. Sol shuddered and immediately closed his mouth. "Forgive my refusal, God King. My family is still waiting for me at Blue Star." Lin Feng refused, saying that he didn't really want to stay in Asgard for a few more days. He is not very interested here. And Susan was still waiting for him in the Maldives. "I can repair the Rainbow Bridge by myself. No need to prepare anything," Lin Feng said. He believed that Odin would not take the Infinity Stone. But in order to prevent accidents, Lin Feng was unwilling to take off the gemstone from the wristband again. Odin, who was rejected, remained silent for a while. He was not angry either, just nodded, and then turned to Soldau. "In that case, Sol, take him to Rainbow Bridge." Father's order cannot be refused. The helpless Sol took Lin Feng away, with an aggrieved expression on his face when he left. He didn't understand why his father didn't let Lin Feng return the space gem. That is the treasure that belongs to Asgard. In his opinion, no matter how powerful Lin Feng is, he cannot be stronger than his father. Could it be that? Is there anything on Lin Feng that makes the father afraid? Sol's heart was full of puzzlement. He guessed right. Odin was scared. But he is not afraid of Lin Feng. Instead, he was afraid of the future of becoming an enemy of Lin Feng. He saw that future. It's like the twilight of the gods that came early. Orange-red light cuts across the land of Asgard. Asgard warriors died one after another under the collapsed energy. Thor's hammer was crushed with one hand. Countless people of Asgard will be homeless. Sol couldn't see all this. Odin can see it. He wanted Lin Feng and Sol to be friends. At least don't be an enemy. Because of the consequences, it's terrible. Maybe he can suppress Lin Feng, but the price paid was too great. Therefore, he did not ask for the space gem. Sol still needs to grow, and he can watch for a while longer. I just hope that Sol can afford this position as soon as possible. Don't let him down. The silly son Sol doesn't know the good intentions of his old father. He took Lin Feng to the broken Rainbow Bridge. "Go ahead, start your performance." Sol stood aside with his shoulders crossed, his face full of unhappiness. Lin Feng shook his head, not as knowledgeable as him. He stepped forward and stood at the break of the Rainbow Bridge, ready to repair it. Before, Lin Feng asked the system if it could help repair the Rainbow Bridge. The answer he got was yes, and Lin Feng agreed to Sol's request. "Otherwise, I really want to lend him the space gem." Lin Feng was afraid that if he failed, the gems would be gone. System: how do I fix the Rainbow Bridge? The system popped up. The host guides to release the energy of the space gem, and leave the rest to me. Lin Feng nodded. He closed the eyes. Start to communicate gems. On Superman's wristband, the blue gemstone slowly burst into light. With Lin Feng's continuous urging, the light became brighter and brighter, so bright that it was a bit dazzling. In the next second, azure blue energy gushed out like water, flowing from the wristband to the Rainbow Bridge. The system restrains this energy, spreading it evenly on the Rainbow Bridge. With the help of the system, the Rainbow Bridge is constantly being repaired. For a long time, in a buzzing sound, there was a vibration from the Rainbow Bridge. The damaged bridge body was completely repaired, and a huge amount of energy was poured into it. The Rainbow Bridge was reactivated. Seeing this, Lin Feng immediately cut off the energy of the space gem. Repair is complete. Host: sincerely benefit 1,000,000 prestige points. The voice of the system followed closely. Lin Feng was taken aback. What the hell? Why do you need reputation points? Didn't you say you need reputation points before? Lin Feng asked 3 times in puzzlement, and he dug his ears to make sure he heard right. What? You want the system to work for nothing? The system sneered. Please, if it wasn't for the space gem, repairing the Rainbow Bridge would cost 10,000,000 reputation points. I'm giving you a 10% discount now. Aren't you happy? The tone of the system seemed to be taking advantage of Lin Feng. Lin Feng was speechless. He seemed to be tricked by this dog system. Lost 1,000,000 prestige points in vain. Although not much, it was Lin Feng's hard-earned money. The mood is not beautiful in an instant. Okay, the bridge has been repaired. Lin Feng turned his head to Suerdao. I'm going back to Blue Star. It's okay. Don't run to Blue Star. With a dark face, Lin Feng opened the portal and left directly. This is good. He couldn't stay for a second. Saul looked at the disappearing portal inexplicably, full of puzzlement. Why is Lin Feng angry when the bridge is repaired? Chapter 52 Met Skye again. What is this? After solving the problem of the Rainbow Bridge, Lin Feng directly opened the portal to the Maldives. Susan was still waiting for him. When the two met, they played wildly in the Maldives for several days. Sunny nuclear day. Susan was lying on the beach, enjoying a sunbathe while fiddling with her mobile phone. Lin Feng sat next to her, holding a bottle of sunscreen in his hand. While painting, he checked the system's reward settlement. That's right, the reward for stopping the Chitauri invasion has already been settled. The task rewards 10 million reputation points. The attention and enthusiasm from the citizens contributed 8 million reputation points. And that's not all the rewards. The heat about the Chitauri invasion incident continues to ferment. After this incident is completely over, Lin Feng will once again gain more than 10 million reputation points. Of course, this is just a rough estimate, but the system's guess is not much different. So far, Lin Feng has a total of about 90 million reputation points. Soon, Lin Feng was able to exchange for the Silver Superman template. While he was looking forward to it, he also murmured in his heart. After exchanging for Silver Superman, do you want to fly to the sun to accelerate your growth? Fully marks that Purple Sweet Potato Jing has begun to implement his family planning. Lin Feng held 2 infinity gems in his hands, and he didn't feel that the purple sweet potato essence with his bare hands could pose a threat to him. But if purple sweet potato essence got the power gem, it would be a little tricky for Lin Feng. After all, the destructive power of power gems cannot be underestimated. What Lin Feng considered was whether to get the power gem first, or go to sleep in the sun first. Forest. Susan suddenly spoke, interrupting Lin Feng's thoughts. What's wrong, baby? Lin Feng asked. Susan waved her phone and said, let's go back. Go home. My mother said she was looking for me for something and wanted me to go back, and after so many days, I've had enough fun. Susan sat up and stretched. During this period of time in the Maldives, Lin Feng took her to play all the games that could be played. Some items are even played 2 or 3 times. Just now, her mother sent her a message, saying that the little sister at home needed to see her urgently, and asked her to go back as soon as possible. He also threatened that his sister would tear down the house if she didn't see her. Susan was a little puzzled. What could her younger sister, who had just turned 7 years old, ask her for? Lin Feng said that he didn't care about it. He was almost playing, and said with a smile, up to you. Want me to go with you? Susan's pretty face is a little red. I don't want it anymore. I'm afraid you will scare them. Give me some time. I'll go check on the mouth first. Lin Feng smiled and nodded. The two packed up and prepared to leave the villa. This villa is built in the shallow sea. After getting up every day, you can see the clear blue sea, which makes you feel at ease. Lin Feng is considering whether to buy a villa here. Anyway, he is not short of money now. The dividends from Stark Industries alone are enough for him and Susan to live comfortably for a lifetime, not to mention that Susan's website also has a large amount of income. After packing up, the two stood together. With a thought in Lin Feng's mind, the space gem on the wristband slowly lit up. A blue circular portal appeared in front of the two of them. Stepping in, the scenery in front of me changed instantly, and I returned to the Villa of the Waste Twister. This is much better than Superflight. Theoretically speaking, with the coordinates, Lin Feng can instantly reach any place in the universe. After placing the luggage in his hand, Lin Feng handed the R8 key to Susan. This car that originally belonged to Tony Stark has now passed under Lin Feng's name. He was going to buy another car, which Susan drove. If Susan doesn't like it, then just buy one for Susan. Before crossing, he loved all kinds of cool sports cars. But helplessly, his pocket is cleaner than his face, and he can't even afford a more delicate sports car model. Susan drove him to the city. As a female driver, Susan's driving skills are pretty good. After putting Lin Feng down, Susan drove towards her home. She wants to see what kind of monster her sister is doing again. Thinking of her mischievous younger sister, Susan felt a headache. Lin Feng wandered around the luxury car dealership. The place he chose to get off was the Lamborghini showroom and sales office. Walking into the store, the space is very spacious. What catches the eye is the show cars placed on both sides of the main line. Inside the store, a saleswoman with short hair was sitting on the sofa and glanced at Lin Feng. After observing for a while, she rolled her eyes and looked at the intern salesperson beside her. "Kay, you go. A customer is coming." Kai nodded. She didn't think much, and walked towards the back of the car. Who was looking at the car? The short-haired salesman secretly sneered. Based on what she had just observed about Lin Feng, she didn't know where the fan came from and wanted to experience the thrill of a luxury car. Cheap clothes. No symbol of success on the wrist. The black ring on the finger doesn't look like a high-end product either. Still walking in. In addition to good looks, there is nothing else. Most likely not to buy a car. Her vision is very vicious. Lin Feng is obviously not her target customer, so she should be training for interns. Kay doesn't know what she thinks. She didn't really come here to be a salesperson, it's just that she needs to be a salesperson as a cover for the things she's investigating for this position. I even hacked into the background recruitment website and replaced the unlucky guy who got recruited with me. She stepped forward, with a formulaic smile on her face, and said, "Hi sir, welcome to Lamborghini, what's your name, please?" Hearing someone calling him, Lin Feng, who was looking at the car, turned around. Suddenly he looked weird. Skye. Skye also stared. Lin Feng. Good guy. Lin Feng scratched his head. Buy a car and meet Skye. Why did you come here? Doing sales? Lin Feng asked, puzzled. Skye laughed in embarrassment. It's sort of. She didn't expect Lin Feng to come here, so she can only say it's a coincidence, isn't it? Her matter has been investigated almost, and she was going to run away tomorrow. But she ran into Lin Feng today. Okay. Lin Feng couldn't help but look at Skye twice more. This little hacker has been using a fake name to befriend his girlfriend. Lin Feng knew that she would join Shield in the future, but he didn't want to meddle in these things. Shield or something. It's too troublesome. Now Skye is a thorn in the side of Shield. I don't know if she has joined that or not now. What the Tide organization? Having said that, I never had a chance to ask, how did you know my name? Skye couldn't help asking curiously. The first time they met, Lin Feng called out her real name. She was very curious, but never had a chance to ask. Hearing this, Lin Feng glanced at her, and said with some amusement, "What? Lamborghini's salesman still asks about customers' privacy. Can you speak?" Skye rolled his eyes when he teased him, and said angrily, "If you don't want to say it, forget it. What are you doing here? Buying a car?" As soon as the words left his mouth, Kay regretted it. Lin Feng is not short of money. Of course he came here to buy a car. Otherwise what else could he do? Sure enough, Lin Feng didn't speak, but his gaze gradually became pity, as if he was looking at a mentally retarded person. Kai blushed, squeezed his fingers in embarrassment, and quickly changed the subject. "Do you want to buy this car?" Lin Feng patted a Ventador in front of him, nodded and said, "Yes, introduce this car to me, I want to buy it." Skye glanced at the model of the vehicle, and suddenly her eyes rolled. She thought of a car that was definitely suitable for Lin Feng. "Do you want to buy this model?" "You talk too much nonsense." Skye ignored Lin Feng's complaints, and pulled him towards the back hall, saying as he walked, Come, I know there is a car that is perfect for you." Lin Feng let her pull, wanting to see what the hell she was doing. All the way to the back hall, where a Lamborghini covered with a car jacket is parked. Judging from the appearance, it should also be a Ventador. Skye tugged on the jacket. A handsome Lamborghini supercar appeared in front of Lin Feng. A Ventador LP 704 in black. The cool appearance, matched with the black car paint, is lying there like a black beast. It's different from the show cars outside. The body of this Aventador is full of Superman elements. The streamline of the black body has been transformed into orange-red lines, which looks very technological. There is a big black S logo on the front cover, which is exactly the same as the one on Lin Feng's battlesuit. Even the interior seats are hand-embroidered with the S logo. Lin Feng's expression was wonderful. He pointed at the car and asked, "What is this?" Chapter 53, Supercars, and Bratz. Skye pointed at the sports car with a grin, and said, "How is it? It suits you well, right?" Hearing this, Lin Feng nodded subconsciously. Although the body is full of elements of Superman symbols, but the fusion of elements is just right, it doesn't look earthy, but makes this black Aventador more speedy and powerful. I have to say that Lin Feng still quite likes this car. This car should be customized by some rich man, right? Lin Feng said this kind of painting is probably not in the optional list. As for used cars, they should appear in used car shops, not direct list, or it is estimated that it was customized or modified by some rich man. Skye nodded. You guessed right. This car was originally customized by a rich second generation at a high price. Only paid a deposit a few days ago. Before the car was delivered, something happened to that rich second generation's family. It is said that all the money in the account was stolen by the ex-wife. Now I'm busy selling real estate to pay off my debts. Hearing Skye's explanation, Lin Feng nodded, as expected. As long as it's not a used car. Stark's annual dividends arrived a while ago. He doesn't want to buy a used car. Swipe your card. Lin Feng generously took out his bank card and bought it if he liked it. Okay, come here, boss. Skye smiled and led Lin Feng to pay. The bankruptcy of the rich second-generation dad is not that simple. Someone paid a lot of money to ask Skye to investigate the matter. But she didn't talk so much with Lin Feng. The price of this car is more than 40% higher than that of ordinary models, because of the customization of the interior and exterior, as well as some optional accessories. They are basically matched with the top, but Lin Feng didn't care. And he didn't lack the money. Swipe card, pay, sign up. Everything follows the process. The vehicle had a temporary license plate on it, and Skye said that the license plate would be sent to his villa tomorrow. Lin Feng didn't bother about it, as long as he asked him to drive the car away today. It took less than an hour to go through all the formalities, and under the regretful and jealous eyes of the short-hair salesman, Lin Feng drove away. The performance of this LP704 is much stronger than the previous R8. Lin Feng drove the car to a racing track and paid the venue fee. He wanted to feel the charm of this big bull. Step on the gas pedal to the bottom. Immediately there was a violent roar from the engine. The whole vehicle shot out like a sharp arrow, like black lightning, flying close to the ground on the track thanks to superhuman reflexes and eyesight. Lin Feng's vehicle control is more precise than professional drivers. There are still a few cars on the track. Lin Feng's black Lamborghini is like a ghost, constantly passing from their left. MD, where is the lunatic? Seeing that Lin Feng did not use much brakes when cornering, several drivers broke out in a cold sweat. After several laps, Lin Feng finally had enough fun. One turn of the wheel and one drift off the track. He is very satisfied with the performance of this car in terms of handling. It's pretty good. The only downside is that the chassis of this car is too stiff. If he didn't have a superhuman physique, Lin Feng would have a backache after driving for a long time. After experiencing the thrill of speed, Lin Feng drove towards his villa. Although it was very cool, it was not as exciting as when Lin Feng enjoyed flying for the first time. When I got home, it was already dark. When Lin Feng saw the lights on in the villa, it was likely that Susan had returned. He thought that Susan was going home because of something and would not be back tonight. After parking the car, Lin Feng walked towards the villa. However, in the next second, he saw a little girl with blonde hair squatting on the ground playing with something on the lawn of the villa. He took 2 steps back in doubt, and looked at the house number in front of the villa. That's right, it's my own villa. Where is the little girl from? The next door to the wrong door? Lin Feng stepped forward, intending to inquire. The little blonde girl was holding a small shovel and was seriously shoveling the soil on the ground, as if she was digging something. Hey, kid. Lin Feng walked over, bent down slightly, and tried to make his voice sound softer. He was afraid of scaring the kid. The sudden sound froze the little girl's digging. She turned around slowly, staring at Lin Feng with big eyes. I didn't speak for a long time. Lin Feng scratched his head. Why didn't she speak? Before time travel, he would not deal with children. You. How are you? The little girl saw Lin Feng from head to toe, and from foot to head. That's when I spoke. Are you Superman? The crisp child's voice rang out, asking straightforwardly, huh? Lin Feng was even more confused. Kid, are you looking for Superman? The little girl nodded and repeated, are you Superman? Lin Feng subconsciously looked left and right, but did not see the little girl's parents. After hesitating for a while, Lin Feng inexplicably denied, I'm not a Superman. Can you tell me why you're looking for Superman? The little girl did not answer Lin Feng's question. After getting a negative answer, she immediately became vigilant. He turned around and ran straight to the villa. While running, he shouted, Sister, sister, there are bad guys. I am Nima. Lin Feng slapped his forehead, his face full of pain. Sure enough, children are extremely fascinated. Which one is this played in? This must be the wrong door. Where is the bad guy? The door of the villa opened, and Susan ran out from inside, looking a little flustered. She picked up the little girl and looked around vigilantly. The next second, she saw Lin Feng, who was sluggish on the lawn, and couldn't help laughing. Good guy, the villain Elena mentioned. Could it be Lin Feng? Is it him? Susan pointed to Lin Feng. Yeah. The little girl nodded heavily, affirming. Susan laughed and shook her head. He's not a bad guy. After speaking, Susan hugged the little girl and walked towards Lin Feng. The little girl hugged Susan's neck, still looking at Lin Feng vigilantly. Lin, welcome back. Susan smiled. Lin Feng is still confused up to now. He opened his mouth and pointed at Susan's chest. What's going on? The little girl asked. This is Elena, my sister. 7 years old this year. Susan explained that she flipped the little girl in her arms. Elena, hurry up and say hello to brother Superman. Didn't you always want to see Superman? He just. Sister lied. Elena grabbed Susan's neck and refused to let go. My sister didn't lie to you. He is really a Superman. Susan patiently explained. He's not. He admits it. He's not Superman. Elena felt that her sister was fooling her, thinking that she was a child, so she just found someone to pretend to be Superman, trying to deceive herself. But my sister must have never expected that that person himself admitted it. Susan glanced at Lin Feng strangely. Lin Feng responded with an embarrassed smile. I didn't know she was your sister. I thought it was some neighbor's child. Susan was a little speechless. She could probably guess how embarrassed Lin Feng was just now. Sister really didn't lie to you. Susan coaxed to Elena. Think about it. When did my sister lie to you? Little Elena thought for a while, and decisively exposed Susan. When I was 4 years old. You said you would buy me toys when you came home. But you didn't buy them for me. The scene suddenly became awkward. The corner of Susan's mouth twitched, and she didn't speak for a long time. Lin Feng held back for a long time before he couldn't stop laughing. After all, he was his girlfriend. He looked at the little girl, helped Susan out of the siege and said, Elena ... isn't it? I really am Superman. Little Elena looked at Lin Feng suspiciously, and insisted, I don't believe it. You just said you weren't. Unless. Little Elena rolled her eyes. Unless you prove it to me. Chapter 54. Elena's Cosmic Journey. I can brag for a lifetime. Prove. The little guy wants to prove it. Lin Feng thought for a while. Okay, let me prove it to you. After finishing speaking, Lin Feng floated into the sky, and slowly fell down after wearing a black cloak. The classic Superman suit appeared, exactly the same as what the little guy saw on TV. Elena's eyes lit up immediately, and she screamed, It's really Superman. He screamed and struggled in Susan's arms, trying to get down. Susan couldn't hold her back and put her down. The little guy rushed to Lin Feng, looking at him curiously and excitedly. Forest. Susan shouted, You play with her for a while. The cooking is not ready yet. I'll call you to eat later. After speaking, Susan went back to the villa, leaving the two of them staring at each other. Help. I really can't communicate with children. Fortunately, the child's excitement soon stabilized. 5 minutes later, Elena ran to the half-dug hole just now, raised her small shovel and continued to work hard. Lin Feng squatted opposite Elena, staring blankly at her digging a hole. He doesn't know why the scene has become like this. The kid's curiosity is terrifying. He can't stop moving his hands, and he can still chat with Lin Feng continuously. After a while, he asked Lin Feng no less than 10 questions. What are you, my sister's boyfriend? Do superheroes get paid? Do superheroes eat carrots too? He also asked him if he would hug his sister's bear when he was sleeping. She used to do this best when my sister was at home. Lin Feng's scalp was numb. He felt that this was not going to work. He couldn't let her ask any more questions, and he had to take the initiative to fight back. The little guy has been digging holes from the very beginning. Originally, Lin Feng thought she was going to plow his lawn. However, her strength is too weak, and she has only dug a hole that even a squirrel can't fit in until now. What are you digging? Lin Feng asked. Hearing Lin Feng ask this, Elena became interested. I'm digging a hole. Who did you learn the art of nonsense from? Little Elena seemed to realize something, and continued to explain. Mom said that burying yourself in the soil will grow faster. I want to bury myself in it. I want to grow up quickly. Then, I can beat bad guys every day just like you, Brother Superman. Lin Feng felt his face twist uncontrollably. He really can't understand children's thoughts and behavior patterns. He decided to keep silent. Two people, one big and one small, stared at the entrance of the cave for a long time. Elena's head was covered in sweat. After being busy for a while, she seemed to realize that she was digging too slowly, and turned her head to look at Lin Feng expectantly. Brother Superman, can you dig for me? As he said that, he drew a circle vigorously on both sides with his hands. If it was Brother Superman, he would be able to dig such a big hole in a short time. The corner of Lin Feng's mouth twitched. Dig a hole and bury you? Your sister must not strangle me. Lin Feng took out a tissue to help little Elena wipe off her sweat. Then try to divert Elena's attention. Stop digging, brother, how about showing you a superhero experience? Huh? Little Elena's small face was excited and puzzled. Really? Can I be a superhero right now, just to experience it? Forget it. Lin Feng stretched out his hands. Come, let my brother hug you. Elena didn't doubt that he was there. She threw the small shovel aside, took 2 steps forward and hugged Lin Feng's neck and said, "Is that all right?" Lin Feng hugged her and stood up, nodded. Hold brother's neck tightly. Don't let go. Elena obediently used her maximum strength to wrap around Lin Feng's neck, but it was a pity that the strength was so weak. Are you ready? Elena nodded vigorously. Let's go. Voice just when it fell, Lin Feng rose into the sky with little Elena in his arms. Elena screamed excitedly in the air. Lin Feng wrapped the little guy with a biological force field to prevent her from being hurt. When did the little guy experience such a scene? His little heart was beating non-stop. The originally fair little face also flushed because of extreme excitement, and kept yelling. Lin Feng took her back and forth over New York, shopping around. Finally, it hovered over the twister, floating. Looking at the waist twister with brightly lit feet, little Elena wasn't afraid either. A pair of big eyes looked at their feet with excitement. So lovely. Elena saw this scene once when she was flying, but nothing like now. Clear, free. She felt like a bird, flying freely in the blue sky. Although it's night now. Seeing her happy, Lin Feng couldn't help laughing. Pretty, isn't it? Elena's little head kept shaking up and down, very hard. Lin Feng chuckled, pretending to be mysterious, and said, "There are more beautiful ones. Hold on to brother." Hearing that there are more beautiful ones, Elena hugged Lin Feng's neck tightly again. Her eyes were full of excitement and anticipation. Lin Feng expanded the range of the biological force field a bit, and he is going to take the little guy to the outer space to have a look. In the next second, Lin Feng carried Elena and flew straight up into the sky, the speed getting faster and faster. The little guy wrapped in the biological force field didn't feel too much discomfort, but because of the high speed, the little guy closed his eyes in fear. It didn't take long. Elena only felt that her body became lighter and lighter, and her body began to flutter. She opened her eyes slowly. The scene in front of him became completely pitch black. Look up. The twinkling stars in the universe are reflected in her eyes. Looking back, the blue and white superstar slowly rotated under his feet. The little guy opened his mouth. His two big eyes were wide open, looking at the scene in front of him in shock. The little hands around Lin Feng's neck excitedly began to tremble. Lin Feng took out his phone and switched it to selfie mode. Kaka, this beautiful moment was recorded in the photo. The blue and white blue star occupies most of the space. On the upper right is a universe of twinkling stars. In the center of the screen, Lin Feng in a Superman's suit is holding a little Elena with her mouth wide open, her face full of excitement, and her pressure down. Lin Feng took the little guy and flew around the Earth for a while. The playful two even ran to Tony's personal satellite to say hello. This satellite belongs directly to Tony Stark, and only he has control of the satellite. I heard him say that he wants to make an anti-Hulk armor. I don't know if this is a prototype. The trip to the universe ended soon, and the little guy was brought back to Blue Star by Lin Feng before he had had enough fun. The air stored in his biological force field is limited. He couldn't make the air himself. A short stroll is enough. Don't give the child a lack of oxygen for a while. In front of Lin Feng's villa, Susan had already prepared the meals and was standing in the yard looking for the two of them. She wasn't worried when the two disappeared. Susan knew exactly how capable Lin Feng was. Probably Lin Feng took Elena somewhere to play. Really, after a while, Susan saw Lin Feng flying down from the night sky with Elena in his arms. As soon as Elena landed on the ground, she ran 2 steps and hugged Susan's thigh. Sister. Eileen's face was full of excitement. She hadn't recovered from her joy just now. Susan smiled and hugged her. Where did you go to play? So happy. Go up. Elena pointed to the top of her head, jumping up and down. Brother Superman took me to fly so high, so high. Susan smiled. How tall? Elena thought for a while. A big blue ball. Super big. As he spoke, he stretched out his hand and tried hard to draw a big circle in the air. That huge blue star. The little guy has only seen it in picture books. When did he experience it personally? It is no exaggeration to say that this experience is enough for her to brag in front of her friends for a lifetime. Hearing the little guy's answer, Susan had a puzzled and complicated expression. A big blue ball? Her heart moved and she looked at Lin Feng. You shouldn't take her outside the Earth, right? Lin Feng laughed and didn't deny it. I accidentally had fun. Hearing this, Susan gave Lin Feng a supercilious look. I don't really mean to blame. Okay, it's time to eat. You two wash your hands. Chapter 55 Evolution is coming, Tony's new toy. After the three of them had dinner, Susan put Elena to sleep. It was getting late, and it would be early morning to send the little guy back. So he simply stayed at Lin Feng's house. Children go to bed early and get up early to grow their bodies and cannot stay up late. For the next 2 days, Elena lived in Lin Feng's villa and spent the school holidays. Of course, this was decided after obtaining Lin Feng's consent. Lin Feng played happily with this little guy for 2 days. The little guy watched Lin Feng rescue the disaster with his own eyes, and he was hooked. Even Lin Feng took her to the deep sea to catch fish for fun. Both one big and one small loved to play. So happy. But the happy time always passes quickly. The holidays are over in a blink of an eye, and the little ones are going back to school. On this day, in front of the villa, Elena bid farewell to Lin Feng while wiping away tears. Susan waited in the car without urging. Brother Superman, I will miss you, Elena said, sniffling. Lin Feng wiped her nose, dumbfounded. Brother Superman will also miss you. Go back quickly. Remember to listen to my sister. Next time you come over on vacation, I'll take you to the sea to catch fish. With Lin Feng's promise, the little guy climbed into the car with hesitation, and waved his little hand at Lin Feng vigorously before leaving. What the little guy has experienced in the past 2 days, most people will never experience it in a lifetime, not to mention running to the bottom of the sea to catch fish. But taking selfies in outer space without wearing a space suit, who can do it? After seeing off Elena, Lin Feng sat down on the sofa and rested. Although it is fun to play with children, it is also tiring, mainly due to mental exhaustion. After a short rest, Lin Feng took out his mobile phone and clicked on the profile picture of Tony Stark. The old boy sent him a photo 2 days ago. It was the picture of Lin Feng and Elena playing in the universe. He also teased Lin Feng when he started working part-time in the space tourism industry. Lin Feng didn't bother to talk to him, and he came to Tony this time because he wanted Tony to help with something. A phone call was made, and luckily, Tony was in his villa. After hanging up the phone, Lin Feng flew over directly. With the heat of the reunion incident, his reputation value has approached 100 million, which is enough to exchange for Silver Superman. I learned from the system that upgrading Silver Superman required him to go to the sun for 2 months. Lin Feng also didn't understand why. Anyway, the system said so. So he just did it. Isn't upgrading Man of Steel also spent about 3 months in outer space? But before going to the sun, Lin Feng planned to ask Tony to take care of Susan. Although Susan has the Superman wristband he gave, there is nothing wrong with having an extra insurance. Playboy, what are you up to? When Lin Feng came to Tony's workshop, he saw him playing with a round shield. Hey man, come see my new toy. Seeing Lin Feng coming, Tony raised the round shield in his hand. The shield is about the same size as the vibrating gold shield that Captain America is holding. It's just that the paint on it is the gold and red color scheme of the steel suit. There is also a Peugeot inverted triangle reactor logo in the middle. Lin Feng didn't understand why Tony made a shield, and asked, "Is it enough for you to be Iron Man? Want to be Captain Iron and replace Steve?" Hearing this, Tony rolled his eyes. "What am I going to do instead of that old popsicle? It's made of metal I got from Nick Fury." Tony explained, "This thing is almost the hardest metal in the world. I managed to get some, the quantity is not too much. The last time Thor hit Captain America's shield with a hammer, the huge kinetic energy was dissipated by the shield, and Tony paid attention to this thing. According to Jarvis' analysis, Captain America's shield has top-level kinetic energy absorption capabilities. Later, after investigation, it was found out that the shield of the US team was made by Zenjin. This made the technology madman Tony interested. After learning about the performance of Zenjin, he approached Braised Egg. "After playing for a long time, I spent a lot of money to buy some. I originally wanted to buy more, and try to see if it can be used in the next generation of battle suits." Helplessly, S.H.I.E.L.D's vibration gold stock is not very large. Jarvis searched for a long time before he found some clues about the source of the vibrating gold. Now Tony is using satellites to find places where vibrating gold is produced. Tony used part of the vibration gold he got to make this shield. After a simple test, Zenjin is much stronger than his steel suit. Tony secured the shield to a stand. "Come on, Lin. Give him a try," Tony invited. Lin Feng raised his eyebrows. "Are you sure? Come on, let me see if it can withstand your attack." After speaking, Tony ran to the side behind the bunker that had already been prepared. It looked like Tony was ready to have him tested. Lin Feng shook his head and didn't say much. As far as his current strength is concerned, he can destroy the vibrating gold shield without the increase of the infinite gems. Under the dual effects of infinite gems and solar radiation, Lin Feng is now much stronger than when he just became a Superman. He took 2 steps forward and punched the vibrating gold shield. Boom! A circular sound wave spread out from the shield. The huge force was spread around by the shield, and some surrounding tables, chairs, tools, etc. were scattered. A fist mark appeared on the shield, which was slightly concave, but it was not pierced. Ha 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 ha. Tony jumped out happily. "How about it, Lin? Isn't it hard?" In Tony's eyes, although there was a fist mark left on the shield, there was no doubt that it blocked Lin Feng's fist. "Does that mean he can make an anti-Superman armor?" Seeing his overjoyed expression, Lin Feng curled his lips in disdain, and took the shield from the shelf. "Use your hands together." Base. There was an unpleasant metal deformation sound, and he broke the vibrating gold shield in half. You may not know. Lin Feng casually threw the bent shield on the ground. I didn't even use 1/3 of the force of my punch just now. Tony looked at the vibrating gold shield thrown on the ground silently, shook his head and smiled wryly. Good guy, I still underestimated your strength. On Blue Star, is there anything you can't wear? Lin Feng raised his eyebrows. Probably not. However, vibrating metal is indeed very hard, and just now, the characteristics of absorbing and dispersing kinetic energy are very good. Why? Do you want to use this to make a battle suit? Lin Feng asked. Yes. Tony nodded. But, due to some reasons, I plan to only replace the main part with vibrating metal. However, this has to be tested in practice. After speaking, Tony picked up the vibrating gold shield and put it aside, asking Jarvis to record the data just now. Tell me what you want from me. It's okay. Lin Feng usually won't come to him. This kid spends all day at home with his girlfriend and loves each other. Seeing that Tony mentioned something serious, Lin Feng said, Tony, I want to go to outer space. Tony, why do your words sound familiar? Lin Feng touched his nose. Listen to me. Tony gestures for you to continue. I'm going to outer space for about 2 or 3 months. In the meantime, I think you can send someone to look after Susan for me. Don't let her be bullied. Is there anyone else who dares to bully Superman's girlfriend? Tony said speechlessly. Aren't you just using me for entertainment? Lin Feng shook his head and said seriously, I mean it. Tony's child is more complicated than you think. Lin Feng's words meant something, and Tony's eyes flickered. You mean, the threat comes from Shield? It's Nick Fury? Do you think that if you didn't join the Avengers, he would do something against you? Lin Feng shook his head and explained, I didn't worry about this. And Nick Fury wouldn't be that stupid. The threat is from Shield, but not Nick Fury. Lin Feng couldn't figure out that the black stewed egg was not good enough to do things. He came close to telling the marinated Hydra to piss on your head. Up to now, there are still a large number of Hydra wandering in the Shield. It seems that it was the right choice not to join Shield. Chapter 56 Meeting Son's father-in-law. After flirting with Tony for a long time, Lin Feng left Tony's villa. He didn't reveal too much information. Let Mr. Iron Man find out step by step. Our Mr. Iron Man also needs to grow. Just as Lin Feng thought at the beginning, the Wicked will not be completely wiped out. He could have shot and locked all the Hydra and sent them all to God, but he didn't do that. He always gave others the chance to grow together. Fall down a Hydra, get up a Medusa. Only by allowing yourself to grow can you face these disasters. After returning home, Lin Feng counted his reputation points to live. The template of Silver Superman made him envious for a long time. Behold the breath of frost that light can blow out the sun. There is also enough power to pull the entire solar system, and even the Milky Way. Who would want to see it instead? Who should read it without getting confused? Seeing that the 100 million mark is about to be broken, Lin Feng's life is also full of anticipation and tension. The reputation value is still growing steadily. In about a week, Lin Feng was sitting in his villa drinking afternoon tea. The system beep finally rang in his ears. His reputation has successfully broken through 100 million points. You can redeem the Silver Superman template to upgrade at any time. Lin Feng had always been looking forward to this. At this time, the mood calmed down instead. Maybe it's the sense of unreality that comes from anticipation. Lin Feng put down his teacup and heaved a sigh of relief. He is going to look for other infinity gems after this evolution is completed. He currently has 2 infinity stones in his hand. Mind Gem and Space Gem. The reality gem should be in Asgard. Lin Feng remembered that he appeared in a fluid state. The time gem is still in the hands of the Supreme Mage, Skye. Her heir, Strange, is probably still acting as his surgeon. This is a trouble. Master Skye will definitely not hand over the time gem to Lin Feng easily. As for the remaining power gems, Lin Feng remembered that they should be on an abandoned planet. It seems to be called Morag. The power gem is placed there, encased in the cosmic spirit orb. That big fool Xingju won't get it for another 2 years. The soul stone is more troublesome. It needs to sacrifice one's love to get it. Lin Feng couldn't help complaining about this method. Sacrifice. How to sacrifice? In the original book, in order to get the soul gem, Thanos sacrificed Gamera to get it. If Lin Feng wants to get it, is he going to push Susan down? He can't do it. Judging from the current situation, the easiest ones to obtain are the power gem and the reality gem. Lin Feng also planned to start with these 2 gems first. As for the soul gem, wait until later. In short, Lin Feng will not give Thanos a chance to snap his fingers. At this point in his thoughts, Lin Feng looked at Susan, who was opposite him. He was going to talk to Susan before going to meet Mr. Sunday. Susan is fiddling with her laptop. She is maintaining her video forum. Susan, Lin Feng called softly. What's wrong? When Lin Feng called her, she hummed without raising her head. I think I'm going out again. Where are you going? In the city. Susan still didn't look up. By the way, bring me a bottle of shower gel. It's the brand I usually use, and it's almost used up. Lin Feng shook his head and laughed. That's not what I meant. I mean, I'm going out for a while, maybe a little longer this time. Susan raised her head with some doubts. Where are you going? Is it the same as last time? Susan remembered that Lin Feng said the same thing when she went out for a week last time. Lin Feng nodded and said, yes. But this time it took longer than last time. It will probably take 2 months. Susan was a little surprised when she heard this time so long. Don't worry. There is no danger this time, Lin Feng said. Just going to the sun to evolve. There will be no danger. But you can't say that to Susan. Susan nodded. She knew that Lin Feng had his own things to do, and she couldn't stop him. Just like last time, tell him to be careful in everything. After some tenderness with Susan, Lin Feng didn't write much, and was ready to start evolving. Before leaving, he bought another piece of platinum kryptonite for Susan. In this way, Susan has 2 pieces of platinum kryptonite in her hand, enough to deal with the vast majority of threats from Earth. It can be regarded as a double insurance. Lin Feng in black battle suit flew out of the Earth. Yellow dwarfs shone brightly in front of him. With a thought in Lin Feng's mind, a blue portal appeared. He opened the portal about 1 million kilometers away from the sun. Step through the portal. Lin Feng only felt that his eyes suddenly became bright and hot. Squint and look. This huge star with a lifespan of more than 4 billion years is rotating at a slow speed. The surface of the sun is constantly emitting plasma. It is undergoing nuclear fusion all the time. Looking at the sun at close range, it is not the yellow color seen on the blue star. Lin Feng didn't know what color to use to describe it. He calmed down and called the system in his mind. System, exchange for the silver Superman template. As soon as the words fell, the 100 million reputation points were instantly cleared, leaving a pitiful few 100,000. The sound of the system also came. Silver Superman template has been redeemed. Please fly into the sun as soon as possible to start evolution. Estimated evolution time this time, 60 days. Lin Feng felt a little distressed after the reputation points accumulated for such a long time were cleared, but it was all worth it. With a solemn expression, Lin Feng flew towards the sun, ready to start evolving. According to the strength of Marvel, the strength of Silver Superman is probably at the single universe level, enough to face the vast majority of threats occurring in the universe. In the movie, many tyrannical bosses did not appear, but it does not mean that they do not exist. As long as there is no multiverse-level boss to take action, Lin Feng, who has evolved into Silver Superman, can walk sideways. As for the next multiverse-level Golden Superman, redemption requires 1 billion reputation points and level 3 store permissions. It is not what Lin Feng can have now. At present, he can evolve Silver Superman. Lin Feng is already very content. Lin Feng flew to the surface of the sun. The temperature was not high enough to make him feel uncomfortable. The body slowly sinks into the sun. That feeling gave Lin Feng a comfortable feeling like taking a hot bath. His battle suit had already been retracted into the system's space, and the clothes on his body were instantly reduced to ashes under the high temperature. Right now, he is completely naked. except for a bracer on his left wrist, in which 3 gemstones emit light. Fiery energy and radiation enveloped Lin Feng, and his ability was slowly growing at a speed visible to the naked eye. He closed his eyes, and slowly fell into a deep sleep under the action of the system. Just like last time, Lin Feng started to evolve. Chapter 57. How does it feel? Something is not right. In the huge universe, in a dark corner somewhere, where the stars can't shine, standing one tall and one short, there are 2 strange existences in black robes, but their faces cannot be seen. One of them picked up a compass-like instrument and glanced at it. I don't know how he can see clearly when it's so dark. How is it? Asked the tall man in black robe. His voice was hoarse, like sandpaper rubbing against the wall. The black robe holding the instrument laughed twice with the same hoarse voice. Very well, so far, everything is within the plan. The tall man in black robe nodded, and wanted to ask something else. The vision suddenly increased at this time. In the void, a gap suddenly opened. A huge red eye burning with flames looked over. The flame was actually black, and the aura contained in it made people shudder. It was discovered. The tall man in black robe paused, and then looked at his companion beside him. Let's go. After the voice fell, the 2 black robes slowly disappeared in place. The eyes of the void, seeing the disappearance of the black robe, revealed a trace of helplessness in a humane manner, and then slowly disappeared into the void. Above the cantilever of the Orion arm, the solar system is in constant motion. The symbol star of the solar system, the yellow dwarf, a pair of eyes slowly opened. It was Lin Feng who upgraded Silver Superman in the sun and woke up. His eyes were bright, and he flew out, away from the sun. At this moment, his body is still naked. Only on the left wrist is a wristband inlaid with 3 gems. After flying a certain distance, Lin Feng had a thought, and put on the black Superman suit. After sleeping in the sun for 2 months, my head is still a little dazed. Lin Feng shook his head to wake himself up. At this time, Lin Feng was extremely happy. He woke up, that is to say, he is now Silver Superman. Lin Feng lowered his head and looked at his hands. He clenched his fists tightly, wanting to feel a new strength. Gradually, Lin Feng frowned. He snorted lightly. A trace of doubt flashed in his eyes. He felt that the power didn't seem to have been greatly enhanced. Looking around, Lin Feng aimed at the nearest meteorite and flew over. The meteorite is neither big nor small, and it is the most suitable for practicing hands. Lin Feng raised his hand, boomed down hard. The meteorite suddenly shattered and disintegrated, turning into countless fragments, which sputtered out in all directions. The strength is impeccable. But something is not quite right. This punch verified Lin Feng's conjecture. His strength has not been greatly improved. According to Silver Superman's template, with his punch of this strength, the meteorite should instantly turn into powder. Doubts arose in Lin Feng's heart. Did he fail to evolve Silver Superman? But the system didn't say that the evolution would fail. Since he has woken up, it proves that the evolution has succeeded. Lin Feng couldn't think of the reason, so he called the system in his mind. He wanted to ask what was going on, whether the system had cut corners. However, after waiting for a while, the system's voice did not come. Lin Feng was speechless. Is the system sleeping again? System! Lin Feng shouted again in his mind. After waiting for a while again, there was still no response. Quiet. The entire space was deadly silent. Lin Feng's face turned serious. System, come out quickly. System, where are you riding a horse? After calling several times in a row, there was still no response from the system. No reply, no sound, just silence. A bad feeling slowly rose in Lin Feng's heart. System, don't tease me, come out. System. Lin Feng kept trying to call the system, however, no matter how he called, the system still had no response. Something is wrong, very wrong. Lin Feng thought that if he evolved successfully, he should be awakened by the system. But from the moment he woke up, the system was silent. The system, which usually responds to every call, fell silent at this moment. After thinking for a while, I didn't get an accurate result. Lin Feng decided to go back to Blue Star first. The space gem burst into light. The familiar blue portal appeared. Lin Feng opened the portal to his villa. Walking out of the portal, Lin Feng came to the familiar lawn of the villa. The sun was rising in the sky, and it seemed to be noon. Lin Feng walked towards the door of the villa while thinking about the problem of the system. When he approached the door, Lin Feng heard laughter and conversation coming from inside. There were men and women. He frowned. Susan invited friends to the house. In doubt, Lin Feng took out the key. Opening the door, Lin Feng was stunned by the scene inside. In the villa, 3 or 4 people are playing games together. There are adults, there are children. It looks like a family. Seeing that the door of the villa was opened, the few people who were playing stopped. Among them stood a middle-aged man in his 40s. He looked at Lin Feng, with a smile on his face, and touched his back with his right hand indiscriminately. "Friend, who are you looking for?" The middle-aged man stared at Lin Feng and asked. Lin Feng opened his mouth and was speechless. He found that the whole villa was very different from what Lin Feng remembered. The color and style of the sofa, wall TV, fireplace. Even on the wall of the hall, there is a photo of a family portrait. Lin Feng stared at the family portrait twice more. The one sitting in the middle of the photo is the middle-aged man who is asking questions in front of him. He looked down at the key still stuck in the door, and thought of something. "Susan!" Lin Feng yelled loudly. He wondered if Susan was learning the content on the video site and playing tricks on himself. "Otherwise, let's not say that I will open the wrong portal, and I can't explain how the key opens the door." Good guy, Susan really knows how to play. Has she forgotten that she has the ability to see through? Most likely this little girl is hiding there, ready to watch her joke. But now, the upgrade has not been completed, and the system has not moved. Lin Feng obviously has no intention of cooperating with this game. He sighed, activated his clairvoyance ability, and looked for Susan's figure. However, he looked around the entire villa, but he couldn't find Susan. Is Susan outside? Lin Feng looked out, but still did not find Susan. He began to feel a little restless in his heart. "Susan, come out." "Now I'm not in the mood to play the game, I'm having some problems." Lin Feng shouted and walked into the room. "Stop." The face of the middle-aged man who was still smiling just now changed suddenly. With a loud shout, he pulled out a pistol behind himself and pointed it at Lin Feng. Lin Feng, who suddenly broke into his villa in front of him, made the middle-aged man feel alarmed. The muscle lines under the black tights are full of explosive power. Doesn't look like an ordinary person. He didn't know what the purpose of Lin Feng's sudden intrusion was, whether it was a thief, a robber, or an innocent citizen who went to the wrong place. But his family is all here. He didn't dare to bet, so he could only draw his gun. Being pointed at by the gun, Lin Feng stopped in his tracks immediately, his eyes flashing with a dangerous light. Behind the middle-aged man, a small, hiding figure poked its head out. It's the little girl in the family portrait, probably the daughter of a middle-aged man. She looked at Lin Feng with some fear, and whispered, Are you looking for Susan?" "We don't have Susan here." "Friend, we don't have the Susan you're looking for here. Please leave our home." Although it was an inquiry, there was no doubt in the middle-aged man's tone. He squinted his eyes and stared at Lin Feng closely. As long as Lin Feng made any abnormal movements, he would shoot without hesitation. Chapter 58. Lin Feng with numb claws and Yi who is confused. Lin Feng stood where he was, staring at the middle-aged man with a gun expressionlessly. A drop of cold sweat ran down the middle-aged man's cheek. Lin Feng's eyes was like a ferocious beast, and he couldn't help feeling a kind of fear in his heart. He is not afraid of bullets. For some reason, this idea was born in the heart of the middle-aged man. His fingers pulled uncontrollably towards the trigger. Sudden hum. A strange sound suddenly came from high in the sky, accompanied by slight air fluctuations, interrupting the confrontation between the two. For a moment, Lin Feng felt that the voice was very familiar. With a thought in his heart, he turned and walked out of the villa, looking in the direction of the sound. Suddenly, his pupils shrank. A huge blue portal appeared above Twister. To be precise, It is the sky above the Stark Tower. Familiar portal, familiar scene. With supervision, like a magnifying glass, the distant scene was brought to Lin Feng's ears. In the portal, the familiar Chitauri Legion rushed down on the aircraft. This scene stunned Lin Feng, and absurd guesses suddenly appeared in his mind. This is impossible. Boom. When the sound of the sonic boom came, Lin Feng flew up and flew straight towards the Stark Tower. The stunned middle-aged family was left behind. The youngest daughter tugged at the sleeve of the middle-aged man. Dad, is he a monster? The middle-aged man froze there. Maybe after a while, he shook his head, walked out of the villa, and looked up at the sky. He wondered what the intruder saw. However, in the next second, his face became serious. Lily, pack up your things, let's go to the basement. The middle-aged man ordered decisively. Lin Feng, who flew to the scene, landed on a tall building. The sight in front of him was simply unimaginable. Above the Stark Tower, a blue beam of light rose into the sky. At the end of the beam of light, there is a portal connected. In the portal, countless Chitauri troops flew to the ground and started killing. Tony Stark, Captain America, Black Widow, Hawkeye, including the Hulk, all joined in the fight to stop the invaders. The US team jumped into the J-car and directed the evacuation of the people. Iron Man kept sniping at the Chitauri Legion on the aircraft in the air. Bruce, transformed into the Hulk, knocked down a Leviathan with one punch. Scenes of familiar scenes all confirmed Lin Feng's guess. This is the battlefield of Avengers 1. For a moment, Lin Feng's heart was full of mixed emotions, and his mind was even more chaotic. What the hell is going on with this horse? Could it be that he returned to the timeline of Avengers 1? Lin Feng's eyes kept searching subconsciously. He didn't see his figure. My heart sank again. He obviously participated in the reunion incident, but he was not seen on the battlefield. Lin Feng's face was as black as coal. He realized that he might have come to a waist twister in a parallel universe. Although a little unbelievable, he couldn't deny the sight in front of him. Lin Feng thought for a while, and suddenly thought of another method to verify the system. He stretched out his hand and swiped down in the void. A translucent personal panel appeared in front of him. Fortunately, the personal panel still exists, which means that the system has not been uninstalled. Just flickering ripples and lines on the panel from time to time. It looked like an old TV with a bad signal. The panel can be called out, but the system does not respond. What went wrong? For a moment, countless guesses flashed through Lin Feng's mind. He tried hard to recall the process of his evolution from leaving the blue star to flying to the sun. Nothing is wrong, however. After waking up, the system stopped moving. Lin Feng's brain is running at high speed, deducing countless results. Finally, a possibility with the highest probability is obtained. All of this may have something to do with the exile. During the 2 months of Lin Feng's evolutionary sleep, something happened that Lin Feng didn't know about, leading to the disappearance of the system, or sleep. No matter which result it is not good news for Lin Feng. Lin Feng floated into the air. His eyes rolled away, and he saw a scene that should not have appeared in Avengers 1. A roof not far away. The Hulk, who was supposed to be on the battlefield, was standing with Mage Ancient One, talking about something. Lin Feng looked back at the Hulk on the Stark Tower who had smashed the Chitauri. He looked again at the Hulk talking to Ancient One. With a blank expression on his face, he slowly flew over and landed between the two of them. Ancient One is not only a mage in the Marvel world, but also a wise man. Lin Feng felt that maybe he could get some help from her. See a stranger flying in the air. Suddenly, both Skye and Bruce stopped talking and looked at the person coming. Bruce? Lin Feng asked. He looked at the Hulk, who was obviously rational and a size smaller, and sighed inwardly. You are? Bruce wondered. He didn't know this young man in a battle suit, but his outfit also looked like a superhero. Lin Feng shook his head helplessly, and said, don't tell me, you came here from 2023. Bruce was surprised. How do you know? Lin Feng touched his chin, momentarily at a loss for words. Bruce's words verified another conjecture in his mind. The Hulk in front of him is Bruce, who is integrated with the Hulk for 4 miles in the Avengers. In other words, The future Captain America and Tony are also here. Without answering Bruce's question, Lin Feng turned his head to look at Skye, smiling helplessly. Mage. He didn't know if Master Skye could recognize him, but it seemed that there was a high probability that he would not recognize him. Sure enough, Skye looked at Lin Feng suspiciously, and then frowned. She sacrificed the magic circle with both hands, and then kept spinning. Skye closed his eyes, and the time gem appeared in the magic circle. As the magic circle rotated, it emitted a green light. What is she doing? Bruce couldn't figure it out, and turned to ask Lin Feng. She should be looking at the future, or the past. Lin Feng replied after a while. Skye opened his eyes, and his gaze towards Lin Feng also became serious. You shouldn't be here, Skye slowly said. The future, the past, there is no shadow of you. Even in this universe, you don't exist. In countless futures and pasts, she has not found the sight of Lin Feng. This evidence reveals the most likely result. That is, Lin Feng came from a parallel universe. But the strange thing is that even if Lin Feng came from another parallel universe, it is impossible to escape the future seen by the time stone. However, Lin Feng is like a ghost, and even the time gem can't trace his existence. After hesitating for a while, Master Skye still said the answer. Young man, can you tell me why you came here? Lin Feng's appearance made her worry about the future. This is a phenomenon that has never happened before, and even Skye is puzzled by it. Hearing Skye's question, Lin Feng smiled dryly and shook his head. I don't know why it's here, Master. Since you know that I am from another universe, can you send me back? Skye thought for a while, but also shook his head. I have no way to send you back. I can't see which universe you exist in. Chapter 59 The Key to the Future. Skye lends the time gem. You don't even belong to any universe here. Skye's words meant something. Although she couldn't see where Lin Feng came from, she could feel that Lin Feng didn't belong to all parallel universes. This answer undoubtedly disappointed Lin Feng. At this moment, Skye suddenly saw Lin Feng's wristband. The two precious stones, one yellow and one blue, made her startled. On your wrist is the Infinity Stone? Lin Feng followed Skye's gaze. He hummed, raised his left hand, and did not hide it. Yes, the Space Stone and the Mind Stone. I'm in another world, so I can be considered a superhero. Lin Feng explained these two gems were obtained in this incident. Speaking, Lin Feng also pointed to the Avengers who were fighting against the Chitauri Legion. I am stronger than any Avenger, and no one is better suited to keep them. The gem is in my hand. Thanos can't hit that. Snap. The words are full of confidence. With a Superman template and two Infinity Gems in hand, the probability that Zhao Jing wants to snap her fingers is infinitely close to zero. Hearing this, Skye's eyes flickered. She thought about it, and said to Lin Feng, can you show me the two gems? Your existence is very special. They seem to be contaminated with your aura. Maybe I can see something through them. Seemingly afraid of Lin Feng's misunderstanding, Skye explained. Lin Feng just hesitated for a moment, then took off the two gems and handed them out. He wasn't too worried that Ancient One would have thoughts about these two infinite gems. If Skye wanted infinite gems, she could have gone to Shield in the previous time. And now on the Stark Tower, there are two Infinity Stones. Giving the gem to Skye is also a helpless move. He has no clue about the current situation. It would be great if Skye could give some useful information. Skye took the gem, she flipped her hands over, and cast out the magic circle again. Placed two gems on either side of the time gem. The magic circle slowly turned, and Skye also closed his eyes. She began to observe Lin Feng's information and future. As the observation time progressed, the magic circle turned faster and faster, and the three gems on it became brighter and brighter. At a certain moment, it seemed to have reached its apex, and the magic circle exploded, bringing a gust of wind. The broken magic circle slowly dissipated. The three gems also floated down from the air and landed in Skye's hands. Skye opened his eyes, looking at Lin Feng in a strange way. Lin Feng was a little anxious, stepped forward and said, how is it, mage? Did you see anything this time? Skye smiled and nodded, then shook his head again. As if feeling Lin Feng's anxiety and confusion, Skye gave him a reassuring look. The picture is a bit blurry, but it's not unrewarding. Don't worry, Lin Feng. You will return to your universe, but there may be a little twists and turns in the process. In a word, Lin Feng let go of the heart he had been holding all the time. Skye called out his name, proving that she had indeed seen information related to Lin Feng. But before that, you may need to take a trip to the future with this one in front of you. Skye smiled and pointed to Bruce Banner in front of him. You'll get the answers you want there. To the future? Lin Feng frowned and asked after a moment of thought. How should I go? Bruce and the others can travel through the past. The most important things are the quantum uniform and Pym particles made by Tony, which he doesn't have. Did it pick up Bruce? Obviously not. How does this lead him to the future? Someone will tell you. Young man, Skye continued, I can feel that the me in another world has helped you. Sometimes, some things will appear when you need them. Speaking of this, Skye suddenly raised his head and looked up. It's coming soon. Say something touching again without thinking about it. Skye suddenly stuffed 3 infinite gems into Lin Feng's hands, then turned to Bruce and said, your future has been changed. Take him to your future, he will help you provide help. After speaking, Skye got into the hut without looking back. The two on the rooftop looked at each other. Can you understand what she's saying? Bruce scratched his big green head. Lin Feng looked at the 3 gems in his hand and shook his head. Even the ancient one in the parallel world, there are things he can't understand. Well, it seems that you don't understand very well, Bruce said. But it looks like you need to come with me. Bruce didn't quite understand Skye's words, but he understood the last sentence. Their future has changed again, and the black-haired boy named Lin Feng will help them. Skye gave the original Stone of Time to Lin Feng. The meaning is obvious. If you want to get the time gem, take Lin Feng to the future. Unexpected things happened. But Bruce didn't expect that this business would be smooth sailing. The question to consider now is how to bring Lin Feng to the future. Before departure, Ant-Man said that the amount of Pym particles is only enough for all of them to go back and forth. Now things get tricky. Let me ask Tony if there are any spare uniforms and Pym particles, Bruce suggested. If he really didn't have a spare, he decided to give up his quantum uniform to Lin Feng. Lin Feng holds 3 infinite gems, which are more powerful than him. Lin Feng nodded in agreement. I'm with you. After speaking, the two looked at each other and were about to set off. However, at this moment, intermittent words suddenly came from Lin Feng's mind. Ho, host. Intermittent voices sounded. Lin Feng's footsteps stopped suddenly, and his eyes flashed. Familiar voice. Dog system. Is that you? House. Future. The sound was intermittent, as if it was a radio station being interfered with the sound of electric current interspersed. System. I can't hear you clearly. What are you talking about? Lin Feng asked anxiously, frowning. Future. Booth. C. Empty. Mind. Time. Stone 3. Increasing. Flying. Come. I. Help. The voice became smaller and smaller, and after leaving a piece of information, it disappeared again. Lin Feng called several times, but got no answer. But he realized that the system seemed to want to convey some information to himself. What's wrong with you? Bruce asked when he saw Lin Feng stopped in place. Lin Feng waved his hand violently, and Bruce shut his mouth. He could see that Lin Feng seemed to be thinking. He disturbed Lin Feng. Regardless of what Bruce thinks, Lin Feng has already begun to recall the information sent by the system in his mind. Effective messaging is limited, intermittent and incomplete. But as Superman, he has an excellent memory. The intermittent utterances of the system are constantly arranged and filled by him. According to the literal meaning, the system should also go to the future by itself. And it seems that Bruce's name was mentioned. Going to the future, something to do with Bruce? It seems that the Mind Stone and the Space Stone are also mentioned, and there seems to be a Time Stone, and flying. What do you mean? Increase. Flight means to use infinite gems to increase flying ability. In the message, there is me. Help. These two words, one possible permutation, keeps coming up. With continuous filling and sorting, Lin Feng deduced a general meaning. The key to the future is Bruce. Lin Feng wants to use 3 infinite gems to increase his flying ability. The system should help him. Chapter 60. Chasing the speed of light with the Hulk. After being silent for a while, Lin Feng calculated several permutations again. But after screening, the probability of the first result is not as high as that of the first one. There is no other way. The answer lies in the future Avengers 4 battlefield. Lin Feng must give it a try. Bruce, let's go. Lin Feng turned his head and said, and conveniently put the 3 infinity gems on Superman's wristband. He decided to find Tony first, as Bruce said, and ask if there is a spare quantum uniform, that is, the space-time shuttle suit. If there is, that would be great. Lin Feng will go to the future with very little risk. If not, you can only follow the method provided by the system. But for the spare uniform, Lin Feng didn't have much hope. He remembered Ant-Man. Scott said, the stock of Pym particles is only enough for all of them to go back and forth once. The two walked down the stairs and rushed directly to the meeting place agreed upon by Bruce and the others. However, by the time the two found Tony, it was already too late. Tony and Steve had already put on the quantum uniform, pressed the navigator and disappeared in place, leaving only Ant-Man standing there with a confused face, holding the scepter inlaid with the Mind Stone in his hand. Lin Feng, who rushed over, saw this scene with his own eyes, and knew it was over. These two people should both travel back to 1970 to find the space gems and Pym particles of that era. Hey! Bruce Banner ran over, and he also saw the scene where Tony and Steve disappeared. Where did they go, Scott? Bruce asked. Scott opened his mouth and looked at Bruce, who was coming. His big face was full of anger and speechlessness. Tony failed. The space gem was lost. Then they went to 1970 and they went crazy. Scott vented, seemed to turn around twice in the same place, and a few words came out as if passing through bitter water. They're really crazy. One mistake, and there's no coming back. Calm down, Scott, Bruce said soothingly, holding out his big hand. Scott stops venting and stares at Bruce suddenly. Hey! Have you got the time stone? Hearing this, Bruce scratched his head in embarrassment. It should be considered as getting it. As he spoke, Bruce turned his body slightly, revealing Lin Feng, who was following him. What do you mean you should get it? Scott looked at Bruce in a daze, and then found a stranger in a black suit behind him. Who is this? Scott was even more confused. Why did Bruce bring a stranger over? I'm Lin Feng. Lin Feng took a step forward. Hi. I'm Scott. Ant-Man greeted blankly. Lin Feng nodded, then looked at Bruce. After greeting, he has no time to communicate with Ant-Man now. Looks like the spare uniform is gone. Bruce also sighed. Yeah? I can only try the method you said. On the way here, Lin Feng had already told Bruce about the backup plan. Although Bruce felt that this was nonsense at all, even if there was a slight possibility, the two would try it. After all, what could be more nonsense than traveling back in time, right? When the two reached an agreement, they stopped wasting time. Lin Feng walked behind Bruce and grabbed his armpit from behind. With his huge body, Lin Feng couldn't hug him at all, so he could only use this method. Wait, man. What are you guys doing again? Can you explain it to me? Seeing the strange looks of the two, Scott looked confused. He couldn't understand the behavior of these superheroes, as if they knew everything except himself. I'll explain it to you when I get back. Scott, you go back first with the Soul Stone. As soon as Bruce finished speaking, he was dragged up into the sky by Lin Feng. In the same place, Scott was left with his mouth open and holding a scepter. It wasn't until the figures of the two disappeared into the sky that Scott, who was dazed for a while, realized it. He looked back to where Tony and Steve had vanished. Looked at the sky again. A mouth opens and closes, closes and opens again. Crazy. You are all crazy. Scott bowed his head silently, pressed the space-time navigator, and disappeared in place. In the sky, Lin Feng expanded his biological force field by 3 or 4 times, so as to completely cover Bruce's huge body. He took Bruce straight into space. On Blue Star, The air resistance is too great to allow Lin Feng to reach the theoretical maximum speed. He needs to borrow 3 infinite gems in the universe to increase his flying ability. Lin Feng's flying speed was very fast, and the two rushed out of the atmosphere in a short while. Man, can you fly that fast? Bruce marveled. The strength and speed that Lin Feng showed for the first time surprised him, and he was able to drag himself out of the atmosphere. This flying speed is probably faster than a rocket. There are faster ones. Are you ready? Lin Feng looked solemn, observing the best flight direction. Ready? What? Bruce asked suspiciously. Wait for my signal and press the navigator, Lin Feng ordered. After finishing speaking, without waiting for Bruce to react, Lin Feng dragged him and rushed forward. The biological force field wrapped the two of them, and in just a few seconds, the speed was increased to the extreme. When Lin Feng felt that his speed had reached its peak, he activated the Infinity Stone. 3 gemstones of different colors lit up one after another, twisting into an indescribable energy pouring into Lin Feng's body. The speed of the flight directly increased sharply, and with the output of gems, Lin Feng's speed continued to increase, and even his whole body began to glow slowly. The completely transparent biological force field also became shimmering at this moment. Like a beam of light, Lin Feng dragged Bruce and shot straight forward. The flight speed is constantly approaching the sublight speed. Bruce felt a wave of dizziness hit him, and he couldn't help feeling sick. Although surrounded by Lin Feng's biological force field, when did he experience such a fast speed? Even if his physical fitness is as strong as the Hulk, he can't accept this speed. And as the speed reached the sublight speed, Lin Feng also felt some discomfort. The huge energy that continued to flow through his body made him ache all over. He didn't know how fast he needed to fly to meet the requirements of the system. Now he can only grit his teeth and stand upright, desperately increasing the output of energy. Flying creates a torrent of beams. In the direction of progress, there are occasional tiny meteorites in the way, which are also disintegrated in the shuttle of the light beam. Lin Feng's speed is still rising, has surpassed the sublight speed, and is constantly approaching the speed of light. The energy of the infinity gem caused the surface of his body to collapse to varying degrees. Small pieces of skin fell off from the body, then decomposed into fine particles, and finally turned into nothingness. Lin Feng's current body has only the strength of a man of steel. Under the dual effects of infinite gems and super high speed, he can't last long. The Hulk Bruce under him is not much better. He tried his best to keep his mind and not faint. Bruce pressed one hand on the space-time shuttle, waiting for Lin Feng's so-called signal. Soon, the energy output reached the maximum that Lin Feng could bear. At this moment, Lin Feng felt time suddenly slowed down. There was a feeling in his heart that he was about to surpass the speed of light. It's now, host. The voice of the system came again from Lin Feng's mind, very clear. With a revival of his spirits, the time had come. Bruce! Lin Feng shouted. Bruce, who was almost drowsy, heard Lin Feng's voice, and subconsciously pressed the space-time shuttle. The next moment, the two people in flight suddenly shrank rapidly. The flying light was interrupted instantly, and the two disappeared in this universe one after another. Chapter 61 Natasha's Sacrifice. Maybe it's not impossible. Bruce's navigator, leading the two of them, quickly fell into the quantum realm, constantly shuttling through the passages within it. The whole scene in front of him is like a cold-colored sewer pipe. It was the first time Lin Feng saw such a scene. The navigator accurately brought the two of them to 2023, and then spit them out like throwing garbage. The sound of vibration came. The scene in front of him changed again, and Lin Feng and Bruce appeared together on the Avengers base, on the mechanical platform made by Tony. Appearing at the same time as him, there are other Avengers on mission. Although the time of travel is different, the time for everyone to return is the same time, which was set before departure. Seeing this scene, Lin Feng couldn't help but heaved a sigh of relief. It seems that he didn't mean to guess the wrong system. At this moment, he has come to 2023 in the parallel universe. Wrinkles appeared on Tony's face. Who are you? Tony found Lin Feng standing beside Bruce, and asked with a serious expression. With his cry, several people's eyes quickly focused on this stranger who appeared inexplicably. The stranger was wearing a black battle suit, with varying degrees of damage all over his body. There are strong muscles wrapped under the battle suit, and the exposed skin, as if it had been burned, oozes blood, but it is slowly healing. Such a scene, as if he had just experienced a big war, coupled with his identity as a stranger, undoubtedly made everyone suddenly vigilant. Tony held his right hand directly in front of his chest. Whenever Lin Feng made any changes, he would wake up the nanosuit and give Lin Feng a shot. Steve also stared at Lin Feng, and clenched the shield in his hand. For a while, the scene was tense. Hey, everyone, calm down. A drop of cold sweat fell from Bruce's head. He hurriedly stretched out his hands and pushed in the air, signaling everyone to calm down. He was brought back by me, not an enemy, Bruce explained. After speaking, he stretched out his hand and pushed Lin Feng again, motioning him to say a few words quickly. Yes, I am not your enemy. My name is Lin Feng. Seeing this, Lin Feng was not surprised. He just stood up and said hello, and tried his best to put on a kind expression, expressing that he was harmless to humans and animals. Tony and others in this universe do not know themselves. Besides, his current body is indeed easy to misunderstand everyone. Seeing that Lin Feng didn't seem to be hostile, the tense atmosphere eased a little. Tony looked at Lin Feng speechlessly, then shifted his gaze to Bruce Banner. We agreed not to bring back souvenirs. Lin Feng's mouth twitched when he said this. Even in a parallel world, Tony's mouth still stinks as always. And Bruce could only return an embarrassed smile, explaining, it was the bald mage who asked me to bring him here. The gem of time is in his hands. After finishing speaking, Bruce pointed to Lin Feng. Hearing this, several people raised their eyebrows and cast puzzled and questioning looks at Lin Feng. Lin Feng nodded, affirming Bruce's words. Master Skye did indeed lend me the Infinity Stones, and it was she who asked Bruce to take me to the present. Okay. Tony rubbed his chin. Lin Feng, tell me, what is your purpose for coming here? After clearing up the misunderstanding, Tony still did not intend to let Lin Feng go. He knew about Skye, Strange's magic leader, or master. Those mages have always been mysterious. They don't know why she let Lin Feng travel to the future. Just as Lin Feng was about to explain, there was a sudden bang, interrupting the friendly exchange of several people. Several people followed the prestige and found that Hawkeye was kneeling on the ground. This made several people a little confused for a while. But when they saw Hawkeye's expression clearly, their expressions gradually became serious. At this moment, the eagle's eyes flickered, and his face was full of sadness and pain. Steve looked at Hawkeye and frowned. Tony opened his mouth, as if he realized something. His eyes searched around Clint for a week, and his face gradually sank. There is one less person who came back. By Hawkeye's side, there is no Natasha. Clint, where is Natasha? Bruce asked in a low voice, with a lingering ominous feeling in his heart. Hawkeye knelt on the ground and shook his head in pain. Grief made him speechless. Silence. Everyone fell silent, and an unspeakable grief spread in everyone's hearts. Hawkeye's behavior was telling everyone a fact that everyone does not want to believe, but has to face. Natasha, something has happened. The gazes of a few people also flickered. Although I have prepared for it, this trip through time and space cannot be smooth sailing. However, when this moment really comes, it is unacceptable. Sad emotions echoed in the hearts of several people. In the gazebo outside the base, Hawkeye narrated the process of Natasha's sacrifice. The afternoon sun shone down, but it looked unusually cold. Bruce stood by the lake with his back to the crowd, unable to see his expression clearly. Steve sat there, quietly listening to what Hawkeye had to say. After a long while, tears fell uncontrollably, dripping on the face, the corners of the mouth, and finally fell to the ground. He couldn't remember the last time he cried, maybe when he missed a dance forever. Before departure, she still smiled and said to everyone, "See you in a minute." Natasha has been with everyone for several years, and the relationship between them is like family. However, This family sacrificed for the infinite gems and to save half of the population taken away by Thanos. For a while, everyone couldn't get out of this grief. Tony stepped forward and patted Steve on the shoulder. Although the relationship between him and Natasha was not as deep as Steve's, they were both Avengers, and there were many reasons to gather them into a group. For a few years, Tony has already regarded everyone as his friends in his heart. His throat rolled up and down, and he said in a hoarse voice, "Does she have a family?" Steve nodded, but what he said made the hearts of several people even more sad. "It's just us." After the words fell, the solemnity in the air increased a bit. Seemingly unable to bear this atmosphere, Saul, with a sloppy look, stepped forward and questioned Tony. "What do you mean? You said that, as if she is dead. Why should she be dead?" Saul looked at the sad people with complicated emotions. "We have infinity gems. Infinity gems can bring her back, right? So can you stop talking nonsense? We are the Avengers. We have to cheer up. Listen to me. Snap your fingers. Bring back Natasha and the other half of the universe." Tony frowned, staring at him, speechless. Hawkeye shook his head. "She can't come back." His voice was equally hoarse. "It can't be reversed. It can't be done." He has more feelings for Natasha than anyone else, and Natasha has long been his family. He will never forget in his life that Natasha sacrificed in front of him. No one could feel how much he wished that he was the one who jumped off. Sol forced a laugh and couldn't help but retort, "I may be a little direct. You're just an earthling. We're talking cosmic magic, understand? It's too absolute to say it can't be done." Hawkeye looked at Sol complicatedly, and the emotions that he had tried to suppress rose again uncontrollably. "Yes, I know I may not have a say in the power of the gem, but she really can't come back. It's irreparable. At least that's what the floating red guy said." The more Hawkeye spoke, the more excited he became, and his voice suddenly increased. "Maybe you can talk to him. Grab your hammer. Fly over and talk to him." Sol was stunned by his roar. He wasn't angry, just frowning, and fell silent, a little depressed. Just when everyone was constantly dominated by sad emotions, Lin Feng, who they had been ignoring all this time, suddenly spoke. "Perhaps ... it's not impossible." Chapter 62 The Revived Reunion. The voice of the dog system. "Perhaps ... it's not impossible." Lin Feng, who had been ignored by several people, stood up thoughtfully. As soon as the words fell, several people turned their heads one after another, and their complicated eyes fell on Lin Feng. Bruce, who had been turning his back to everyone, also turned around, looking at Lin Feng with a piercing gaze. "Lin Feng, tell me in detail." That's what Tony said. Big Bruce explained Lin Feng's origin, about the superhero in the parallel universe. A few people didn't believe it at first, until Lin Feng took out his mobile phone and called up a few photos with Tony and other evidence. The authenticity of the photo was proved by tests on Friday. Coupled with the mind gem and space gem from another universe in his hand, plus the time gem of the bald mage as an endorsement. Only then did everyone half believe and accept Lin Feng for the time being. Lin Feng slowly glanced around the dignified Avengers, and explained, "You know too little about how to use the Infinity Stones. I have a plan that has a great success rate, but all of this needs to be tested to be sure." As he said that, he turned his head to look at Hawkeye. "The guy you saw on planet Vorma is called Red Skull, and he doesn't know much more about the Infinity Stones than you do. There are so many ways to use Infinity Stones that I can't list them here. I can only say, instead of trusting a person who is bound by an infinite gem, why don't you trust me?" Lin Feng's explanation was so reasonable that several people present nodded subconsciously. It is true that everyone's knowledge of the Infinity Gem is limited to the surface, and the concept that he can take away ordinary creatures from the universe in an instant. As for Tony, who has studied the Mind Stone, he is not much better than others, otherwise he would not have lost control and created Ultron. Lin Feng's words once again brought help to Hawkeye, and also to several others. Hawkeye nodded with sobs, and said solemnly, "Okay. In order to save Natasha, I will do whatever I want." Lin Feng also nodded silently. When he saw the sacrifice of the widow sister in the movie theater, he couldn't let go of it for a long time. He remembered that the sacrifice of the widowed sister and Tony's snapping fingers were full of bugs, but that's how the movie was played, and he couldn't change it. Now there is an opportunity in front of him, and he will do it no matter what. Try it. Taking off the emerald green time gemstone from the wristband, Lin Feng continued, let's forge the glove containing the gemstone first. Bringing Natasha back requires the help of 6 infinity gems. You guys have to cheer up, whether it's for Natasha, or half of the lives taken away by Thanos. Everyone nodded in agreement. Things turned around again, and the mood of the people in the Fullion has eased a lot. Although they have been in contact with Lin Feng for less than a day, they are still willing to place some hope on this superhero who brought the time gem. After getting Lin Feng's time gem, everyone returned to the base one after another. Thor was right, they were the Avengers, and they needed to get their act together. If they are all so decadent, then who else can save this blue star? The biggest goal in front of him is to build the Infinity Gauntlet first, and bring back half of the life that Thanos took away. In the base, Tony and Bruce are intensively building the nano version of the Infinity Gauntlet, taking every step carefully. Tony had a serious face, testing the fusion of gemstones without shaking his hands. This is also the first time he has done this kind of thing. He messed up an Ultron last time, but this time he is full of energy. After all, if he was not careful, Lansing might be blown up by him. Lin Feng was sitting on the side resting board. The wound on his body burned by the energy had completely healed. It's just that the system is not there, and I can't spend reputation points to repair the battle suit, so I can only wear it temporarily. Hawkeye glanced at Lin Feng from time to time, but didn't speak. At first, Lin Feng didn't pay attention to it, but as the number of times increased, Lin Feng couldn't stand the hopeful and anxious little eyes. The corner of his mouth twitched, and he turned sideways to watch Tony play with the Infinity Stones, trying not to make himself and Hawkeye look at each other. At this time, Tony was manipulating the mechanical arm, slowly installing the infinite gems towards a pair of golden red mechanical gloves. It seems that he is not sure whether the glove he made can carry the energy of 6 infinite gems, and Tony looks a little nervous. In fact, Lin Feng's wristband can be loaded with 6 infinite gems, and he can also snap his fingers. But after all, in this universe, Lin Feng is an outsider, and Tony and others did not fully trust Lin Feng. So Lin Feng didn't mention the wrist guard at all. Anyway, he already knew the ending. The gloves made by Tony are not a problem. Just when Lin Feng was excited to watch Tony's performance. Ding, start a new task. Mission objective: solve the Thanos Legion that crosses over and kill at least one Exile. Mission reward 1, 30 million reputation points. Task reward 2, depends on the evaluation of the host to complete the task. A mission reminder suddenly sounded from Lin Feng's ear, followed by a long-lost voice from the system. Yo, dog host, here I come, came a skinny and cheap voice. Hearing the familiar tone, Lin Feng's eyes flashed brightly, and his heart beat faster. Dog system. Lin Feng's tone was a little excited, and he felt that the system's cheap voice was unprecedentedly kind. Tell me, do you miss me? The system had his hips on his hips. Although there was no entity, Lin Feng felt that the system was presenting an arrogant boss. Hee, without you for the past few days, the roots of my ears are very clean. Lin Feng laughed. His mouth was stubborn. The system's voice became even softer. Damn it, you just say what you mean. A straight man who needs the help of the system after chasing a woman. Lin Feng had black lines and question marks on his face. Why did you mention this? Who hasn't had a first time? Seeing this, the system laughed out loud, and said, okay, I won't tease you anymore. This system has been exhausted these days. After finishing speaking, Lin Feng seemed to hear the system let out a long sigh, guessing that the system is not doing well these days. He couldn't help laughing, and started to tease. What? I haven't seen you for a few days, so why? Come on, tell me, what have you been doing these days? I'm very curious. Lin Feng had 180 questions in his mind to ask the system, and he would first ask the dog system what it had done in the past 2 days. Hearing Lin Feng's inquiry, the system's voice became a little annoyed. Hey, stop talking, you've been fucked by 2 punks. Chapter 63. The glove is finished. Why don't I snap my fingers? 2 punks? Lin Feng expressed doubts. Do you remember the exile from last time? Lin Feng nodded. Is that the guy in the black robe from the DC world? What's wrong? Is it his fault? Not only that, he also found the exile from the Marvel Universe as a helper. The system continued. 2 shameless guys. They don't talk about martial arts and engage in sneak attacks. The purpose is the Superman template you just exchanged. And this system. Speaking of this, the system voice became even more angry. These 2 bastards still want to tamper with my database and drag me into their camp. It's wishful thinking, a bunch of crooks with unrighteous views. I don't bother to be with them. Hearing this, Lin Feng felt a little palpitation in his heart. Okay, don't be angry. Didn't they fail? Lin Feng comforted. Now that the system is safely back, it proves that the Exiles' plan to tamper with the system was unsuccessful. After reassuring the system, Lin Feng then asked, what about my silver Superman template? They won't snatch it, right? The system waved his hand. That's impossible, they didn't get any benefit from me, so Lord, rest assured. Seeing Lin Feng's worry, the system continued to explain. After the exile appeared, I put the silver Superman template into a square device and sent him to a certain place in the universe. Well, our universe, you know. When you return to our universe, you can continue to evolve. But before that, you need to complete the mission just announced. After the system explained, Lin Feng felt relieved. As long as he wasn't snatched away. How to put it, it was Lin Feng's bit by bit. I don't know how many times he saved the reputation points accumulated from disasters. Now it's all right, the system is back, and everything seems to be back on track. As for the task, Lin Feng pulled out the panel again and checked it. I saw the mission this time, and the exile will also appear, right? The answer given by the system is in the affirmative. This time they plan to help Thanos snap their fingers and take away all the life in the universe. You can't let them get the Infinity Gauntlet. Without the Infinity Gauntlet, they have nothing to do. Hearing this, Lin Feng smiled indifferently. It shouldn't be a big problem. With me here, they can't get the gloves. At that time, I will snap my fingers with gloves on and send them away neatly. Let you vent your anger. But the system shook his head. Host, you think too much. The snapping of infinite gems is useless to them. Lin Feng raised his eyebrows. How do you say? They are the same as the host you, they are also the traversers outside the 4th wall, and they are unique. The snapping of the Infinity Gauntlet is ineffective for you and them. You can beat them with Infinity Stones, but Infinity Stones can't erase them. Unless it is a physical kill. As if afraid that Lin Feng would not understand, the system added, in other words, you can use the Infinity Gauntlet to control a boulder and smash them to death. You can also use the energy of the Infinity Stone to burn their heads. However, you can't directly take their lives with gloves. Lin Feng nodded thoughtfully. That means I can kill them, but I can't snap them away, right? Yes, that's the truth. Lin Feng smiled without the slightest fear. That's okay. Let's see whose fist is harder. Guys! Tony yelled suddenly, drawing everyone's attention. Seeing everyone looking at him, Tony nodded solemnly. Everyone's heart moved, and they all surrounded him immediately. Lin Feng also stood up and walked over. Tony pointed to the table. I made it. Looking around, Rocket Raccoon was fiddling with a golden-red mechanical glove under the mechanical arm. On the glove, 6 infinity gems lay quietly on it. Rocket was doing the final inspection procedure, and said without raising his head, the glove is finished. The question is who's going to do the damn snap? Everyone was stunned, and Thanos snapped his fingers twice. Everyone present has seen that tragic scene. The Titan's body, which was as strong as Thanos, barely snapped his fingers, and then fell into a weak state. The bodies of the Titans were all seriously injured, let alone ordinary people. Sol, who was fat into a ball, suddenly stepped forward, reaching for the glove. Wow wow boo. Captain America and Tony stopped Saul at the same time. Now Saul's stomach and mind are full of beer. With his current state, the success rate of snapping his fingers is too low. Look at what's flowing in his veins now. It's probably cheese sauce. The opportunity is too precious to let Saul take this risk. We haven't decided yet who will snap the fingers, Captain America explained. Why, are you just standing here and watching? Saul panted heavily, dissatisfied with how many people blocked him. Sitting here won't bring everyone back. I am the strongest Avenger. Let me come. Several people tried to dissuade again, insisting that Saul should not snap his fingers. Saul was so anxious that he almost cried. Poor Thor blamed himself for not stopping Thanos. He woke up in a dream countless times. If his head had been chopped off that time, the ending would have been completely different. God knows how much he looks forward to such an opportunity. But now his teammates are stopping him. Although Saul also knows that they are doing it for their own good. But Saul really needs this opportunity. Lin Feng stood aside and watched this scene. Seeing how many people were arguing endlessly, Lin Feng couldn't help but said, "Why don't I come?" As soon as the words fell, everyone looked over in unison, with a hint of vigilance hidden in their eyes. "No," Captain America said. "Lin Feng, you don't belong to our universe. You shouldn't bear this responsibility. Besides, we don't know if you, who come from a parallel universe, will have other effects by snapping your fingers." It is difficult to refute the righteous words that Captain America said. After Lin Feng shrugged indifferently, he stopped talking. He knew that no one would agree to snap his fingers. The American team said it nicely on the surface, but the main reason is to guard against Lin Feng. After all, they knew very little about Lin Feng. If Lin Feng snapped his fingers and took away the life in the other half of the universe, wouldn't it be the end of the game? After some disputes, Bruce, who was still green-headed and green-brained, stood up. Hulk is the product born under gamma rays, and the infinite gems mainly release it emits gamma rays. He felt that his birth seemed to be for this moment of snapping his fingers. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Bruce picked up the glove containing the 6 gems. Chapter 64. After snapping your fingers, it's time to hit the Purple Brain Friday, start the defense project. With Tony's order, the entire base immediately heard the sound of machines operating. In a short while, the base turned into a steel fortress. The hut where several people lived has also become a completely enclosed space. Everyone's expressions were dignified, and they made defensive postures one after another. After all, they didn't know what the consequences of snapping their fingers would be. Seeing that everyone was getting ready, Bruce no longer hesitated, and slowly put on the gloves. The moment the gloves fit together, the 6 infinity gems made a buzzing sound. The colorful energy bounced back and forth on the surface of the glove, and then crawled along Bruce's veins towards the heart. Under the ravages of energy, Bruce's arm gradually became crumbled, and the surface layer of skin lost its vitality like charcoal that had been scorched. The huge pain hit, and Bruce endured it with difficulty. He knelt on the ground and uttered a painful cry. Everyone watched this scene in horror, and once again saw the horror of the gathering of 6 infinite gems. Suppressing the pain of restless energy, Bruce struggled to stand up. This is an opportunity that everyone gave their all for, and Natasha even gave her life for one of the gems. He will never waste this opportunity. The veins on his forehead kept popping up, and his strong willpower always had the upper hand. Bruce's fingers moved together with difficulty, and he muttered in his heart, "Everyone come back." Snapped. With a crisp sound, he snapped his fingers. In an instant, with Bruce as the center, a shock ripple with indescribable power quickly spread out. It rushed out of the blue star and spread to the whole universe, with an inaudible echo. After snapping his fingers, Bruce lost his strength instantly. His huge body fell backwards, and was caught by Steve. The infinity gauntlet slipped from his arm and fell to the ground, emitting bursts of blue smoke. No one cared what happened to the gloves. They all stepped forward to check on Bruce's injuries. Bruce's left arm was like charred charcoal at this time, which was horrible. "Don't touch him!" Tony yelled, leaned over, and the battle suit in his hand kept spraying coolant. Judging from the situation, it is estimated that Bruce's left arm will be bandaged for a while. Before he had time to check his injuries, Bruce panted heavily and asked weakly to everyone, "Did I succeed? Did I succeed?" Everyone looked at each other, not knowing how to answer for a while. Someone's phone on the table suddenly vibrated at this moment. It was the eagle-eyed one. His heart moved, and under the gaze of everyone, he walked over slowly. The incoming call information on the screen instantly made Hawkeye tear up. "That hasn't been called in 5 years, Laura." Hawkeye picked up the phone tremblingly, and the voice he had missed for 5 years came from the receiver. "My dear." Hawkeye's voice was a little choked, his throat seemed to be choked, and he couldn't speak. Looking at the chirping birds outside the window, a mysterious feeling rose from everyone's hearts. Bruce's finger snapping should have taken effect. Steve patted Bruce's other, uninjured arm, and breathed a sigh of relief. "It looks like it was successful." Tony also sat on the ground and wiped the sweat from his forehead, as if he had experienced a big battle. Their hard work paid off. He could see that talkative spider kid again. At this moment, everyone's hearts surprisingly calmed down, and a faint joy arose spontaneously. However, everyone didn't know that this journey through time and space, the real disaster, had only just begun. Lin Feng stood up and squinted his eyes to look out of the window, interrupting everyone's joy. "Everyone, trouble is coming." The few people who hadn't slowed down were stunned, and followed Lin Feng's gaze suspiciously. Immediately afterwards, the pupils shrank, and the alarm bells rang in their hearts. Outside the window, a huge spaceship hovered over the base, and several missiles with red trails followed one after another. The huge explosion happened in midair less than 10 meters away from the base. The flames shot up into the sky, but unexpectedly the base did not suffer any damage. The missile seemed to be blocked by a huge transparent shield. Lin Feng raised his left hand. 2 rough stones, one yellow and one blue, shone with light on the wristband, and the biological force field blessed by the gems enveloped the entire Avengers base. The missile exploded like fireworks, but it did not pose a threat to everyone. Although they were not hit, everyone was not happy at this time. The US team held the shield and frowned. "What's going on?" The expression under Tony's mask was serious, and he said in a deep voice, "If you play with time, time will play with you." Several people stared out the window thoughtfully. The explosion flames dissipated like fireworks in midair, revealing the huge spaceship behind it again. Lin Feng withdrew his energy and removed the biological force field. With his protection, the Avengers base did not fall into ruins like the original. "Let's go, everyone, a job is coming." After Lin Feng left a sentence, he walked out of the base first and came under the spaceship. Everyone looked at each other without speaking. They just held their weapons tightly, followed Lin Feng out of the base, and stared at the spaceship with serious expressions. The spaceship was suspended in midair, and no missiles were launched again. But a beam of light suddenly appeared at the bottom of the spaceship and shot towards the ground. A figure followed the light beam to the ground. After the light beam dissipated, a big purple head that surprised everyone but seemed reasonable appeared in everyone's field of vision. Thanos. A snap belt the Titans who took half the life of the universe. However, unlike everyone's memory, the Thanos in front of him was wearing a helmet, wearing a golden armor, and holding a huge double-edged knife, which was more oppressive than what everyone saw 5 years ago. "What's the situation?" Seeing the old enemy whose head had been cut off in the past reappeared in front of his eyes, everyone was a little dazed. "It's Thanos from another timeline," Lin Feng said slowly. "Tony is right. If you play with time, time will play with you." Hearing this, the faces of several people became even more ugly. Steve looked solemn, and raised the shield in his hand. "We can't let him get the Infinity Stone anymore." Tony frowned, his visor closed quickly, and his eyes never moved away from Thanos. Thor roared, and a dark cloud quickly gathered above his head, flickering non-stop. A thunderbolt fell from the air, and Thor opened his arms with white thunder in his eyes. With one hammer and one axe, It came through the air and fell into Sol's hands. The lightning dissipated, and he had put on a suit of armor. It's just chopping off the head again. This time I still won't chop off the wrong side. Several people stared at Thanos, slowly opened a distance, and formed a battle line in front of the base, waiting for Thanos' move. However, Thanos doesn't seem to have the intention of going to war immediately. He stuck a big knife on the ground, glanced at everyone leisurely, and stayed on Lin Feng for an extra second. It seems that you are not willing to accept failure. What do you think when you see me again? Chapter 65. The war begins. Lin Feng 1v2. I thought that if half of the existence in the universe is wiped out, the other half will be able to live prosperously, but you proved to me that's impossible. Thanos stroked his shiny big head, looking at the people in front of him as insignificant as ants. However, it is this tiny ant who is ungrateful and only knows how to recall the past. Don't give up after you succeed. Like two of my friends said, as long as someone misses the past, they won't accept the future. I will resist. Two friends? Tony's words were full of sarcasm. Is there anyone else who thinks the same as you? Thanos stared at Tony Stark coldly, and the space behind him flowed like black water patterns. Two figures hidden under the black robe slowly appeared. Exile. I don't know when it got mixed up with Thanos. As soon as the two black shadows appeared, the system immediately jumped out and shouted wildly. Host, it's them. It's these two little bastards. Go. Kill them. Oh? Lin Feng narrowed his eyes and backed away slowly. Okay, wait for me to save a lot. Staring closely at the two exiles in black robes, Lin Feng quietly hid his left hand behind his back. The two gemstones shimmered, and huge energy began to pour into Lin Feng's body. He quietly moved behind Steve, so that Thanos and the others could not see his eye sockets that were gradually starting to glow. You will never understand the greatness of my purpose. Thanos drew his double-edged sword and made his final declaration. I am very grateful to you for helping me find all the rough stones. I will use them to erase the entire universe. Then, create a brand new universe. No memories, no complaints, only understanding. A grateful universe. After the words fell, Thanos picked up the big knife and put on a fighting posture. Steve raised his shield and sneered, a new universe full of blood and debts. As soon as the words fell, there was a sound of rubbing. The orange-red light instantly hit the black-robed exile from behind Steve. Lin Feng's eyes popped out. Sneak attack? He will too. A heat ray was fired, announcing the beginning of the war. The exile seemed to have been prepared for a long time. The moment Lin Feng jumped out, he waved his hands. A black disc-shaped shield blocked the two of them, and the heat rays hit the two of them and kept retreating. The two looked at each other, and one of the exiles stepped up, took out a black gold sword from behind, and slashed at Lin Feng. The heat ray was disconnected. Lin Feng turned sideways to avoid the slash, and took advantage of the opportunity to blast out a powerful and heavy punch. Boom! The exile was punched by Lin Feng and fell to the ground. Like a normal person, he stood up and patted the dust, seemingly unharmed. Seeing that the blow was missed, another exile rushed to Lin Feng as if teleporting, imitating Lin Feng's appearance, and punched out. Boom! There was another sound. This time it was Lin Feng who flew out. Damn it! Lin Feng got up and touched his forearm in surprise. This punch actually made him feel pain. Violent fist winds blew off the exile's hood. A green ugly face was revealed. It is covered with red veins. Showing his true face, the black robe didn't care, and simply tore off the black robe on his body. Under the black robe, there was actually a tattered blue-red Superman battlesuit. Seeing this, Lin Feng's pupils shrank. This image? Doomsday? As if confirming his guess, the exile also threw a heat ray at Lin Feng. Before Lin Feng had time to think, a heat ray was also shot out. Two heat rays meet in the air, wrestling with each other. Tabo, I won't lose. Lin Feng roared. Superman's wristbands lit up, and the Infinity Stones sent energy again. The red heat rays instantly turned orange-red, and the crushing Doomsday retreated steadily. Sneak attack. The exile with the knife swung his knife forward again and stabbed Lin Feng in the eyes. Go. There was a black light shining on the blade, and Lin Feng could smell the danger, so he couldn't take it hard. Nimmer. Lin Feng cursed angrily, dodged the sword light and flew into the air, and then the heat rays attacked the two exiles intensively like they didn't want money. The two exiles jumped up, followed Lin Feng into the air, and cooperated with each other to attack Lin Feng one after another. For a moment, lasers flew all over the sky, sword lights splashed everywhere, and the three of them fought together. On the ground, everyone in the Avengers also fought fiercely with Thanos. Sol, give me a shot. Tony seized Thanos' cap, rolled over and backed up, and the nano-energy concentrating device behind him unfolded. Sol understood in his heart, and he shouted. His eyes were filled with thunder, and his hammer and axe collided together. The thunderbolt as thick as a bucket blasted towards the energy-gathering device. The laser weapon of the nanosuit shines brightly, and the high-energy laser strikes Thanos. Thanos roared, and the double-edged sword spun rapidly, blocking the oncoming laser light in front of him. He continued to advance against the laser, grabbed Tony Stark, and the laser stopped suddenly. Seeing that the situation was not good, Thor threw out the hammer, and the tomahawk made a full round, and Thor's hammer was shot out like a cannonball. Thanos pushed Tony in his hand to his chest, acting as a human shield. Boom! Thor's hammer directly sent Tony flying, hitting a gravel. Tony struggled twice before passing out. Thanos picked up the big knife and swung it at Sol. Sol slid sideways to dodge, took advantage of the situation and swung the axe to hit Thanos' head with a slash. However, the long-term indulgent life has made the battery life and explosive ability of the big belly Thor far inferior to before. Facing Thanos, who was at the peak of his combat power, he had almost no power to fight back. The Storm Axe was shot flying in a moment, and he himself was knocked to the ground by Thanos 3 or 2 times. Thanos punched 2 old punches, and Thor suddenly became confused when he punched. He reached out to summon the Storm Axe, but Thanos snatched it away and slashed at Sol's chest. Sol woke up instantly, reached out and grabbed the attacking battle axe, grinned, and pushed it out with all his strength. It's just that the current him, in terms of strength, is no match for Thanos. The sharp battle axe sliced through Thor's armor like tofu. Seeing that Thor was about to be disemboweled by Thanos, a silver light suddenly flew out, smashing Thanos staggeringly, and saved Thor. After rescuing Sol, the silver object flew into Steve's hands with the sound of howling wind. Thor's hammer. Sol stared blankly at Captain America holding the hammer, then laughed out of breath. I knew it. Back in Stark Tower, Steve had shaken Thor's hammer. At that time, he had already suspected that Steve could really lift Thor's hammer, but he was afraid of losing his face, so he pretended not to be able to lift it. At that time, his face was extremely ugly, but today, when Steve raised Thor's hammer, Sol was overjoyed. With a gloomy face, Thanos kicked the laughing Sol away, picked up the double-edged sword, and rushed towards Steve. Chapter 66 Delaying Time. Salvo in the sky, Lin Feng was flying 2 exiles like flying a kite. The heat rays of Doomsday interrupted Lin Feng's flight path from time to time. There was obviously something wrong with the light on the black-robed exile's blade, and Lin Feng didn't dare to take it hard. After dodging a knife again, Lin Feng forced Doomsun back with a heat ray. The frequent heat rays made his eye sockets a little red and swollen. Lin Feng looked at the gap and punched the exile with a sound barrier. The exile slashed his knife to his chest, and forcibly received a terrifying punch. The sword god whimpered and trembled unceasingly, and the exile's figure retreated violently. For a while, the 3 of them beat you back and forth, very enthusiastic. The fighting power of the 2 exiles exceeded Lin Feng's expectations. Back and forth, with a tacit understanding, Lin Feng was dragged in the air. They didn't seem to intend to share life and death with Lin Feng, but seemed to be delaying time on purpose. Host, speed up. The system's voice came. They wanted Thanos to snap that finger. Carol has long been trapped in the universe by them and cannot participate in this war according to the current development trend. The Avengers are not enough to beat Thanos. After a pause, the system decided to help Lin Feng find out. I'll help you guard against their tricks, host, hurry up. Hearing this, Lin Feng's figure flashed again, forcing towards the two exiles from the corner of his eye. He observed the battle situation on the ground from time to time. On the ground, after performing a small combo, Steve was almost beaten by Thanos and couldn't take care of himself. Although he was injected with super serum, he was still at the limit of human physique. The shield made of Zenjin was cut into several sections by Thanos' sword. With the last slash, Steve was slapped heavily on the ground. He was ashamed, with blood dripping from the corner of his mouth, and he didn't get up for a long time. Thanos didn't make up the knife at this moment. He looked at the three people fighting evenly in the sky with some melancholy, and then looked back. Everyone in the Avengers was lying on the ground or lying on their stomachs. I have conquered for so many years, and I have never mixed a trace of personal emotion. Your obstinacy is disgusting. There was no fluctuation in Thanos' words. It was extremely cold. Now I want to let you know how I will treat your ants-like planet. I will enjoy the process. As the voice of Thanos fell, a huge blue light curtain fell from the sky. Afterwards, the conical spaceships followed and fell to the ground. The hatch of the cone-shaped spaceship opened, and the huge shadows were all walking out. Countless beasts roared. Huge leviathan beasts reappear on the battlefield. Giant beasts with restraining devices, and alien soldiers with high-tech weapons. Under Thanos' command, countless captive monsters gushed out like a tide, densely packed, bringing a breath of despair. His loyal dogs, Ebony Maw, Proxima Dark Knight, General Deathblade, etc., also walked out of the light curtain. Thanos' army, assembled in Blue Star. At this moment, Blue Star encountered an unprecedented disaster for the second time. At this moment, the Avengers were alone and helpless, facing thousands of enemies. At this moment, Steve gasped for breath and prepared to give his life. Just when Steve thought Blue Star had run out of fuel, a familiar yet unfamiliar voice suddenly rang out from beside my ears. Captain, Captain, can you hear me? Captain, I'm Sam, on your left. Steve turned his head with difficulty. Thin golden lines carved a circle in the air. It is the space magic from Carmitage. Immediately afterwards, a portal appeared, and the Falcon flew out from behind it. The second, third, and fourth, countless portals opened in the sky or on the ground at the same time. They connect all parts of the world, even the depths of the universe. The Black Panther walked out from the portal. He led countless warriors who feared no life and death, shouting the slogan of victory through the sky. The Valkyrie riding on a white flying horse, followed by the heroic Asgardian army. Ant-Man, who was staying at the Avengers base, turned into a giant tens of meters high, stepped out, and the earth trembled. Bruce, who had calmed down a little, was roaring angrily at the moment, as if the irritable Hulk had returned. Doctor Strange, Star-Lord, Spider-Man, Bucky, Groot, Wanda, and even the mage from Carmitage have joined the battle. In Steve's eyes, light gradually appeared. It is the ray of hope. The guard force belonging to Blue Star appeared at this moment. At Blue Star's most critical moment, they stood up and gathered an unprecedentedly powerful fighting force. The snapping of their fingers 5 years ago took them away, and 5 years later, they have a precious opportunity to fight back. They are assembled at this moment, carrying the last hope of mankind to go to war. Tony and Saul, who woke up, gathered around Steve one after another. Steve suppressed his excitement. He took a deep breath, stretched out his right hand, and shouted loudly, "Avengers!" Thor's hammer returned to his right hand with a whistling. He looked directly at Thanos, and his voice became low and powerful. "Assemble!" Roar! Countless Blue Star Coalition forces launched a charge, rushed to the battlefield, pointing at the army of the tyrant. Under their feet, the ground trembled, the air was turbid, and morale was overwhelming. What they bear at this moment is not only the fate of the Blue Star, but also the fate of mankind. It is all the creatures in the universe who disappeared under that snap of fingers. Morale is unprecedentedly high, and the final battle begins at this moment. The Thanos army also rushed into the battlefield with an order, but how could they resist the angry Avengers? When a soldier falls, one stands up to make up for it. The Avengers have put life and death at stake. The only thought in their hearts is to kill these hateful alien monsters. The shouts went straight into the sky, the monsters screamed, and the humans roared angrily. Guns fired, gold and iron intertwined. A roar and a howl resounded throughout the battlefield. The flames of war spread over this land, and the sky and the earth changed color. There is gunpowder everywhere, fighting, defending and perishing. Thanos' face became a little ugly. During his combat career, the blue star was the biggest obstacle for him to accomplish his goals. His purple head couldn't figure out why the Earth had such a powerful counterattack force. But don't wait for him to figure it out. Wanda, the Scarlet Witch with red eyes, descended from the sky. The eyes she looked at Thanos were full of hatred, old and new hatred, and the chaos magic around her was in full bloom. "You took everything from me." Thanos frowned, puzzled but determined. "I don't even know you." Wanda was even more indignant, and shouted, "You will know." As soon as the words fell, chaos magic burst out instantly. The scarlet energy rolled up the gravel of the battlefield and the old walls, and attacked Thanos. Thanos waved the big knife in his hand to block this wave of attacks, and took advantage of the situation to slash at Wanda. Wanda didn't dodge either. The scarlet energy wrapped the big knife. Wanda tore it with both hands. The big knife that was stronger than Zenjin was torn into countless pieces and fell to the ground. Under the suspicious eyes of Thanos, Wanda jumped up, and the scarlet energy wrapped him up and rolled him into the air. Wanda shot with hatred, and chaos magic agitatedly removed one piece after another of the golden armor. Without the protection of the battle armor, Thanos' body was exposed to magic. He felt a powerful force pulling his body, and at this moment, the souls of the dead came out. Enduring the tremendous pain from his body, Thanos couldn't help but let out a painful roar. Ebony Throat. Salvo fire. Ebony Throat froze for a moment, and immediately carried out Thanos' order. Thanos' vehicle, Temple Number 2, suspended above the sky. All weapon windows are on standby. The next moment, shells covering the sky and the sun were fired, mercilessly hitting the ground. The artillery shells did not distinguish between enemy and friend, and formed a dense barrage, bombarding the Avengers and invaders. Cannon fire baptism. The roar of the explosion was mixed with wailing and despair, and the number of armies on both sides continued to drop sharply. Immediately afterwards, the second round and the third round of shells began to wash the ground without stopping like a rain curtain. Chapter 67. The Exile ran away? Lose the face of the villain. The earth-shattering explosion resounded through the sky, which immediately caught Lin Feng's attention. He followed the reputation and saw that Thanos' Temple Number 2 was constantly firing shells and washing the ground with artillery fire. The insane Thanos doesn't care about the life and death of the Leviathan giants. In his eyes, they are all cannon fodder. In order to accomplish his goal, he will sacrifice everything. Gamera is the best proof. Otherwise, Thanos wouldn't have shed a single tear for her. Cannon fire washes the ground, the Avengers hide everywhere, and casualties continue to appear. With a thought in his heart, Lin Feng turned around and flew towards Temple Number 2. His goal is very clear: let's scrap this big guy first. However, the two exiles did not intend to let Lin Feng go. With a dodge, the exile stood in front of him, one left and one right. "Where do you want to go?" It was the first time since the battle that the exile spoke. His voice was like rubbing sandpaper, and Lin Feng felt it hurt his ears. "Go away." Lin Feng didn't have time to talk nonsense with him. His eyes were red, and the heat rays shot out, but he was dodged by the exile with a teleportation. The black gold broadsword struck again. Lin Feng bent down to dodge, and took advantage of the opportunity to strike again. However, the exile's speed was not much slower than Lin Feng's, and the exile with the knife would retreat immediately regardless of whether he hit or not. Immediately afterwards, Doomsday rushed behind Lin Feng and kicked him out. As soon as Lin Feng turned around, Doomsday retreated, and the exile with a knife behind him stepped forward again. The two exiles were like slippery loaches. When Lin Feng fought against one of them, the other kept harassing him. The two of them didn't try their best, so they flew a kite and dragged Lin Feng to nowhere. Gradually, anger ignited in Lin Feng's heart. Carol was trapped in outer space by the exiles' insidious tricks, and he couldn't fly back to support like the original book. He didn't have much time to fly a kite with the exile. If this goes on like this, Thanos will snap his fingers and finish the fight. With a thought, Lin Feng decisively turned on the special red kryptonite. For Lin Feng now, this prestige value is nothing. Just by a few more later, a red light flashed past, and Lin Feng's physical fitness directly improved by a level. For him now, the upper limit of energy he can bear has doubled. Lin Feng's figures flashed one after another, more than twice as fast as before. The pupils of the ever-retreating Doomsday shrank, and Lin Feng's sudden surge exceeded his reaction. A fist kept expanding in his pupil. Boom! Exclamation mark. With one punch, Doomsday's chest was directly dented. Doomsday's eyes were full of disbelief. He spurted out a mouthful of black blood, and flew out of sight directly under this punch. He didn't even have time to play his whole cards. He didn't understand how Lin Feng, who was as strong as himself, became so powerful in an instant. The exile with the knife paused, stopped in midair, and then quickly retreated. It seemed that he was frightened by Lin Feng's punch. Lin Feng doesn't have time to take care of him now, and if Thanos continues like this, the Avengers will be disbanded. He quickly flew to the ground, and when he raised his eyes, he saw the heat rays blessed by infinite gems. Not enough time. Lin Feng did not accumulate too much energy, but even so, the power should not be underestimated. The orange-red laser pierced Temple Number 2 in an instant. Lin Feng moved his gaze lightly, plowing Temple Number 2 in half like cutting paper. Temple Number 2, which had been fighting with Thanos for most of its life, was broken in two, and there were still explosions at the break. The rain of cannonballs stopped instantly. Two spaceships fell from the sky with billowing black smoke and humming sound. Boom! Exclamation mark. There was a loud noise, and everyone looked up, but the shells covering the sky and the sun were no longer there. They only saw Temple Number 2 billowing in black smoke, which broke into two pieces and smashed into the lake, splashing monstrous waves. Good guy, Steve gasped, witnessing the whole process. He looked at Lin Feng with incredible eyes. What the hell is that? The eyes can emit lasers? Tony also exclaimed. The data in the visor showed that the value of the laser just now exceeded the upper limit of Friday's measurement. More than half of the Avengers saw Lin Feng's laser. They didn't know that there was such a powerful existence among the allies. Rocket the raccoon clung to Groot, eyes wide. Good guy, I still want to steal his wristband. Fortunately, I didn't do it. People, after finishing Temple Number 2, Lin Feng quickly turned around, ready to finish off the two exiles. Looking around, he only saw Doomsday lying on the ground 1,000 meters away. But he couldn't see the exile holding the black gold sword. Host, that exile has escaped. What? Lin Feng dug his ears. Run away? Really or not? The exile is so cowardly? Lin Feng was surprised and puzzled. This plot is completely wrong. Shouldn't the villain be so tyrannical that he would rather die than submit, and even give the protagonist a curse to fight back or something? And generally speaking, shouldn't villains have a few big cards? Why did you just run away with one? Just come to harass yourself and run away? The face of the villain has been completely thrown away by these two bums. Soon, the system gave the answer. They tried to tamper with my database earlier, triggering my automatic defense mechanism. My defense mechanism is not vegetarian. In order to escape, the two of them used their whole cards as early as that time. Even so, these two bastards have received serious injuries. Otherwise, these two bastards wouldn't be as simple as losing their strength today. Lin Feng nodded and realized something. Then why didn't you just kill them both? Let them jump out. What is the opportunity for QA? The system suddenly hesitated. Isn't this just for you to practice your hands? Then I really thank you. Lin Feng laughed, and the system seemed hesitant to speak, obviously concealing some information. But now Lin Feng is not in a hurry to expose him, and everything will be discussed after the war. Lin Feng flew in the direction of Doomsday. It turned out that the two exiles were not weak, but that they had already been severely beaten by the system. After fighting for a while, the two bums didn't even break through Lin Feng's defense. If Lin Feng was the Silver Superman template at this time, it is estimated that the two exiles could not withstand his punch. If all exiles existed like this, Lin Feng could punch a child even in his heyday. As if feeling Lin Feng's state of mind, the system popped out, revealing some information mercilessly. Host, don't be careless. The strength of the exile is divided into several sequences, and these two are just the bottom ones. The real First Order exile is comparable to the multiverse level. The reason why the exiles were solved so easily this time has a lot to do with their decline in strength and the exhaustion of their cards. Otherwise, why do you think you only harassed you today, but didn't make a killing move? Hearing this, Lin Feng was startled, and Fei Fei's body was also shocked. Multiverse level. A few simple words represent enormous power behind them. As far as he knows, the Silver Super talent belongs to the single universe level. With the Silver Superman template, he can completely wrestle with any single strong man in the universe. But this strength, in front of the multiverse level, is as fragile as an ant. Then if the first sequence comes over, wouldn't I have the essentials? Lin Feng frowned, but his heart sank involuntarily. The exile is far more troublesome and complicated than he imagined. The exile who fought with him turned out to be just a young man in the group, which made Lin Feng's mood sink. That's not true. Before the host grows up, the first sequence will not notice you. How can you kill a chicken with a butcher's knife? Do you understand this principle? At least you have to reach the Golden Superman before you will be included in the list by the first sequence. The system made a metaphor, and the words are not rough. Lin Feng had a black line on his face. I'm a chicken? It's just an analogy. The host still has a long way to go. But the host doesn't have to worry. There will be opportunities suitable for you in this mission reward. Grab the opportunity and grow up as soon as possible. The words of the system made Lin Feng vaguely feel that he was involved in huge trouble. It seems that a huge monster has lifted a corner of the veil. It seems that after this battle is over, I really need to have a good chat with the system about why he crossed from outside the fourth wall, and what information the system is hiding. Beyond the blue star, the exile with the knife seems to be floating silently in space, watching the battlefield of the final battle. After a long time, he covered his chest with his hands and coughed twice. That damn system left him with an injury that hasn't fully healed yet. He opened the newsletter, edited a message and sent it out. Chapter 68 Doomsday? Fake Superman. Almost Lin Feng flew to the place where Doomsday fell, and Doomsday had already released more air and less air. He gasped violently, and looked at Lin Feng with sinister eyes. Lin Feng shook his head and laughed, took out a pendant-like object from his body, and then threw it forcefully into the sky. The heat ray of the infinite gem version was shot out. He didn't intend to ask him to leave any last words or anything. The system had already told Lin Feng about the exile's background. As for the pendant-like item, it was also found under the guidance of the system. It is a space prop used by the exile to store items. Lin Feng put it away, ready to see if there was anything good after the battle. After persisting under the heat rays for a few seconds, Doomsday's body fell apart, leaving no trace. Too weak. The dog shook his head when he saw it. Lin Feng felt that he only looked like Doomsday, his physical fitness, the characteristics of being immune to the last death damage after resurrection, etc., all of which were not reflected in him. He shouldn't be called Doomsday. He should be called Fake Superman. Weak. Very dramatic. Lin Feng didn't even need to use kryptonite to kill him. But this also explains why he wants to snatch his Silver Superman template. It is estimated that one of them is to make himself truly become a Doomsday. On the battlefield, the Avengers base still could not be kept following the bombardment that washed the ground. In the flames soaring into the sky, it turned into ruins. Nebula from 2014 walked up to Thanos from the ruins holding a pair of gloves. "Father, I brought you the Infinity Stone." Nebula respectfully held up the Infinity Gauntlet, which she tricked from Hawkeye while taking advantage of the chaos. Thanos took the glove unexpectedly, and nodded in satisfaction. "Good job." One sentence directly made Xinyan's entire body tremble with excitement. In her memory, this was almost the first time Thanos praised her. At this moment, she felt that she had surpassed Gamera and successfully proved her worth to her father. Xinyan was happy, but everyone in the Avengers thumped in their hearts, and their faces sank uncontrollably. Nebula betrayed. Before they think too much, another Nebula, also walking out from the ruins. He was followed by Hawkeye and Gamera with gloomy faces. Two nebulae. Everyone turned their eyes, and some understood what was going on. "Shit!" Tony cursed. Steve even whispered to himself, "If you play with time, time will play with you." This nebula came from the past, time following Thanos. But now there is no time to take care of these. Seeing that Thanos got the Infinity Gauntlet, the situation suddenly became extremely dangerous. Don't let him snap his fingers. With a loud roar, Steve exerted force on his feet and rushed towards Thanos first. It was hard to bring the other half of life back, and we can't let Thanos repeat the tragedy of 5 years ago. Everyone understood this truth, and attacked Thanos one after another. Tony's feet burst into flames, soaring into the sky, and the laser weapon hit Thanos regardless of wear and tear. Thanos, who had lost his battle armor, bared his teeth and resisted with his body. The laser hit the hard Titan's skin, leaving red marks. Hawkeye even shot one arrow after another, constantly shooting at the Infinity Gauntlet in Thanos' hand, and the arrows exploded at the touch of a button. Cooperating with the impact force brought by Tony's laser weapon, Thanos in the shockwave belt kept retreating. Steve arrived at this time, and when Thanos had no time to take care of it, the hammer in his hand hit Thanos' right hand holding the glove. Boom! Thanos roared in pain and was sent flying. The glove also came out of his hand and fell to the ground. Seeing this, Nebula in 2014 stepped forward to pick up the gloves, but was blocked by Nebula in the future, and the two wrestled together. Good chance. Seeing the situation, Tony immediately flew to the place where the glove landed. Just as he was about to pick it up, Thanos rushed out, blasting Tony more than 10 meters away with his heavy fist. Odin made a run up, and the Thunder Axe swung round and aimed at Thanos' head and chopped it off. Thanos squatted down and dodged sideways, and hit Sol's heart with a move from the Black Tiger. The obese Sol didn't have time to dodge. He received a solid punch, and immediately held his breath in his chest. After Thanos punched him, he lifted Thor up, roared and threw it at the guy who kept shooting arrows. Seeing that Hawkeye couldn't dodge, he had no choice but to catch it, and the two collided immediately, lying on the ground, unable to get up for a while. When several people were fighting, Tony ran to the glove again, and he grabbed the glove and was about to soar into the sky without hesitation. But a big hand stretched out from behind and firmly grasped his ankle. Boom! Tony was smashed to the ground by the big hand. Tony struggled to increase the thruster energy, but it was already too late. Thanos grabbed Tony and swung him left and right to the ground. If it wasn't for wearing a nano suit, Tony might have died half-life. Seeing that the Iron Man in his hand didn't respond, he seemed to have been knocked unconscious. Thanos simply threw him at Steve as a throwing weapon. Everyone tried their best to attack, but the strength of the Titan's body was huge. It is different from Thanos, who was exhausted 5 years ago. Thanos from 2014 is younger and stronger, and everyone is no match for him. After finishing off a few annoying ants, before they calmed down, Thanos quickly picked up the glove and put it on his right hand without hesitation. Roar! The 6 Infinity Gems stimulated huge energy, which flowed through Thanos' meridians and blood vessels throughout his body, constantly destroying the Titan's body, causing him to roar in pain. This feeling is like being bound by a lightning-like rope, and it is still shrinking. However, this is nothing compared to the great cause he is about to accomplish. No matter how much pain, he can bear it. After the explosion, Thanos gradually adapted to the energy of the infinite gems. After the pain eased slightly, Thanos showed a little smile on his face. He looked at the Avengers who were making a final charge towards him in front of him, and shook his head. It was already too late. On the right hand wearing the Infinity Gauntlet, the thumb and middle finger slowly moved together. No, Steve, who was still charging, had despair in his eyes, and his mind went blank. Is destiny. Thanos gritted his teeth and said this sentence, twisting his fingers vigorously. Exclamation mark. Just before Thanos snapped his fingers, an orange-red light, with infinite energy, accurately hit Thanos' right hand. That fiery light, even if it is more than 10 meters away from him, can feel the scorching breath. Everyone's eyes changed from initial surprise to horror. The orange-red laser shot directly covered Thanos' entire palm. When the laser light disappeared, Thanos' entire right hand also disappeared. Raw. Thanos was taken aback for a moment, and then a huge pain came from his right arm. Couldn't help crying out in pain. He looked at his right arm in disbelief. His right hand, including his forearm, completely disappeared under this laser. The skin near the forearm has also turned into charred, emitting black smoke. The mechanical gloves loaded with infinite gems have also been completely evaporated, leaving only infinite gems falling to the ground. Thanos covered his arms, gritted his teeth and looked in the direction of the laser attack. It's Lin Feng. Under the watchful eyes of several people, he walked into the battlefield unhurriedly, his eye sockets still glowing orange, and his eyes were terrifyingly bright. The red kryptonite boosted his physique enough to receive more gem energy. If the heat ray just now was launched towards the Earth, it could almost penetrate it in a very short time. But the price is that Lin Feng's eyes are in severe pain at this moment, and he can't help crying. See Raymond Lamb slowly walking towards himself. Thanos' eyes flickered. Regardless of his injured right arm, his remaining left hand wanted to grab the gems on the ground. However, with the disappearance of the gloves, all this becomes futile. What is the use of losing the gloves even if he gets the infinite gems? I can't snap my fingers anymore. Boom. Lin Feng's walking figure suddenly sped up, and punched Thanos, sending him flying. Bending down to pick up the infinity gem that fell on the ground, Lin Feng's eye sockets finally stopped glowing. Chapter 69. The final battle is over. Natasha's soul. Your starting point is good. Lin Feng sighed. However, your actions and goals are too radical. There are so many ways to mitigate the dire consequences of population explosion. You chose the most radical one, and you are destined to fail. Thanos struggled to get up from the ground. He didn't recognize who was in front of him. He hadn't seen his existence in Xinyan's memory picture. I have to do this. For the development of the universe. I've seen too much hunger, pain, struggle and war. Thanos spoke weakly but firmly. All of this is the result of life not knowing how to control it. Only by destroying half of the life will the remaining half survive. Lin Feng sneered and shook his head. Indeed, Thanos has conquered countless planets. He killed half of the lives and left the other half, and gained prosperity in a short period of time. However, all of this is only temporary, and under the impetus of time, everything will return to the original point. The reason why Thanos has this idea is inextricably related to his experience. This mode of behavioral thinking comes from what he has seen and heard on his home planet. If there is a chance, I really want to send you to the ancient East to study. Maybe their control over the population can broaden your horizons. But now, Thanos, you must pay for what you did. Lin Feng said melancholy. His eyes looked around the battlefield around him. This war was started by Thanos. As Lin Feng said, he installed the Infinity Stones one by one on Superman's wristband. The 6 gemstones were fused in one by one, and Lin Feng's wristband suddenly became colorful and gaudy. Huge energy began to pour into Lin Feng's body. Unlike Thanos, with the promotion of red kryptonite, coupled with the double restraint of Superman's wristband, Lin Feng's pain is not too strong. He can bear it completely. This is different from his use of infinite gems to amplify heat rays, which need to absorb energy into the body before they can be amplified. However, if Lin Feng wanted to snap his fingers, he didn't need to bring energy into his body. Thanos looked at Lin Feng quietly. The tide is gone. Thanos clearly knew that if the orange-red laser just now was aimed at his head, then he would no longer exist. He had never seen Lin Feng's strength before. Those two so-called friends in black robes were probably buried in his hands. His goal was stranded again. He was calmer than ever at this moment, just watching Lin Feng put the infinite gem on a wristband. "Who the hell are you?" Thanos' lips squirmed for a while, but finally he wanted to know Lin Feng's identity. Lin Feng raised his left hand with Superman's wristband, and the 6 infinity gems echoed each other, emitting light. "Me?" Lin Feng looked at Thanos calmly. "My name is Lin Feng." Snapped. When the words fell, "Snap your fingers and type," the invisible energy spread out again. The Thanos army that was fighting the Avengers all paused at this moment, and their expressions gradually became dazed. A feeling rose in my heart, as if my body no longer belonged to me. The next moment, they all turned into smoke particles, drifted away with the wind, and then disappeared. An indescribable atmosphere hit everyone's heart. The sudden change made the Avengers a little bit at a loss. They didn't know what happened. Thanos cast his eyes on the battlefield, and looked around helplessly for a week. His subordinates, one by one, turned into dust and scattered in the air. Thanos is feeling a little lost at the moment, a little overwhelmed, and a little indescribably sad and peaceful. As if resigned to his fate, his huge body staggered 2 steps before sitting down on a rock. He raised his head hard, and seemed to have difficulty breathing. In the end, he quietly closed his eyes. The Thanos from the Titan star also slowly dissipated under this snap of the fingers. He and all the legions under his command disappeared. Just like 5 years ago, under the snap of fingers, half of life was overwhelmed. Quiet. In the last second, the sound of shouting and killing went straight to the battlefield in the sky. The next moment was deathly silence. Only the sound of the ruins burning and cracking remains. After a long time, as if he came back to his senses, the silent battlefield erupted with cheers that shook the sky. The Avengers, who had just reacted at this time, hugged each other with tears in their eyes. Regardless of race or region, they are venting their joy. This time, they successfully saved the universe from Thanos. The indescribable joy, relaxation, and sense of accomplishment lingered in the sky and never disappeared for a long time. Lin Feng watched Thanos disappear with some melancholy, and sighed. He didn't lie. Thanos' starting point is good, but his behavior and purpose are too radical, so radical that he will not succeed. Lin Feng turned his head and looked at the Avengers who were embracing each other, feeling a sense of relief welling up in his heart. He saw Tony and couldn't help but smile. "Tony Stark." "I snapped my fingers for you." Holding Pepper in his arms, Tony turned to Steve and asked, "Why is he looking at me like that?" Steve disgraced, showing a smile. "Who knows that?" After speaking, Steve limped towards Lin Feng. "Where are you going, old man?" Tony called after him. Steve didn't look back. "Go and thank him." Tony shrugged and looked down at Pepper in his arms. Pepper just smiled and gave him a look that didn't mean anything. "Okay." Tony rolled his eyes, hesitated for a moment, and walked towards Lin Feng. With the snap of Lin Feng's fingers, the final battle came to an end. Half of the lost life returns again. Countless families wept bitterly, but wept with joy. Blue Star is busy again like 5 years ago. Next to the monument on the square, there are several more statues of the Avengers. Even the statue of Lin Feng was put up. Although everyone doesn't know this superhero with black hair and black eyes and wearing a black battle suit, but everyone knows that the reason they can reunite again is precisely because of the Avengers in front of them. Blue Star is back on track again. The originally deserted streets became prosperous again after a day. Abandoned schools, suspended factories, and stranded ships are being cleaned up and used again. And because the sound refers to Lin Feng, not Tony Stark, this turned what was supposed to be Tony Stark's funeral into a victory celebration. But before the banquet starts, they still have one more thing to do. By the same lake, workers were cleaning up the ruins of the Avengers base. The Avengers gathered in the small gazebo that had been damaged. Bruce Banner, Steve Rogers, Tony Stark, Clint Barton, Saul Odinson, Scott Lang. They stood quietly behind Lin Feng, with serious and dignified faces. Lin Feng turned around and looked around them. He took a deep breath, nodded as if preparing for something. Everyone nodded in response, their eyes filled with solemnity and anticipation. Lin Feng turned around, took another deep breath, and closed his eyes. The 6 infinite gems on the wristband slowly lit up at this moment. Under the eager gaze of Stark and his group, Lin Feng raised his left hand, just like the one he snapped on the battlefield 2 days ago. Lin Feng calmed down, and with the help of the system, he slowly spoke in his heart. Soul Gem, I know you have self-awareness. Return Natasha's soul. That's right, Lin Feng was communicating with the Soul Gem. Infinity Stones have their own consciousness, and under the connection of the system, Lin Feng can simply exchange some information with them. The gem was silent for a long time, and there was a wave of rejection, which represented rejection. Lin Feng was not in a hurry, he just spoke again. A soul is nothing to you. Give Natasha's soul back. Don't make me rough. The wave of rejection came faster, even mixed with a trace of disdain. I'll say it again, return Natasha's soul, otherwise, I will use other rough stones to destroy you. Don't doubt what I say. I only give you 1 minute to think about it, and after 1 minute, I will snap my fingers. Whether it's your destruction or Natasha's return, the decision is in your hands. Seeing that good words were not enough, Lin Feng directly threatened with a cold face. He believed that the Soul Gem would make the right choice. The waiting time was long. With his thumbnail against his teeth, Tony couldn't help but tilt his head and asked Steve in a low voice, why hasn't he moved? Although the voice was small, everyone heard it, and all eyes were on Tony. Steve frowned and shook his head at Tony, motioning him to read on. Tony was also uncomfortably stabbed and raised his hands in a gesture of surrender. Everyone turned their attention to Lin Feng again. After some negotiations, the Soul Gem reluctantly transmitted a hint of submissiveness. Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief when he got the information, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. The Soul Gem is not a fool. In the face of a soul and its own survival, it knows how to choose. Snapped. Lin Feng snapped his fingers. Several people cheered up and their eyes widened. In front of Lin Feng, ripples were visible to the naked eye. With the fluctuation of snapping fingers, a figure slowly walked out of it. It was the Black Widow with braids and a blank face, Natasha. Chapter 70. The true face of the Exile. Go home for infinite gems. The results of different usage methods are also quite different. Just like a goddess, you approach her carefully, and she will make you happy for a few days with just a few perfunctory words. However, when you take off her goddess halo, you will find that the goddess is not much different from other girls. In Lin Feng's eyes, the Infinity Gem is a large augmentation tool, equivalent to an artifact in online games. You have to be its master, not its licking dog. The endgame is over, Thanos is wiped out, countless lives return, and Natasha brought back by Lin Feng with a snap of his fingers. Blue Star ushered in a happy ending. A group of Avengers gathered in a club and had a celebration carnival. In the club, the whole environment is warm and harmonious. The older Tony is not more calm than when he was young. Otherwise there should be an atmosphere group composed of a group of hot girls now. Everyone gathered together in 2s and 3s to chat, enjoying the rare time that belonged to them. Smiles filled everyone's faces, and when it came to excitement, there was a burst of laughter from time to time. There was also a dinner party in the evening, and Lin Feng also received an invitation. No one will forget him. The great hero who solved the war with 3 punches and 2 kicks. Natasha and Hawkeye sat together, looking at Lin Feng from time to time. When looking at Lin Feng, he would smile and nod his thanks. Lin Feng sat on the sofa, and after dismissing the one-eyed marinated egg with a few words, He drank his wine and watched the carnival in front of him with a smile. Ding, a wonderful voice rang in Lin Feng's ears. The system brought the settlement of this task. The rewards for this task are settled as follows. Main task. Reward 30 million prestige. Killing one exile. Reward 10 million reputation. Evaluation of this mission. A. Combined with the difficulty of the mission and the progress of the plot collapse, reward 3 pieces of special red kryptonite. Enhanced version of Tree of Life leaves 30 packs. Weak artificial intelligence program. Templar 2 spaceship. A master key. Use ×3. In addition to prestige, it also gave some weird things. Seeing the spaceship number 2 of the temple, Lin Feng froze for a moment. Isn't this the car of Thanos? They also disappeared together with a snap of their fingers. What are you doing for yourself? This thing is not as fast as its own flying speed. After thinking about it, Lin Feng planned to find an opportunity to throw him to Tony, let him study and study. Maybe there is some technology that can be used. As for the universal key, Lin Feng took it out and glanced at the description. Master key, use 3 times. The key to open the world with coordinates. Brief description, concise and to the point. It seems that it should be the kind of prop that allows oneself to go to the DC universe. Lin Feng put it back and left it alone for now. As for the 10 million prestige value of the exile, it is equivalent to missing it, and the 2 exiles are a bit ridiculously weak. And the strength of Thanos in the movie version is not enough to watch at all. The reason why there are so many prestige points is probably due to the bonus of the mainline and event nature. After all, if Lin Feng hadn't appeared, Thanos probably would have snapped his fingers. After the reward settlement was completed, Lin Feng couldn't help asking the system. The system obviously concealed a lot of information from him. If these problems were not made clear, Lin Feng would not be able to sleep. Under Lin Feng's insistence and constant questioning, the system reluctantly revealed some information again. The reason why the exiles will focus on the system is because the system will disappear completely only if the authority and functions of the system are completely deprived. Exile has been doing something similar, collecting all system permissions and functions that are opposed to him. The 2 little bastards sent this time thought that Lin Feng's Kryptonian blood system was an ordinary system, but they didn't expect it to be the strongest system. Wait. Lin Feng interrupted suddenly with a wave of his hand. You can't even kill an exile, you say you are the strongest system. The system nodded, and replied with some pride. That's right, and I'm still the one with the most resources and the strongest cards in all the systems. Lin Feng leaned back. What are you bragging about? I didn't see it at all. It also has the most resources. There are only 3 melons and 2 dates in the system store. What impresses me the most is that the Black Widow's underwear. Lin Feng's eyes were full of contempt and disgust. The system was embarrassed. What I said is true. The dog host can think about it. If I am not the strongest one, how could it be possible for you to have a Superman template from the beginning? Huh? Lin Feng was stunned for a moment. What he said is so right. In the novels that Lin Feng has read, it is true that the host grows up bit by bit, and he himself touched Tanu from the very beginning. As for the 3 melons and 2 dates in the system store, in fact, you haven't read it carefully as the host. After all, many things basically don't add much to your Superman template. The system selectively puts everything related to Superman on the first layer. Ha ha. Lin Feng sneered. The Black Widow's underwear is also related to Superman? The system decisively changed the topic. As for the exile, the system really can't do it by itself. If the system does, then my real data will be noticed by the super exile of the first sequence. Host, you can't beat them now, so the system can't do anything. Using automatic defense is also a helpless move, but this can prevent me from entering their site. If I am discovered by a higher level exile, I will have nothing to do with you. In short, what the host needs now is to improve his strength as soon as possible. Because according to the calculations of the system, one of the ultimate goals of the exile is likely to be the blue star outside the 4th wall. It's the original world where you, the host, traveled before. Lin Feng paused, the wrist holding the wine glass, a little dazed. Are you sure? Lin Feng couldn't believe it. The system's words were like a bomb, and he was so tender on the outside and tender on the inside. Why do they want to target the blue star outside the fourth wall? Is there anything worthy of their covet? The blue star outside the fourth wall, in Lin Feng's impression, did not have any extraordinary power, not even a supernatural being. How could the exile be eyeing the blue star beyond the fourth wall? The system knew what Lin Feng was thinking, and continued, the blue star outside the fourth wall, although there is no extraordinary item or power. But the blue star outside the fourth wall has the origin of all fantasy elements. The host can think about it, whether it is the Marvel Universe, DC Universe, or Anime Universe. Where did it come from? Lin Feng's eyes flickered, he instantly understood the meaning of the system, and murmured, it's a story created by the blue star residents outside the fourth wall. His breathing gradually became faster, and he had a terrible thought. That's right. It's all created by them. They can raise you from the strength of an ant to the level of almighty universe. If they do go beyond the fourth wall, guess what will happen? Chapter 71. I didn't even have time to rest. Lin Feng was silent, his face became ugly. If the exile really ran beyond the fourth wall, then the entire universe could be reduced to dust in one stroke. He regretted asking the system for such information. Help. I'm still a child, so you let me travel here because I am an aborigine outside the fourth wall? Lin Feng asked with a sad face. Yes. The system replied affirmatively. You come from outside the fourth wall, and you are unique in all universes. Even if they really wiped out all universes with one stroke, you will not disappear. In other words, the host has enough chances to fight back. And the host doesn't have to worry too much. For countless years, the exiles have never found a way to go beyond the fourth wall. Even if they capture many Deadpools in the universe, there is no result. At present, we still have enough time to get up and develop. Okay. Lin Feng sighed, digesting this frightening information. The ultimate goal of the exile is to go to the blue star beyond the fourth wall. No matter what their purpose is, it will not be a good result. Fortunately, I still have enough time to develop. Lin Feng is not a pessimistic person either. As soon as he comes, he will be at ease. I thought my starting Superman template was Wangza. Who knew it was an appetizer? Now Lin Feng is even more eager to upgrade the Superman template. On the second day, Lin Feng set off to return to his Marvel universe. Before leaving, he brought a lot of presents, which were stuffed by Steve and the others. Lin Feng felt a little embarrassed, so he took out the enhanced version of the Leaf of Life presented by the system, and gave a pack to each person. This thing is an enhanced version of the tea that Lin Feng gave to Skye, and the effect is even greater. With a good healing ability, all the currently known diseases are not a problem. Moreover, it can rejuvenate human cells. As long as there is a breath, it is basically not a problem to revive it. Surprised by everyone, they all accepted it, without any intention of being polite to Lin Feng. Mainly, the temptation of this thing is too strong. According to Lin Feng, it can also make people younger. No one can refuse it. It is worth mentioning that before Lin Feng left, he asked Tony for a Mark 85 nanometer suit. Originally, Tony didn't want to give it to him, but looking at the enhanced version of the Leaf of Life in his hand, he sighed and built one for him. Just tell Lin Feng not to give him to Tony Stark in the past, because this will have an unpredictable butterfly effect. Lin Feng nodded and agreed with a smile on his face, but he had other thoughts in his heart. He came across from outside the fourth wall. This is equivalent to his second hometown, and he doesn't want to see any bad things happen under the mischief of the exile. In order to prevent future troubles, Lin Feng felt that there were some things that he needed to take the initiative to attack. He wants to arm all the superheroes on the Earth, at least to the point that each of them can tear Thanos with his hands. A not-so-complete plan appeared in Lin Feng's mind. After bidding farewell to everyone, Lin Feng left the parallel universe in a flash of light. Under the guidance of the system, Lin Feng returned to his familiar place, the universe he traveled through. Great. familiar outer space system. Lin Feng called out. Where did you send the Silver Superman template? The system pops up Q. On a planet with life. I have its coordinates. Should the host get it now? Lin Feng scratched his head. Can't you take it back? Does not. Okay, I'll go home first. Then go find it. We've been away for 2 months. Susan and the others should be worried. Lin Feng thought it would be better to go back first. If he evolves into Silver Superman now, it will take another 2 months. If I don't tell Susan, I will be worried. Moreover, after 2 months away, Lin Feng has not rested, and needs to relax mentally. Anyway, the dog system has said that even if someone picks it up, it can't be used. This thing is bound to Lin Feng. After making a plan, Lin Feng flew towards the earth. The waist twister at this time is in the dark of night. Lin Feng quietly fell from the sky and landed in his villa. The lights in the villa were bright. Lin Feng took out the key and walked towards the main entrance. Susan was sitting in the villa, frowning at the computer screen. On the computer screen, there is a piece of news. Tony Stark was attacked by unknown forces today. The villa on Marbury Street was devastated by helicopter fire. So far, Tony Stark's whereabouts are unknown, and there is even evidence that Iron Man Tony Stark has died. The news was released in the afternoon, and Tony's villa was bombed, also today. Susan knew that Tony was one of Lin Feng's few friends, and she felt that if Tony really died, Lin Feng would be very sad. But now Lin Feng didn't know where he went, and he couldn't be contacted. She touched the wristband Lin Feng gave her with some hesitation. Perhaps she could be of some help. Click. The sudden sound of the door opening interrupted Susan's thoughts. With a thought in her heart, she raised her little head and looked over. It's Lin Feng. Lin, you're back. Susan happily ran over, grabbing he hugged Lin Feng and gave him a kiss. It is said that Skye is better than newlyweds. After 2 months of separation, the two still miss each other very much. Before she had time to express her longing that she hadn't seen for a long time, after a hasty greeting, Susan pulled Lin Feng to the sofa. Lin, something happened to Tony, Susan said, pulling the laptop over and showing it to Lin Feng. Lin Feng was taken aback. What happened to Tony? He quickly checked the news, looking at 10 lines at a glance. On the computer screen, Tony Stark's clamor and the bombing of Marbury Villa were played back and forth in a loop. In the end, all the major reports expressed that Tony Stark's whereabouts were unknown, and his life and death were unknown. Lin Feng knew in his heart, isn't this the plot of Iron Man 3? Good guy, as expected of Tony. Publicly clamoring for the so-called Mandarin, he even disclosed the address of his villa. Really? A man of high art and boldness? Lin Feng couldn't help but wanted to laugh, but then he thought, wouldn't Tony suffer from anxiety like the original book? Susan looked at Lin Feng in surprise. Lin, why are you laughing? Wouldn't Lin Feng go out for a trip and go crazy? A good friend is not alive or well now, yet he can still laugh out loud. Lin Feng waved his hand. Tony is fine, he is still alive, you know. Susan froze for a moment, then nodded thoughtfully. He knew that Lin Feng had super eyesight and super hearing. When she first found out that Lin Feng could see through, she blushed. Lin Feng nodded. Yes, I know. Lin Feng thought of the Mark 85 armor in his own space, and had an idea in his mind. I'm out to meet Tony. I'll be right back. Hearing this, Susan pouted. She hadn't seen her for 2 months, and she just came back and was about to leave. But Susan also knew that the business was important, so she didn't stop her. In this way, Lin Feng, who had just returned home and had no time to rest, embarked on a journey again. Chapter 72 Tony Stark's anxiety. In the middle of the night, on a quiet road, a high-speed black Audi suddenly stopped by the side of the road. Tony held the steering wheel with an inexplicable heart palpitation, and he breathed uncontrollably. What's wrong with the power supply? Tony was a little emotional. This is my battle suit. I can apostrophe T. God. It's coming again. Tony pushed open the car door and slumped on the ground. This symptom is not the first time. When he learned that the suit could not be used, A kind of panic broke out uncontrollably, anxiety neurosis, anxiety for short. This symptom has appeared since the Chitauri War. Unknown threats make Tony feel insecure all the time. At the slightest hint of something wrong, even just mentioning the Chitauri, the waist twister, Tony would have a fit. Now, he was going to Miami to find the Mandarin who ruined his villa, but he was told that the armor might not be activated. Panic struck instantly, and Tony felt it was difficult to breathe. "Tony?" Harry's voice came from the other end of the phone. "Are you having a seizure again?" "I didn't mention the twister." Tony stared, and his breathing became more rapid. "Yes, you just said it." "You said it when you didn't mention it." Well, Harry was a little embarrassed. "Oh God." Tony panted violently. His brain was a little dizzy. "What should I do?" "Take a deep breath, Tony. Take a deep breath." Harry tried to guide Tony to relieve his symptoms. "You're a mechanic, aren't you?" "Yeah, I'm a mechanic," Tony replied breathlessly, as he had said when he was introduced to the brat. Harry's voice came again. "Then why don't you build something?" One sentence made Tony stunned for a moment, and then his heart moved. Yes indeed. He calls himself a mechanic and is proficient in mechanical production. In a seemingly ordinary hardware store, Tony can combine countless weapons. Even without armor, he is not powerless to fight back. Why not build something against the Mandarin? Thinking of this, Tony's symptoms gradually eased, his inexplicable panic gradually eased, and his breathing also stabilized. Tony nodded, his tone regained a little calm. "Yes, I'm a mechanic, maybe I should build something." But in the next second, watching the black figure flying from a distance, Tony suddenly had other thoughts. "Okay, thanks a lot, little brat. Maybe I have a better way. Let's talk next time." After speaking, Tony cut off the communication, leaving Harry on the other end of the phone with a dazed expression. "A better way? What's he talking about?" Harry glanced at the Mark 42, which was charging. "Jarvis, do you know what he's talking about?" I don't know." Lin Feng, dressed in a black battle suit, landed in front of Tony. He saw Tony's attack from a distance, and he was a little puzzled with his existence. The Chitauri's invasion was almost resolved at the lowest cost. Without the nuclear bomb, Tony did not fly out of the wormhole. How could he still suffer from anxiety? "Hey, Tony." Lin Feng suppressed the doubts in his heart, and was about to insinuate, "Christmas, why don't you have a party with Pepper, and run to this wilderness by yourself?" Looking at Tony's miserable appearance from top to bottom, Lin Feng's tone was very joking. Could it be possible to make Xiao Jiao angry again? "You won't even be allowed to sleep on the sofa?" Deliberately throwing down a few sentences, Tony instantly put the embarrassment behind him. "Exactly. Pepper didn't like my Christmas presents and kicked me out of the house. As you can see, I can only run to this wilderness now." Recently, troubles have piled up together, and Tony is too lazy to break up with Lin Feng. "What did you send?" "That rabbit with a huge bear," Lin Feng asked. He remembered that in the original book, Tony gave a big, tall, ridiculously bear doll rabbit. Pepper was speechless for a while. Did Tony think she was too small? Tony was puzzled for a moment. "How do you know?" Liang Tsai is speechless. "It really is the big bear rabbit. Who would like this ghost thing?" Except Tony. "Okay, it's useless not to talk about it. I saw the news." Lin Feng said, "Your family has been expelled." "What else popped up? Master Mandarin. You are also a talent, and you directly announced your address to the world." Hearing this, Tony sighed. Of course he knew that he was on the news, and his information was published in all the newspapers. "I also regret it now. The news is about to give me a funeral." "It's not a big problem, just don't be so impulsive next time." Lin Feng smacked his lips. He also knew that Tony had a lot of troubles recently, and most of them were caused by anxiety attacks. After thinking about it, Lin Feng took out 2 small square boxes from the system space. It was bought by him on the way here. He handed one of them to Tony. "Here." Tony took it subconsciously. "What is this?" "A Christmas present." With that said, Tony opened the box. Tony smiled when he saw what was in the box. It's a cheeseburger. Well, this might be the best gift I've ever received this Christmas. After speaking, Tony sat down on the floor again and gnawed on the hamburger in his hand. Lin Feng was not a hypocritical person, so he sat down next to Tony with a hamburger, ate it, and then asked his own question a little casually, "Tell me, how did you suffer from anxiety?" Hearing Lin Feng's question, Tony paused while eating the hamburger. "How do you know everything?" "Hi." Lin Feng didn't answer. He just stared at Tony and ate his burger. The two just sat on the ground and ate, while Lin Feng looked at Tony, waiting for him to speak. The silence was long and uncomfortable. After a while, Tony felt uncomfortable, and the hamburger in his hand was no longer delicious. Okay. Tony took a deep breath. He didn't intend to say it. After all, it was a bit embarrassing. "I don't know what to say." "You may not know. The last time the waist twister fought, it's that alien bastard named Chaitori." Tony stretched out his hand and gestured. "Although I don't want to admit it, he left a deep impression on me." With a complicated expression, Tony calmed down and continued to talk. "Lin Feng, you know that I don't have your inhuman strength. I don't even know if my armor can withstand the next invasion. What if one day they come back and you're not around?" "I'm a little. Well, I really don't want to admit it, it's a bit embarrassing. I'm terrified." After speaking, Tony let out a long breath, as if the whole person relaxed. These words, he only mentioned a few words in front of Xiaojili. Speaking to Lin Feng now, there is a feeling of relaxation. There's no shame in sharing your fears with your superhuman friend. Lin Feng nodded seriously, not joking with Tony. If Lin Feng didn't have this Superman template, he would also be afraid of it. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Feng uttered a sage saying, "I can understand what you said. There is a good saying, all fear comes from insufficient firepower. The way you look now looks like a lack of firepower phobia." Seeing Lin Feng's serious look, Tony was taken aback for a moment, thinking about what Lin Feng said. What he said makes sense. The watch is good, it suits you very much. Lin Feng joked, breaking this heavy topic. "Tony is wearing a kid's watch from Harry the Kid." "Seriously, Tony? Do you need my help this time?" "You know, I can easily solve that." "What Mandarin?" Lin Feng did not choose to help Tony directly. Tony is conceited and has a strong self-esteem. The so-called Mandarin belongs to Tony. He respects Tony as a friend, and if Tony really needs it, he will speak up. Chapter 73. This is your daughter. Are you still anxious? No. Tony was silent for a while, but refused. "I want to do it myself, turn off that Mandarin's head myself, and let him know that I'm not easy to mess with." When he first saw Lin Feng Fi coming, Tony planned to seek his help. However, after some conversation, Tony had a new idea, and he decided to face all this with strength. Of course, Lin Feng was used as a backup plan. After expressing his heart, Tony also relaxed his mind. His friend can easily solve the current predicament. It's just that he doesn't want to seek too much help from Lin Feng. "Tell me about you. What made you linger for 2 months?" Tony brought up a new topic. Exactly 2 months have passed since Lin Feng left last time. Before leaving, Lin Feng entrusted Tony to take care of his little girlfriend. "Huh?" Lin Feng looked up at the sky, recalled his experiences in the past few days, and suddenly laughed. "Are you sure you want to know?" Tony wondered, "Is there anything I can't know?" "Okay, you might not believe it." Lin Feng sat on the ground, tapping his knees with his fingers, wanting to tell the truth, but hesitated. But after thinking about it, Lin Feng still decided to speak out. After all, one of the reasons for bringing Mark 85 back was to let Tony quickly master the technology and reproduce it. Mark 85 is a big toy for Lin Feng, but no man can refuse this cool thing without friends. After Tony finished his research, let him make a set for Susan. After all, platinum kryptonite is so overkill to deal with some daily threats. And platinum kryptonite is not cheap. Although he could afford it, Lin Feng didn't want to waste it. After sorting out his thoughts, Lin Feng said slowly, "I went to the future for the past 2 months. and I saw you in the future." These words were like thunder, making Tony feel that Lin Feng was swearing. Tony sat back, looked at Lin Feng as if he was looking at a mentally retarded person, and his expression was very speechless. "Is this some kind of fairy tale? Perhaps you can tell Susan." "Maybe." Lin Feng rubbed his nose, took out his phone, and searched for pictures. He knows that Tony is a scientific research madman, time travel and so on. It's hard to be convincing without evidence. "Look at this, you'll never guess who she is." Lin Feng found a photo and handed the phone to Tony. "What is it?" Tony took the phone and looked over. Bright lights radiate from the screen of the phone, and a clear photo is in the center of the screen. On the screen, Lin Feng is holding a little girl with long brown hair. The little girl happily compares the scissors hands to the camera. Looking at the picture of the little girl, Tony's brows gradually knit together. Suddenly, a strange feeling came to his heart. Tony has an inexplicable affinity for this little girl. He patted his head. He didn't understand why he felt this way. She was just an ordinary little girl. Tony didn't quite understand why Lin Feng showed him this. Could it be Lin Feng's illegitimate daughter? "Who is this? Is this your illegitimate daughter?" Tony raised his eyebrows and attacked mercilessly. "Does Susan know?" As soon as these words came out, Lin Feng couldn't laugh or cry. "Good guy, when you say this, you regret it." "This is not my daughter," Lin Feng replied with a strange expression, and then threw out 5 big characters like thunder. "This is your daughter." Tony leaned back tactically, picked out his ears, and question marks hung on his forehead. "My daughter? Christmas isn't April Fool's Day, man." Tony was speechless. He felt that Lin Feng was revenge for what he just said. "You don't believe it?" Seeing that Tony didn't believe it, Lin Feng laughed. "What do you mean?" Tony rolled his eyes, not believing Lin Feng's nonsense. "Okay." Lin Feng stretched out his finger to turn the page of the photo, revealing a piece of evidence that Tony could not refute. The next photo is still the little girl with brown hair, but the person holding her has become Tony. WTF? Tony's eyes widened, looking at the bearded hippie in the photo in surprise. "Is that me?" Tony Stark looks older and more composed, a future version of himself. Seeing Lin Feng's solemn nod, Tony took a deep breath, and said to Lin Feng seriously, "Lin, tell me this is your forged picture." Seeing that Tony still didn't want to believe it, Lin Feng shook his head. He kept sliding his fingers on the screen, and pictures about the future appeared in front of the two of them. Familiar Avengers, Steve, Natasha, Hawkeye and so on. It's just that the difference from now is that the characters in the photos have a more sophisticated temperament, and there is a trace of vicissitudes on their cheeks that they don't have now. "This is indeed you, but you in 2023. Lin Feng affirmed. "I did take a trip to the future. A future in a parallel universe." Tony looked at the photos and shouted unscientific in his heart. He didn't want to believe it, but the facts were in front of him. Although traveling through the future sounds ridiculous, even current science cannot explain this phenomenon. But in Tony's heart, Lin Feng was already beyond the scope of scientific explanation. His intuition kept telling him that all this was true. Looking at the photo, Tony took a deep breath and remained silent for a while. "Well, this is really incredible." Tony shifted his gaze to Lin Feng's face, with a look of curiosity. "Have you broken the barrier of time?" "Not really. It involves a lot of things. It's very complicated." Lin Feng didn't intend to explain too much, but it would take too long to talk about it. Tony shook his head. He knew that Lin Feng had no reason to tease himself at this time. He looked at himself in the photo, hugging the little girl with a doting expression on his face. "Is this really my daughter?" Tony's eyes flickered, and he kept zooming in and out of the photo with 2 fingers. The little girl who used to be a bit ordinary suddenly became beautiful and cute. This is his Tony Stark daughter. So cute. After watching for a while, Tony suddenly thought of a question. "With whom?" "With Peppers." Lin Feng's answer reassured Tony. The little girl's innocent face made Tony's heart calm like never before. "Wow. Can't believe it. How is it? Are you feeling better?" Tony shook his head and nodded again. Almost. I can't believe it. You went to the future. It's totally unscientific. Lin Feng laughed, pointed to himself, and said, there are too many unscientific ones. Do you think I am scientific? You are the most unscientific thing I have ever seen. Tony stared at Lin Feng. His physical fitness completely violated what Tony had learned all his life. Lin Feng shrugged indifferently, that's all. Tony stretched out his fingers to touch the screen, as if he wanted to touch the little girl's hair in the air. You shouldn't have told me this, Lin. His face was a little serious. I shouldn't know this. This may cause an unpredictable butterfly effect. Tony's worries are not unfounded. Knowing the future in advance will change the future. If something really went wrong and his daughter was lost, Tony couldn't imagine how he would feel. Lin Feng waved his hand. This is not to treat your anxiety disorder. For Pepper, for your daughter Morgan, you have to overcome anxiety too. Besides, the matter is not as serious as you imagined. Morgan is the daughter of you and Pepper. No one can change this fact. Lin Feng said indifferently, even if the relationship between Tony and Pepper really deviated, they would come together again because of various things. After all, this is not the blue star outside the fourth wall. There is such a thing as a script here. Simply put, it is the correction from the world line. Even if something goes wrong, Lin Feng can use the Mind Stone to make Tony forget about the future. Her name is Morgan, little Morgan? Tony put aside his worries for a while and asked curiously. Morgan's dark. Tony showed an old father's smile, and praised. What a good name. Lin Feng's face darkened. How could this stinking shameless brag about himself? Should he be called Tony Stark? Pulling back his phone, Lin Feng stood up and stretched his waist. Okay, I'm going back. Go and deal with that Mandarin yourself. Seeing that the phone was taken away, Tony rolled his eyes. Don't, I haven't seen enough. I'll send it to your mailbox later. Remember not to show it to others. With that said, Lin Feng took out a triangular luminous object from his backpack and stuffed it into Tony's hand. I didn't want to give you this thing, but your armor seems to be offline. It relieves your under fire phobia. Take it to your Mandarin. Tony took it subconsciously, with some doubts. What is this? A not so thick piece of metal. The triangular glowing object is exactly the same as his small arc reactor. Chapter 74 MK85. Another day of overtime. Oh right, I just remembered that you probably don't know how to use it now. Come on, I'll teach you how to use it. Lin Feng took the triangle back, pressed it on Tony's chest, and tapped the reactor twice. In the next second, countless nanoparticles surged out like a swarm of insects, which shocked Tony. Wow. What is this? Tony looked at the changes on his body in surprise. The silver bug swarm was very fast, constantly climbing along Tony's limbs. Nanotechnology. Tony, remember to return it to me when you run out. After throwing down a word, Lin Feng floated into the air, slapped his buttocks and flew away. I haven't seen him for 2 months. And Lin Feng is still waiting to go back and have an in-depth exchange with Susan. With this nano suit, Tony's safety and revenge plans are completely out of the question. In a short while, the nanoparticles spread all over Tony's body, and his appearance changed into gold and red. A futuristic suit full of science fiction and muscularity appeared for the first time in an era that did not belong to it. Iron Man's exclusive gold-red color scheme and smoother muscle lines highlight the combination of strength and technology. Base. The light on the outer armor and the inside of the visor light up continuously, the rows of data start to scroll, and the suit starts to self-check. Sir, I'm plugged in. Before Tony could respond, a voice came from inside the suit. Jarvis? It's me, sir. Jarvis replied, and the moment the nano suit took shape, Jarvis plugged in. Checking the suit data, sir. As soon as Jarvis was online, without Tony's instructions, he began to load the suit data. The stream of data continuously flashes across the display inside the visor, and Tony observes his arms covered with the battle suit through the visor. The familiar gold and red pairing is his style. Compared with Tony's current armor, The curve of the arm is smoother and stronger. Tony lifted his foot and tried to walk a couple of steps. The first thing I feel is extremely smooth, light and flexible. This alone is incomparable to all his battle suits so far. Could it be the battle suit made by myself in the future? Tony's eyes flickered, and a light flashed in his heart, waiting patiently for Jarvis data detection. It was only a few seconds, but Tony felt that it was extremely long. The self-examination was soon over, and Jarvis' voice sounded again, a completely incredible masterpiece. How did you make it? As the rows of data were sorted out, even Jarvis, an artificial intelligence, was amazed. And its signature comes from a familiar line of English. Tony Stark. Tony also saw his name, and his heartbeat accelerated uncontrollably with excitement. Release the battlesuit data first, Tony ordered slowly. At this moment, Tony is extremely curious about the functions of this battlesuit. The data has been updated, the suit code name, Mark 85 inches. Tony's heart moved. This number once again verified what he thought in his heart. This battlesuit was made by himself in the future. This suit uses nanotechnology, supplemented with spare nanoparticles, which can make the suit repair itself when it is partially damaged. It is equipped with conventional weapons such as arm missiles and shoulder missiles, possess a field energy augmented proton cannon, hand impact beam augmentation device, impact pile, laser cutting device, nanalloy shield, energy shield. Randomly deformable nanomaterials can be combined into melee weapons, even loaded with MT spray and emergency repair filler. Sir. Tony was short of breath. Rows of data are listed inside the visor. Technologies that currently only exist in theory are integrated into the suit. It simply exploded all his steel suits so far. Mark 42 is not fragrant in an instant. The ability to fly several times faster than the speed of sound, and even have the ability to fight in space. Incredible destructive power and defensive performance. Also ease of use and versatility, and perfect endurance. Jarvis continued. The technology it possesses does not belong to the present, sir. I believe that this is a device made by you in the future. After all, the serial number it displays is MK85. That's right. I now completely believe that Lin Feng really took a trip to the future. Tony murmured as he looked at the scary armor data in front of him. This suit is too sci-fi. Sci-fi to Tony feels like a dream. But thinking that this nanosuit was made by his future self, Tony's blood boiled again. As expected of me, this suit is a collection of all his ideas. Simply perfect. Jarvis, include all Mark 85 technologies in the new suit plan. Reverse engineer all the technology and make the nanoparticles first. Now, let's go talk to the Mandarin first. After the excitement, Tony rushed to the sky wearing a brand new nanosuit, flying in the direction of Miami. At this time, his extraordinary confidence in revenge comes from the technology he developed in 2023. In this era, there is only one word to describe it, and that is crushing. With the blessing of Mark 85, the Mandarin, including Killian behind him, will no longer be a deadly threat. Lin Feng also knew this, so after throwing the Mark 85 to Tony, he quickly ran home and got stuck with Susan. I haven't seen you for 2 months, and Lin Feng is almost exhausted. On a dark and stormy night, some people are walking on the road of revenge, and some people are exploring the long-lost mystery. However, the happy Lin Feng didn't know at this time that there was also a person in other places, whose face had turned black. On the space carrier, the black marinated egg looked at the reports one by one with a serious expression. Another day of working overtime, sir. Hill pushed open the door and came in, holding a new document in his hand. We observed that Lin Feng has returned to Blue Star. Do you need to contact him? Hill asked, putting down the folder in his hand. This is based on the investigation of the information revealed by Lin Feng some time ago. The details about Hydra. Nick Fury put down the file in his hand and didn't look at the new file. Hydanden's heart was very agitated as his fingers kept tapping on the table. Contacting him is useless. Take out all the remaining Hydra bases first. Let Steve, Natasha and Clint go. By the way, put Bruce Banner on standby, and hope we don't need his wrath this time. Hearing this, Hill nodded, and then thought of something. Do you need to call Tony Stark? Nick Fury waved his hand. Not for now. His ass is on fire now. Let him fix his own problems first. The current situation of all superheroes is constantly monitored by Nick Fury. Tony's primary goal now is to solve the recent uproar in Mandarin. Chapter 75, Cleaning the Hydra Base. The Mind Stone is being targeted. Hill nodded and took the order to retreat. Nick Fury picked up the document that Hill had just sent over and scanned it. On the data, several newly discovered Hydra bases are marked. Squeezing the space between his eyebrows, Rodden only felt a big pain in his head. After Lin Feng told himself the existence of Hydra, Nick Fury kept it in mind and continued to investigate. Originally, he treated it with a dubious mentality. But this investigation directly caused his blood pressure to soar, and he continued to scold him. He didn't expect that the Hydra really didn't perish, and it was still secretly accumulating its own strength. It even jumped back and forth right under my nose. SHIELD has become a fishing net full of holes. During this period of time alone, many loyal dogs of Hydra were found inside S.H.I.E.L.D., and he was about to fall asleep with the help of sleeping pills because of his headache. I'm afraid he's not the stupidest director of SHIELD. As for what else Lin Feng knows, it's not important anymore. That kid won't reveal too much information. The most important thing now is to destroy all the discovered Hydra bases. Otherwise, the stewed eggs will not sleep well. Hill fully conveyed the meaning of Nick Fury. Order after order was passed on quickly, and the agents of SHIELD were on standby. Large-scale bases will wait and see for the time being, and detailed plans need to be formulated. Small bases are handed over to some agents with outstanding capabilities. And the medium-sized base is solved by the Avengers led by Steve. As the agents continued to be dispatched, a wave of cleaning procedures targeting the Hydra base began. The actionability of the agents is still quite gratifying to Black Braised Egg. Overnight, there are 2 Hydra. The base was destroyed under his hands. In the next few days, news of victory and purges came every day. This made Nick Fury's old face black for several days, and finally eased. And with the passing of information layer by layer, more Hydra bases will face a devastating blow. The news that many bases were taken away quickly spread to a Hydra stronghold in Eastern Europe. Sitting at the fortress is one of the heads of Hydra, Lord Starak. As early as World War II, Baron Strucker and Steve were old enemies. The defense and combat capabilities of the Hydra fortress he is in charge of now are top-notch configurations unmatched by other bases. Top fighters, top scientific researchers, top intelligence personnel. But the current Baron Starak, staring at the news from his subordinates, has a headache. The cleansing operation from S.H.I.E.L.D. has already started, and some bases have been destroyed just after sending out a distress message. The Avengers' artillery fire has begun to spread, but his research has hit a bottleneck. An intelligence officer ran over with a piece of paper in his hand. Sir, the medium-sized base in the west of Berlin has fallen, and it's the Avengers who shot. Strack frowned tightly, mixed with a trace of irritability. He took the document without even looking at it, and threw it into a trash can in a ball. Seeing this, the intelligence agent shivered and retreated in despair. Any fool could tell that the Baron was in a bad mood, and no one dared to touch him at this moment. Strucker tapped his fingers on the table. His movements were exactly the same as Nick Fury's, and no one knew what he was thinking. After a long while, Strack turned his head and told the guard beside him, "Call that wins over. Forget it, just bring the girl over." After a moment of hesitation, Strack changed his order. He had a plan, and the odds of success were terribly low, but he had to try. The research has been stuck for a long time, but the bad news keeps coming. He needs that kind of thing very much to change the current situation. The strength of the Avengers is too strong, and under his command, there is almost no existence that can counter the Avengers. If the plan is successful, the strength of his subordinates will increase significantly, and he can clearly wrestle with the superheroes of SHIELD. So no matter how low the probability is, He still has to give it a go, sir. A Hydra scientist said cautiously after a little hesitation. Her abilities cannot meet the mission requirements, and the plan is almost impossible to succeed. As a scientist who is a confidant of Strack, they are extremely smart. They have discussed that thing countless times in the early days, so they naturally know what Baron Strack thinks about it. Just the ability to control the mind that it exhibits makes the eyes of many scientific research madmen shine. After our tests, she can only temporarily control others. That's why we need the yellow gem, don't we? Strack asked rhetorically. The twins were the only two who survived the experiment. In Strucker's research experiment, a small number of rare materials were used to give the two people weak superpowers to the maximum extent. It may not be rigorous enough to say that it is endowed, because Strack is not sure whether the two have the potential to have superpowers in the first place. After all, apart from the twins, the other experimental subjects have died. Now as long as he got that gem, Strucker could proceed to the next step of the experiment. At that time, maybe superpowers can be mass-produced. At this point in his thoughts, Baron Strack became more and more sure of the thoughts in his heart. According to its data, it can at least increase the ability of mind control several times. It's worth the risk. Seeing Strack's determination, the scientist sighed. He understood Strack's thoughts. After hesitating for a moment, he still opened his mouth to remind, I know what you think, but the gem is in the hands of that person. Before finishing speaking, Strack knocked on the table again irritably. You think I'm willing to grab something from him? Strack's expression was not good. Of course he knew who his subordinates were talking about. Although that person is not an Avenger, his strength and the Avengers combined are not enough for him to fight. Strack would rather face Shield than face him. But in the current situation, there are not so many choices for him. It is better to take the initiative to try than to be beaten passively. Many bases have been destroyed, and there is not much time left for us. It's the only thing that can make us stronger now. We have no choice. Seeing this, the scientist stopped persuading him, and he also knew the seriousness of the matter. Although the superpower of the experimental subject is weak, the short-term control over others gave Strack some hope. While the two were talking, the door was pushed open. Soldiers who have just left walked in with a young woman, a red coat, with a black skirt. There are hints of dark red in the long black hair. The eye-catcher has an amazing bear size. It was the younger sister of the twins, Wanda. Chapter 76. Wanda contestant. The next day, the sun was shining and the air was fresh. Susan went out early in the morning to buy daily necessities and would not be back until noon. Lin Feng didn't accompany her, and kept the house honestly by himself. He set up a deck chair by the swimming pool of the villa, basking in the sun leisurely. Lin Feng intends to finish this weekend. I set off to get back my Silver Superman template and evolve into Silver Superman. As for this weekend, just enjoyed the holidays. Procrastination is committed, and Lin Feng doesn't want to move. Xianyu's calculations sounded loud, but some people were unwilling to let him spend a safe vacation. Behind the huge villa, a shadowy dog suddenly appeared. The dog's figure has an astonishingly large bear size, and at this moment, it is hunching over, approaching the villa cautiously. A small face is cautious, and the small head is constantly looking around, constantly exploring the topography of the villa. It was Wanda who came to carry out the mission. When she knew that the target was the Superman who appeared on TV from time to time, Wanda's heart was broken. But as soon as Baron Strack flicked him down, and promised Wanda to get the things, he would give her superpowers and will help her avenge against Iron Man Tony Stark. This made Wanda grit her teeth and decided to give it a try. If that Superman has no resistance to his ability, wouldn't everyone be happy? How to say that? I can only say that newborn calves are not afraid of tigers. But Wanda was too naive. Although she attached great importance to Lin Feng's strength, even though she walked very carefully, she still did not escape Lin Feng's eyes. Lin Feng, who was basking in the sun, suddenly frowned slightly, and slowly opened a gap in his closed eyes. The sound of small footsteps came from the ears, the sound of shoes rubbing against the lawn. very slight. If he didn't have superhuman ability, Lin Feng wouldn't have heard this voice. In order to avoid alarming others, Lin Feng didn't get up immediately to check. He squinted his eyes, turned his head slightly, and glanced at the place where the sound came from out of the corner of his eye. Looking at the figure, it was a woman who was groping furtively from behind him. Is it the next door neighbor? As soon as the idea came up, Lin Feng denied it. This figure is like a dog. It doesn't look like it's holding back some good fart. When he moved his gaze to the figure's face, he froze for a moment, and then his expression became extremely exciting. Lin Feng called him a good guy in his heart. I read it right. Isn't this the Scarlet Witch, the Wanda contestant? Why did you come to your own backyard? He also looks like a dog. The visitor is not good. Could it be that she was short of money and became the Scarlet Witch, and started stealing? Lin Feng was puzzled, and couldn't help recalling the plot about Wanda. He has watched a lot of Marvel movies and knows something about Wanda. According to the original plot, at this time, Wanda and her brother Pietro should belong to Hydra's Eastern European base, Baron Strack. In the original book, Strack uses the Mind Stone to activate and strengthen the abilities of the twin siblings. However, Lin Feng has never understood whether the Soul Stone stimulates or empowers. Before time travel, in order to understand this information, he searched various forums for a long time but to no avail. Now because of his own appearance, Hydra did not get the Mind Stone like in the original book. With a flash of inspiration, Lin Feng understood something in his heart. Could it be that Wanda was sent to steal her own soul gem? However, Wanda, who has not been boosted by the Mind Stone, should have very low combat effectiveness. If Hydra wanted the Mind Stone, why didn't it send stronger, more experienced combatants? Lin Feng, who couldn't figure it out, simply lay there and didn't move. He saw what tricks Wanda was up to. Xandie who can handle it easily. Lin Feng doesn't panic at all. Besides, Wanda, she tiptoed, has already quietly moved to the side of the swimming pool. She kept her eyes on Lin Feng and dared not move away. Fearing that Superman found her, he jumped up and punched her. Then she sent it. Looking at Lin Feng, who was lying leisurely on the beach chair like an old man, he seemed to be asleep. Wanda breathed a sigh of relief. From the looks of it, she seemed to have successfully invaded, and she was a little excited inside. Go back and brag with Pietro. When she got close to Lin Feng, she had already seen the shiny yellow gemstone on Lin Feng's left wrist, which was exactly the target of her mission. Wanda suppressed her excitement and slowly approached Lin Feng. She wants to use her superpower to make Lin Feng sleep a little deeper, as an insurance policy for her next actions. Wanda's eyes lit up excitedly, and her little heart jumped up thumping. She quietly stretched out her hands, and gestured behind Lin Feng's head through the void. The red energy, which was so light that it was almost transparent, gushed out slowly with the movement. This action was extremely funny. Lin Feng turned his head slightly, and from the corner of his eye, he looked at Wanda performing himself there as if he was mentally retarded. After brewing for a long time, until Lin Feng was about to fall asleep, Wanda finally finished the preparations. She moved her hands forward, and the energy slowly attacked Lin Feng. Lin Feng suddenly felt a weak and pitiful breath attacking his brain. He was speechless. This strength was not even worthy of tickling himself. But Wanda didn't know this. She was still waving her hands awkwardly. Due to his weakness, fine beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. The effect of red energy is to hypnotize and guide the fear in the subject. This made Lin Feng feel as if there was a weak force trying to pull out the memory in his mind. He thought of the scene in the original book where Wanda used the ability to let Tony see. I couldn't help but smile at the corner of my mouth, intending to tease this silly hat. The Mind Stone glowed faintly, but Wanda didn't notice it. Lin Feng intentionally moved some images to match Wanda's actions. After hesitating for a while, Lin Feng selected a few scenes, and first, let's have an appetizer under the scorching sun. With the thought, the black scene in front of Lin Feng's eyes suddenly changed. Paintings of past experiences in front of them, the two of them were pulled in like reality. As soon as the picture changed, Wanda's eyes widened, and her small mouth couldn't help but open. I saw an extremely huge star. It just appeared in front of the two of them. The surface of the star, which is constantly tumbling like magma, is constantly exploding and ejecting plasma. The distance between the stars was so close, and the scorching breath instantly swept over the two of them. That apostrophe S. The sun. Wanda opened her small mouth, and she felt like a steak on a frying pan, bearing the scorching heat. In an instant, she was sweating profusely, and she was shocked by the scene in front of her like a shutdown. The dazzling light of the sun made her couldn't help closing her eyes, and she couldn't help but exclaim in her heart that it was outrageous. Is this the experience of Superman? Chapter 77. Lin Feng, have you finally become an ancestor? The scene in front of him shocked Wanda players. Lin Feng watched Wanda's actions from the corner of his eye, and let out a smirk. Mr. Sun is just an appetizer. Next, let you see alien creatures. Lin Feng changed his face again, and the scene in front of him changed again. The dazzling light disappeared instantly. Feeling the darkness in front of her eyes, Wanda opened her eyes. The sun has disappeared. At this time, the two are in the middle of the battlefield, like pressing play on a paused movie. The deafening shouts instantly drowned the two of them. The sound of shouting and killing and the collision of gold and iron rushed straight into the sky. Countless Avengers in different costumes and grotesque alien species collide on the battlefield. Wanda had never seen that strange appearance before. Cannon fire roared, slogans flew together, and the entire battlefield was filled with gunpowder smoke and blood and tears. The pungent burnt and bloody smell traveled down Wanda's nostrils and went straight to his brain. Wanda, who hadn't come out of the shock of the sun, was completely dazed by the scene in front of her again. Her eyes were wide open. Superman's experience was completely beyond her imagination. The war that was close at hand made her feel fear, and her body trembled involuntarily. For her, the space war that only existed in sci-fi movies and novels is now unfolding in front of her. She can't believe it. Aliens really exist. A hum of mechanical deformation came from the air, which caught Wanda's attention. She subconsciously turned her stiff neck and stared blankly into the air. Huge alien spaceship suspended above the sky. With a sound, the side plate armor of the spaceship opened. Then, shells roared down from the sky like a rain curtain and hit the ground directly. Boom, boom. The shells landed one after another, and a floor-washing explosion happened in front of Wanda's eyes, setting off waves of hurricanes. The rubble from the explosion brushed across her face. Wanda screamed and hurriedly dodged. Her breath was short of breath, and she even forgot that it was just an illusion. The shell attack, regardless of enemy or friend, instantly blew up the ground troops and dyed the entire battlefield dark red. In front of his eyes, blood flowed like a river. In the ears, the wailing echoed. Scenes stimulated Wanda's brain, and she kept backing away in horror. Before the war was over, Lin Feng suddenly moved in front of him. His eye sockets began to turn red rapidly, and a palpitating energy gathered in his eyes. As if he had finished charging, Lin Feng's eyes burst out with an orange-red laser, which shot straight towards the spaceship in the sky. Boom! The orange-red laser pierced through the spaceship at the moment of contact. Under the laser sweep, the indestructible Skye fortress in Wanda's eyes was as fragile as a piece of paper, and was directly cut in half. Explosions continued to occur at the crack of the spaceship, billowing black smoke, and two pieces of the spaceship smashed heavily in front of Wanda. With a sound of duang, the hurricane seemed to lift Wanda up. This smash seemed to hit Wanda's heart directly, making her tremble even more, and she screamed out. She now regrets to carry out this mission. The picture that Lin Feng brought her was too shocking. Sun, universe, spaceship, war, blood, alien creatures. These existences constantly overturned Wanda's cognition and three views. And her mission target is even more terrifying, with a devastating laser beam appearing from her eyes. Is he still human? Not to mention fists. If Lin Feng shot such a laser at her, she would be able to say goodbye to Pietro directly. Wanda felt that she couldn't bear it any longer. She collected it with trembling hands, trying to stop the illusion. She wants to run away before Lin Feng wakes up. Stay far away from Lin Feng, the farther the better. I don't want to see Lin Feng again for the rest of my life. When Lin Feng woke up, she was afraid of losing her life. Superman, that's scary. However, before Wanda could take back her ability, a huge monster attacked in the sky, which made her slightly stunned. And the ability in her hand was not disconnected in time. An extremely huge alien monster, covered with metal armor with sharp edges and spikes, kept roaring and flying towards her. Wanda suddenly lost her soul, and her pupils trembled in fear. She staggered back 2 steps, stumbled with her left foot and fell to the ground with her right foot. The giant beast's bloody mouth opened wide, revealing countless barbs and fangs, and the stench rushed towards it, swallowing Wanda in one gulp. "What?" Wanda screamed, and she saw the huge spike piercing her body with her own eyes. Suddenly, there was a sharp pain in the body, and Wanda was stimulated by the real injury. The brain shuts down again protectively. The ensuing pictures made her feel uneasy all the time. Sheng rolled his eyes and passed out. "It's so exciting." Wanda never wants to see this kind of scene again. Wanda, who was unconscious, went limp and fell backwards. With a plop, it hit the swimming pool. Fortunately, there is water in the swimming pool, otherwise I would have to fall and bleed. At the end of the picture, Lin Feng stood up and stretched himself. I have to say, Wanda's ability is really useful. My own experience can actually present an extremely clear picture, which is much more exciting than any 5D 8D movie. After thinking about it for a while, Lin Feng cast his eyes on the swimming pool, looking a little speechless. Wanda, who fell into the swimming pool, did not wake up, but gradually sank to the bottom, still spitting bubbles. This is not enough. He still has more exciting pictures that haven't been released yet. Lin Feng rolled his eyes and could only jump down to fish it out. Flying up with Wanda in his arms, there was a light feeling in his arms. Lin Feng glanced at the majestic Xandia unconsciously. This child doesn't seem to be short of nutrition. How can he be so light? I really want to study it. After returning to the villa with Wanda in his arms, Lin Feng hesitated for a moment before throwing her on the sofa. Originally, I wanted to throw it on the ground to finish the job, but Wanda is a girl after all, and Lin Feng always gave preferential treatment to beautiful young ladies. Due to falling into the water, Wanda was completely soaked, and the soaked clothes were tightly attached to the skin, making the proud Xandia more conspicuous. Lin Feng kept his eyes on his nose and his heart, and kept silently saying, "Do not see evil, do not see evil." Within 2 seconds, Lin Feng's eyes kept looking up uncontrollably. This guy chuckled, and suddenly thought, "Do you want to change Wanda's clothes? This is soaking wet. Not good if you have a cold. Isn't that how it's done in TV shows?" But after thinking about it for a long time, Lin Feng still decided to forget it. "Don't ask why. God wants me to be a gentleman!" Fortunately, Lin Feng didn't get involved. Just when he was struggling, Susan came back with a lot of things. God knows how lucky Lin Feng is at this time. However, when Susan saw the wet bear on the sofa, her complexion suddenly became brilliant. "Forest?" Susan pointed to Xandia on the sofa, and stared at Lin Feng dumbfounded. In the eyes, there are 3 points of confusion, 3 points of surprise, 3 points of disbelief, and 1 point of stunned. That expression seemed to be questioning Lin Feng. "Have you finally become an ancestor?" Chapter 78 Conversation with Wanda. Lin Feng's thoughts. Seeing Susan's expression, Lin Feng rolled his eyes speechlessly. He took the items purchased by Susan and put them aside, explaining, "This is just a little thief who came to our house. Don't think too much." Susan tilted her head with a puzzled expression, apparently not believing what Lin Feng said. "Miss Big Bear will come to be a thief?" Of course Lin Feng knew what she was thinking. He raised his left hand and shook the wristband. "Her target is probably this. This little girl comes from a relatively long-standing evil organization. You know who I am, don't you?" Susan nodded, half understood. She also didn't believe that Lin Feng would do such a thing as abducting a woman from a good family. In fact, if you think about it carefully, if Lin Feng wants to do something bad, as long as he wants to, then he will never let Susan know. Superman's strength is beyond doubt. Besides, she still knows Lin Feng's character very well, and her Xungda is no worse than this little girl's. After thinking about it, Susan asked, "Do you want to call the police?" Lin Feng shook his head resolutely, "No need, this way. I'll wake her up and ask her carefully. The Waist Twister authorities can't control this matter. After all, Wanda is not an ordinary person, and they can't deal with Hydra. It's almost the same as handing it over to SHIELD, and I don't know if the Black Stewed Egg has any results in investigating Hydra." 2 days ago, Lin Feng was still thinking about when to find Wanda. "It turned out to be a good day today, and I delivered it to my door." For Wanda, Lin Feng has the idea of using it for himself, and he will definitely not let her be an Avenger like the original book. Now, let's ask Wanda first to see if things are as he expected. At this point in his thoughts, Lin Feng stretched out his hand and pointed at Wanda. The soul gem lit up, and an orange ray penetrated into Wanda's head, and she woke up faintly. After waking up, Wanda shut down for 2 seconds, staring blankly at the scene in front of her. When she saw Lin Feng, she yelled and ran to the corner of the sofa, looking at Lin Feng as if she saw something terrible. Obviously, he remembered the extremely exciting scene just now. Susan looked at Lin Feng's eyes and changed again, becoming curious and scrutinizing. What did his big boy do to make a little girl so afraid of him? Lin Feng looked at Susan helplessly, with an innocent expression on his face. "I really didn't do anything." After giving Susan a look to let her experience it, Lin Feng turned his attention to Wanda again. "Wanda Django Maximoff." Lin Feng directly said Wanda's name, which caught Wanda by surprise. Sure enough, when Lin Feng called out his name directly, Wanda froze in panic. "How do you know?" Lin Feng chuckled, "That's because I've seen your movie." Ignoring Wanda's doubts, Lin Feng continued, "I also know that you have a brother named Pietro." "How do you know?" Wanda exclaimed again. Are you a repeater?" Lin Feng patted the sofa and sat down. When she got down, Wanda shrank back in fright, as if she was afraid that Lin Feng would hurt herself. Lin Feng's expression was a little playful. "Huh? Why don't you use those little tricks of yours?" As he said that, Lin Feng also imitated Wanda's wrist dance. "Is the movie exciting just now?" When her ability was exposed, Wanda blushed and lowered her head in shame. Why does Superman still have such a bad taste? Lin Feng didn't care what Wanda thought. He leaned back and crossed his legs. "Come on, tell me, what are you doing here?" Regarding Wanda's intention to come, Lin Feng guessed all kinds of things. Now it depends on Wanda's answer, whether it can be right. Apart from the soul gem, Lin Feng couldn't think of any other reasons for Wanda's visit. Hearing Lin Feng's question, Wanda, who lowered her head, rolled her eyes and relieved her nervousness. She raised her head and tried to look innocent. "I'm sorry. I went to the wrong place. Can you let me go?" Lin Feng? He looked at Wanda with pity for a mentally handicapped person. Wanda also seemed to realize that her excuse was full of loopholes. Just now Lin Feng called her name out of nowhere. Obviously won't believe this bullshit excuse. Seeing Lin Feng's caring eyes for the mentally handicapped, Wanda forced out a smile in response with some embarrassment. "Do you think I'm an idiot?" "Wanda player, I said your name." "You think I'm going to believe you're in the wrong door?" Lin Feng stroked his chin. "Don't play tricks in front of Superman, Wanda." Wanda shrank her neck and bowed her head in silence. Seeing that she didn't speak, Lin Feng directly threw a bomb. "If you don't speak, I probably know why you are here. It was Baron Strucker who asked you to come." Hearing this, Wanda's pupils shrank, and her little heart was pounding. "How did you know?" "Good guy, I made a repeater again." Lin Feng smacked his lips. And it was exactly as he had guessed. "Superman knows far more than you think," Lin Feng said, pointing to the yellow gem on his wrist. Then his expression became serious, and along the way, he let out a little momentum and pushed towards Wanda. "The goal is this. Stop trying to lie to me again. As Superman, I have countless ways to get the truth of things." Lin Feng's aura is not what the current Wanda can bear. even if there is only a trace. What Superman knows is completely beyond Wanda's expectations. Facts have proved once again how powerful and tricky Superman really is. She had known for a long time that it was impossible for her to take advantage of Superman. Why struggle with that 1 in a billion chance? Wanda feels that she is like a side dish now, the kind that is delivered to the door by herself. Thin beads of sweat had already appeared on her forehead, and the aura of Superman made her heart beat uncontrollably. Yes. Under the coercion, Wanda felt a little difficult to breathe, and admitted it bravely. Hearing this, Lin Feng nodded in satisfaction. "Tell me in detail," I said. "Can you let me go?" Wanda asked cautiously. Lin Feng smacked his lips. "Tell me first. If you haven't lied, I can consider letting you go." Let Wanda go? Lin Feng had no such plan. He planned to directly take Wanda for his own use. After all, with the blessing of chaos magic, even Thanos can't beat Wanda, who is still a little girl. Even when the ability reaches a certain level, it can modify reality. It is simply the existence of the cheating level. Okay. I only know some information. Recently, many of our bases have been attacked. It seems to be an organization called SHIELD. Oh yes. And the Avengers. Strack seems to need your gem to improve the progress of the experiment. Wanda obediently told all she knew. She knew very little about SHIELD, and she only heard a few words from Strack's inadvertent conversation with others. As for the Avengers who once made headlines on TV news and newspapers, Wanda is familiar with them. Oh? Hearing this, Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat, and the black stewed egg finally made a move. It's slower, but it's better than finding nothing. From this point of view, it should be that Baron Strack felt threatened and wanted to obtain the mined gem for experiments, which makes sense. Wanda is still talking. Strack promises to enhance my abilities after getting the gem. It's okay to avenge me. After hesitating for a moment, Wanda said the words, "Revenge?" Lin Feng frowned. "Is that Tony Stark?" Wanda nodded silently. Knowing everything about Lin Feng, she was no stranger to it. This Superman seems to know everything. Chapter 79. Make a big deal and bring it to your own camp. Looking at Wanda's expression, Lin Feng nodded. What he wanted was this effect: to give Wanda a feeling of knowing everything. Wanda and Pietro's childhood was also quite miserable. The dud with Stark on it has completely become a shadow of the twins' childhood. It's just that the facts are not as the twins thought. That missile came from a KB attack and was aimed at the twins' neighbor. The missile was not sold by Tony, but by Obadiah, who had been punched to death by Lin Feng. Wanda and Pietro's nature is not bad. Otherwise they would not join the Avengers plan later. For these two twins with outstanding abilities and good temperament, it is perfect to keep them for their own use. It's just that after I originally planned to evolve into Silver Superman, I went to look for the two of them, but I didn't expect Wanda to come to my door. At this point in his thoughts, Lin Feng said slowly, "The matter is actually very different from what you imagined." He was going to pave the way for Wanda to tell the truth about some things, and gradually pulled Wanda into his camp. Forcing Wanda to be used for his own use is not what Lin Feng wants to see, and Wanda will not be used by him sincerely. In the following time, Lin Feng's words completely overturned Wanda's cognition for so many years. He threw out the origin of Hydra, the goal of controlling the world, and the Stark missiles. When it comes to the key points, some Chitauri's origins and some threats in the universe are mixed in to achieve a shocking effect. Lin Feng spit all over the place, and the little girl was taken aback by what she said. This world, or the universe, is far more complicated than she imagined. She didn't want to believe everything Lin Feng said, but her intuition told her that everything was true. Lin Feng is the Superman that everyone is looking at, so there is no reason to lie to himself, a member of the organization who does not see the light. There is nothing worth coveting about myself. If Lin Feng knew that Wanda thought so, he would definitely jump out and shout, "Why not?" While talking, Susan came over with 2 cups of hot cocoa. When the two started talking, She made 2 cups of hot cocoa. This little girl didn't look like a heinous person. From Lin Feng's words, it is obvious that he was misled by bad people. And her big boy obviously frightened the little girl. Hot cocoa can ease the mood of the little girl. This is how Lin Feng eased the fear in her heart before. Thanks. Wanda took the hot cocoa blankly, drank it in small sips, and her brain was constantly digesting the information that Lin Feng said. I have remembered the hatred of Tony Stark for more than 10 years, but the enemy is not him. This runs counter to her goal of more than 10 years, and it cannot be relieved all at once. Wanda needs time. Lin Feng patted the sofa beside him, motioning for Susan to sit down and listen together. I know that you and Pietro are not born bad people, you are just misguided. Hydra is not for you. It is destined to be destroyed. Lin Feng drank hot cocoa and guided Wanda step by step. If you want, I can arrange a place for you in Pietro, and I will also help you improve your corresponding abilities. And in terms of my application of gems, it will be safer and more efficient than Starak. Of course, improving your abilities is not about revenge. Although Tony is my friend, there is no lie in what I just told you. You can verify what I say as you like. I guarantee it with Superman's reputation. This made Wanda's heart move. Lin Feng's words are not groundless. His status and right to speak in the hearts of the citizens is even much higher than that of the Avengers. The main credit comes from Lin Feng's continuous resolution of the disasters that occurred. In the Chitauri battle, Lin Feng went out of outer space and shot down Chitauri's mothership. Lin Feng's strength and actions have won the support of the public. To put it bluntly, Lin Feng's reputation is endorsed by all the citizens. Seeing Wanda's emotion, Lin Feng made a direct prediction. I think you just saw what I went through too, didn't you? As soon as these words came out, the fear in Wanda's heart was drawn out again, and her eyelids twitched uncontrollably. In Wanda's view, those pictures are too unbelievable. She swallowed her saliva. Those pictures. Are they all real? Lin Feng nodded. Yes, I have experienced those. True and authentic experience. In the universe, there are too many species that we have never seen, and there are countless threats that we don't know. Isn't the Chitauri invasion a good proof? Hearing what Lin Feng said, Wanda nodded subconsciously. Almost everyone was unaware of the Chitauri invasion. After all, the alien invasion is such a sci-fi event. How unforgettable it is after it actually happened. Seeing that the foreshadowing was almost done, Lin Feng euphemistically guided his thoughts. Blue Star will also experience these dangers in the future, or similar dangers. I will improve your ability. Maybe you can fight side by side with me in the future to repel these invaders. I don't think you want to see countless wives and families being torn apart because of the war, right? Lin Feng is not alarmist. Although he can solve Thanos, there is no guarantee that the plot will be exactly the same as the original novel, and there will be no threat from other cosmic powerhouses. These words reached Wanda's heart. She has a kind heart, and the despair she experienced in her childhood is shocking. She also does not want to see other innocent people go through this. Those words were like the straw that broke the camel's back. Lin Feng's meaning is very clear. Although you have experienced misfortune, you can help others to avoid repeated misfortunes. Can I? Think about it. The large amount of information received at once made Wanda's mind a little messed up. Although she was heartbroken, she also needed to calm down. Lin Feng nodded. No problem. Seeing who said what, Wanda's heart was doomed that she would not reject Lin Feng's proposal with a high probability. Lin Feng patted Susan, who was sitting beside him. Susan, take her upstairs to take a hot bath, in case she catches a cold. Susan came back to her senses and nodded. Pulling up Wanda, who was still bowing his head in thought, the two walked towards the second floor. Susan understood the conversation between the two of them. I also understand that Wanda was frightened when she saw the scene of Lin Feng's experience. Like this. Lin Feng never told her about these experiences, aliens, battles, Hydra, and disasters in the future. Probably because I was afraid that I was worried, so I didn't want to tell. She thought of Lin Feng's two outings. Those experiences should have happened during this period. Suddenly, Susan felt sorry for Lin Feng. Others at his age are enjoying life, nightclubs, parties, racing. But Lin Feng has experienced one after another battle that ordinary people can't imagine. Fortunately, her little boyfriend is strong enough to deal with any difficulties she sees. Although I don't know what outstanding abilities Lin Feng mentioned about Wanda, Susan decided to persuade Wanda when taking a bath. After the conversation, she also saw that Wanda seemed to be misled by some bad people, otherwise Lin Feng would not have wasted so much talking to enlighten Wanda. Look at those bad guys in the past. Lin Feng didn't even say a word to them, he just punched them to see God. Seeing the two of them going upstairs, Lin Feng touched his chin. Susan's mood was also a little bit wrong, which should be caused by what he said. Susan must have a lot of doubts. However, during the conversation between the two, the little girlfriend did not interrupt their conversation once, which made Lin Feng very happy and very lucky. My little girlfriend is very sensible. Chapter 80 Wanda joins. I'll pick your brother up. Sitting on the sofa, Lin Feng pondered for a while, then suddenly took out his cell phone and dialed. Wanda's joining his camp is a sure thing, and now he needs some evidence to act as a catalyst for Wanda to join his camp quickly. After all, he will set off to the universe again soon, as short as 2 months and as long as half a year. On the space carrier, Nick Fury took out the communicator and glanced at the incoming call on it. Lin Feng. Cyclops was a little puzzled, since he gave Lin Feng his contact information. This was the first time Lin Feng contacted him. Lin Feng. Nick Fury answered the phone. Hi. Director Braised Egg. Nick Fury's face darkened instantly. What's the matter? Nick Fury directly ignored Lin Feng's kindly address to him. I need some videos of Hydra. Video evidence of doing bad things. I know you have it. Send it to my mailbox. I want to use it. Nick Fury narrowed his eyes. What do you want this for? He didn't deny that he had these materials. Everyone was a smart person. Lin Feng's ability to call him this time proved that Lin Feng was sure that he had these materials. Instead of arguing with each other, it is better to open up and talk. Win over 2 superheroes. How about it? Oh, tell me in detail. Nick Fury frowned, becoming interested. It's too troublesome to say. How about you send me some videos and assign you a superhero then? Lin Feng's words made Nick Fury narrow his eyes again. Is Lin Feng so kind? Make a deal. Nick Fury hung up the phone, constantly analyzing Lin Feng's intentions. Some of Hydra's illegal evidence is not classified, at least among superheroes. If Lin Feng wants it, then give it to him. This is not a loss to Shield, is it? There are back and forth. Lin Feng asked for something this time. Next time he helps Lin Feng, there is a high probability that he will not refuse. This is the world of adults. Shield needs Lin Feng's good fortune. As for what Lin Feng said about assigning him a superhero, Nick Fury kept an eye out, and let's see what Lin Feng is going to do. Pressed the internal communicator, and after a while, Hill in a black uniform walked in. Director? Yeah? Black Braised Egg nodded. Sent some information about Hydra to Lin Feng's mailbox. Also, find out what Lin Feng did in the past 2 days when he came back. Yes. Hill nodded and went down. She didn't ask Nick Fury the reason. It's not necessary. Just follow the order. Shield was very efficient, and within 2 minutes, Lin Feng's mailbox was stuffed with a lot of information. Lin Feng opened the file and browsed through it. It was for Wanda after taking a shower. Although these materials are optional, it will not have any effect on Wanda joining his camp. It's just that Lin Feng intends to assign QA into Shield. If he rashly arranges a superhero for Potato, Potato may think too much, thinking that Lin Feng has some conspiracy. Asking Nick Fury for these materials, in addition to giving Wanda an explanation, can justifiably return a superhero's favor to Shield. As for Wanda, Lin Feng planned to keep her in his home to live with Susan, so that Susan's safety factor would be raised to a higher level. In this phone call, Wanda's brother was arranged and indirectly sold to Shield as a superhero. To sum it up, SHIELD owed Lin Feng a favor in this wave. It's like killing a few birds with one stone. Lin Feng couldn't help but give himself a thumbs up. As for what the black stewed egg thinks, Lin Feng doesn't care. When Bitten sees Kuei-in's ability, he will make the right choice, unless he has a brain problem. During the browsing, Susan had already walked down with Wanda, who had showered. Wanda was wearing Susan's casual clothes, and her bear was about the same size as Susan's, but it didn't look stuffy. She sat on the sofa with a troubled expression. Although she already had the intention of submitting to Lin Feng, she felt that she should discuss it with her brother. Lin Feng sensed Wanda's expression, and without further ado, he pushed the notebook in front of Wanda, opened the Hydra data of "Come on, let's take a look, the information about the Hydra that you and your brother joined. The missiles and attacks you saw when you were young were caused by organizations like them. Human experimentation, organizational bombing, artillery trading. What bad things do what bad things do? Here are the facts. Documents and videos right before our eyes." Wanda looked at the information with a complicated expression, but she was a little absent-minded. As Lin Feng thought, Wanda had already made a decision in her heart, and these documents were not too important bargaining chips in her opinion. Lin Feng didn't care, and he didn't rush. He was confident in handling this Xung Da. After a long time, Wanda sighed softly after reading the information. "Well, I am willing to believe part of the information you said, and I am willing to fight side by side with you. But you have to do what you said. Help us improve our capabilities, and I also want to personally verify whether the missile was sold by Tony Stark." After agreeing, Wanda suddenly felt relieved, as if she had let go of something heavy. Lin Feng was not surprised by Wanda's answer. Wanda is kind and not stupid. Even a fool knows how to choose between Superman and evil organization. With a smile on his face, he got up and held out his right hand. "Welcome to join the party of justice, Wanda." Wanda stared at the big hand stretched out in a daze, then laughed lightly and held it together. "Now that it's decided, then without further ado, I'll go and pick up your brother, and I'll meet Baron Starak by the way." As he spoke, Lin Feng took out a map from somewhere. Although he is usually lazy and even a bit salty, Lin Feng is a quick-tempered and action-oriented man. Once you have decided on something, you have to do it right away, otherwise Lin Feng will always keep this thing in mind. "Give me their addresses, Wanda." Wanda nodded, and after some observation, she stretched out her finger and pointed to a certain place on the map. She doesn't have any sense of belonging to Hydra, and she joins only to gain power for revenge. Lin Feng's information made her see an ugly side that she had never seen before. His elder brother was still in the organization. It would be great if Lin Feng took the initiative to take him over. As for what Lin Feng was going to do to Baron Starak and the Hydra base, Wanda probably knew, but he had no psychological pressure. Lin Feng took a closer look at the location Wanda was pointing at, and it was indeed somewhere in Eastern Europe. After noting down the coordinates, Lin Feng put away the map. After all this tossing and talking, it was getting late. The joining of Wanda made Lin Feng very happy. "Susan, can we have a big dinner? I think we have another guest." Susan listened to the whole conversation between the two, and naturally knew who Lin Feng was talking about, and immediately responded with a smile. "Of course. I'm going to prepare now." "Okay," Lin Feng said with a smile, "then I'll pick up another guest." After finishing speaking, with a thought in Lin Feng's mind, a blue portal appeared behind him. Chapter 81 Braised Eggs. To clean up the mess Eastern Europe, Hydra Fortress. Baron Strucker sat at the table, waiting anxiously for news from Wanda. It has been a day and a half since Wanda started his mission. How much he hoped to hear good news. However, since noon today, Wanda's communicator lost signal. According to the informant, the fortress where he is located has been exposed to the sight of SHIELD. The technology and defense strength of this Hydra fortress ranks among the best among all bases. Although the Avengers have not come to the door for the time being, the situation is not optimistic. SHIELD must be working out a detailed attack plan. Strack had a clear mind. Stretching out his head was a stab, and retracting his head was also a stab. Even if you don't provoke Superman, the Avengers will continue to come to you. His men can't beat the Avengers with all kinds of abilities. With the Mind Stone, Starak has chips in hand. Without the Mind Gem, it can only be transferred or wait for death. As time passed, Starak became even more irritable. However, this irritability did not last long. Just when Strucker wanted to try to contact Wanda again, a blue portal appeared in front of him. Alert! The guarding Hydra soldiers shouted the moment the portal appeared. A heavily armed squad quickly poured into the room, aiming their guns at the portal. The scientific researchers in the room were terrified and overwhelmed, and all retreated to the corner. The blue portal flowed like a water curtain, and a figure slowly walked out from behind it. When he saw the figure clearly, Starak gradually lost his expression. When Wanda lost contact, he was already mentally prepared, but before the dust settled, he still had a little bit of luck. And the appearance of this figure also means that he basically has no chance. The portal disappeared, and Lin Feng had already arrived at the Hydra fortress in Eastern Europe. As soon as he looked up, he saw dozens of guns pointing at him. Yo, such a big welcome team. Da. Lin Feng responded with bullets, and gunpowder smoke filled the room. Flames spewed from the muzzle of the gun, and the unarmed scientific research personnel crouched in the corner of the wall with their heads in their hands, trembling. The attack that wasn't even a tickle made Lin Feng speechless. Haven't these people on the street read their own news? Bullets can't even hurt their own hair. But even though it didn't hurt him, the overwhelming bullets were quite annoying. Lin Feng raised his left hand, snapped. With a snap of the fingers, a light yellow shockwave spread out from the center of the fortress. The gunfire stopped suddenly. Touched to shock, all of Bo's Hydra members lost consciousness in an instant, collapsing to the ground. The whole fort stopped instantly and became extremely quiet. Only the sound of the electrical current of the machine running. Lin Feng nodded in satisfaction. This is his newly researched use of gemstones. After using the characteristics of the Mind Stone to output energy, shockwaves are generated, which can make these cannon fodder faint in an instant. This is much faster than Loki poking one by one with the scepter. This skill made up for Lin Feng's lack of group attack skills. With the size of the energy output, the power of the shockwave will also increase from causing people to faint to directly smashing everything it touches. It is not very easy to use to clean up cannon fodder minions. He saw a bald man lying not far from him. Lin Feng stepped forward and turned him over with his toes. Monocle. Is that a tattoo on the corner of the eye? He looked exactly like the Baron Starak that Lin Feng saw in the movie. After thinking about it, Lin Feng picked up his mobile phone and called Hi Braised Egg. Hey, Mr. Braised Egg, I've brought you the Hydra base in Eastern Europe. That's right, it's the Hydra base you thought of. Don't thank me, send someone to clean up the mess. Leaving behind a few words, Lin Feng, who found it bothersome, hung up the phone directly, without giving Black Braised Egg a chance to ask questions. Done, and called it a day. The black corned egg that received the call was holding a meeting with Natasha and Steve in a conference room. The content of the meeting was a combat meeting on the Hydra fortress in Eastern Europe. However, not long after the meeting, Lin Feng called and hung up after saying a few words. This raised the blood pressure of Black Braised Egg, and he couldn't help scolding Mazfak. Director Hill pushed the door and walked in with a serious expression. She handed over a tablet with a satellite picture of the Hydra fortress in Eastern Europe. After discovering the Hydra fortress, Nick Fury ordered constant monitoring. Hill was able to rush in and interrupt the meeting while it was in progress, so there should be a serious problem. Just a minute ago, all Hydra members outside the base suddenly passed out. Passed out at the same time, Hill emphasized. Black Braised Dan looked at the content of the picture, and then at the phone that he hadn't put down yet. His heart suddenly moved, and he instantly understood the specific meaning of Lin Feng's two words. Although a little speechless, Lin Feng seems to have solved this big problem. After thinking for a moment, Potato knocked on the table and directly ordered, Steve, you can lead the team directly to the Eastern European base. Bring back all the important people in the base. Steve was a little puzzled, Don't we need to discuss it? Doesn't the data show that the Hydra base in Eastern Europe has a very strong defense force? Black Braised Egg pushed the tablet brought by Hill to Steve. There is no need for any plans, Captain. Superman has taken care of this Hydra lair. After thinking about it, Marinate ordered again. Natasha, Clint, you go together to prevent any fish from slipping through the net. Several people looked at each other in blank dismay, not knowing what to say for a while. 1 second, they were discussing the destruction plan of the fortress, but the next second they were told that they could go directly to receive the results of the battle. If Lin Feng knew what Braised Dan was thinking, he would have scoffed at it. With one snap of his fingers, these people would not wake up unless they were in a coma for 10 or 8 hours. Regardless of what the black corned egg thinks, Lin Feng has already found Pietro, who fell unconscious. This kid still has black hair now. I don't know if he dyed his hair in the original book, or the silver-white hair caused by his enhanced abilities. The toe touched Pietro, and a wave of energy was transmitted. Okay. Pietro woke up leisurely, looking around with some doubts. After seeing Lin Feng, his eyes widened instantly. A donkey rolled aside and stood up, making a defensive posture. Who are you? Lin Feng is too lazy to talk nonsense with him, and Pietro is not a young lady. He has no privileges. Pietro, do you want to meet Wanda? Come with me. The blue portal reopened, and Lin Feng walked in first, without giving Pietro any time to react. Hurry up. The portal will close soon. Pietro opened his mouth with a bewildered expression. He was a little puzzled by the behavior of the young man in front of him. But after hesitating for a moment, Pietro gritted his teeth and followed Lin Feng into the portal. It has been nearly 2 days since Wanda went out to carry out the mission, and Pietro also knew that Wanda lost contact at noon, so why didn't he worry? The man called out his and Wanda's names accurately. Even if there is a trap, Pietro has to bite the bullet and drill into it. After all, Wanda was his only relative. Chapter 82 Yahoo! Wanda is staying following Lin Feng's step into the portal. The scene before Pietro's eyes changed, and he came to a villa. He saw Wanda sitting on the sofa at a glance. Pietro. Wanda also found Pietro and stepped forward to give him a comforting hug. Thanks. These words were addressed to Lin Feng. Lin Feng nodded. Tell Pietro about the current situation. I'll go see how the dinner preparations are going. He didn't want to spend more time talking. Let Wanda communicate with Pietro. The effect would be better. Wanda nodded obediently, pulled Pietro, who was full of doubts, to sit on the sofa, and began to narrate slowly. Leaving space for the two siblings, Lin Feng walked straight to the kitchen. Susan was preparing to cook with her back to him. Wow! Lin Feng glanced at the dinner. His eyes lit up. Barbecue, salad, seafood, and Lin Feng's favorite hometown dishes. It's so rich. Susan didn't look back, and continued to process the ingredients. Of course it's rich. Congratulations on your 2 new brothers. Lin Feng smiled, scratched his head, and quietly watched Susan cooking. The tinkling sound continued, and Susan stopped talking. Outside the kitchen, the 2 siblings were talking quietly. In the kitchen, the 2 people who usually seemed to have endless topics to talk about were uncharacteristically. For some reason, the atmosphere became a little weird. Seeing that the vegetables were under Susan's knife, one part was long and the other was short, Lin Feng felt that Susan seemed a little absent-minded. Oh, by the way, I will go to the universe again in 2 days, and this time it may take 2 or 3 months. Lin Feng took the initiative to speak, pretending to casually tell his itinerary. The kitchen knife paused in midair, Susan's shoulders trembled, and she didn't answer Lin Feng's words. After just 2 seconds of silence, even though he was a straight man, Lin Feng could sense that something was wrong with Susan's mood. He took 2 steps forward, hugged her gently from behind, and said softly, "What's the matter, Susan?" Susan, who was hugged by him, trembled again, but sighed softly. She turned around and buried her small head in Lin Feng's chest, preventing him from seeing her expression. "I'm a little worried about you, Lin." After Lin Feng left, she still couldn't help asking Wanda what scene she saw that made her so frightened. Wanda didn't think too much, and said it without hesitation. Huge spaceships, wars full of gunpowder, blood and tears, and tides of cosmic invaders. Wanda described the scene vividly, and Susan seemed to see the huge spaceship crashing in front of her with her own eyes, which made her heart beat endlessly. She thought of Lin Feng leaving twice, and she knew in her heart that these experiences appeared at that time. She thought that the Chitauri's invasion was already the cruelest scene she could think of, but in Lin Feng's experience, the Chitauri was like a snack before a meal, just the beginning. Sensing Susan's worry, Lin Feng was a little relieved in his smile. His girlfriend was caring about him. He patted Susan on the back lightly, comforting him. There are too many threats in the universe, and our guards are extremely weak. Some things have to be done, Susan. Susan was still nestled in his arms. Her voice was a little dull. Then why must it be you? Can you let others go? Lin Feng smiled back and uttered a sentence familiar to countless Marvel fans. With great power comes great responsibility. We need to gather all the energies that can be gathered to face possible dangers. Trust me, Susan, I can arrange this. Susan nodded silently, but the arms around Lin Feng's waist were even more forceful. Lin Feng was a little dumbfounded, but this feeling of being cared for by others still made him very happy. He continued to pat Susan on the back. Okay, I don't have any aliens to call me on this trip to the universe. I'm going to find something. Don't worry. There is no danger this time. You promise? Susan said in a low voice. Lin Feng chuckled. Of course I can guarantee it. With Lin Feng's assurance, Susan raised her little head, and Lin Feng saw that her eye sockets were a little red. Pinching Susan's little face, Lin Feng gave her a reassuring smile. Don't worry, I'm a Superman, and what I'm looking for this time will make me stronger. By the way, there is one more thing I want to discuss with you. Lin Feng struck while the iron was hot, and quickly shifted this somewhat heavy topic. I want Wanda to live in our home. Huh? Susan lost her worried mood in an instant, and her eyes became dangerous. Let Wanda live in? Did you fall in love with her? Lin Feng leaned back and reached out to pinch Susan's little cheek. What are you thinking? Of course not. Wanda's abilities are quite outstanding, and with my help, she will become unexpectedly powerful. The main purpose of letting her live here is to protect you. As for his brother Pietro, I have other plans. Pietro Lin Feng had already planned it out. After strengthening it, it would be fine to send it directly to Ashield. Like Tony, he can only live in one man in his villa. Hearing this, Susan shook her head and held up the couple like Superman wristbands. I don't have this. Lin Feng smiled. It's not just for this reason. Wanda's heart is kind, but she lacks a lot of life and social experience. To put it simply, it is easy to be deceived. I want you to guide her. Don't step into crooked ways, my little reporter. What Lin Feng said was not wrong, but Wanda seemed to be easy to deceive. In the movie, she was also deceived by Hydra before being deceived by Ultron. Her second idiot brother was not much better. Pietro can be handed over to Ashield, but Wanda absolutely can't. She has to fight with herself. And as long as Wanda is here, no matter what Ashield does, Pietro's sense of belonging will be with him. Susan pretended to be disappointed. As expected, you still have your eyes on her. Immediately, Lin Feng's face twisted. Seeing Lin Feng's wonderful expression, Susan couldn't help laughing. All right, stop teasing you. I agree with Wanda to live here. It's just that Wanda lives here, and she's perfectly fine with it. First of all, Wanda is a woman, and it can be seen from the conversation that Wanda is not bad. Secondly, Lin Feng would be away for several months, so it would be boring to guard such a big villa by himself. Her little best friend doesn't know what she's been up to recently, and she might not be able to contact her once a week. There is someone living with me, so the huge villa doesn't look deserted. Chapter 83 woke up and the car was smashed by Wanda. Not long after, the four sat down around the dining table. Wanda and Pietro sat together, and the twins seemed a little restrained. After all, after losing their parents, they seldom had dinner with others. Pietro, Wanda has already told you. Pietro nodded silently. Wanda told Pietro everything she knew, including their nemesis, Tony Stark. He knew that as a Superman, Lin Feng should not lie to himself. But the truth that had been in his heart for more than 10 years was overturned in one day, which made him feel a lot of unreality. Seeing Pietro nodding, Lin Feng continued, "Then tell me your choice, Pietro." Pietro obviously hesitated, and Wanda on the side poked him quietly. "Wanda's choice is my choice, but there are some things that I want to verify myself," Pietro said. Lin Feng said it didn't matter. He probably knew what Pietro wanted to verify. It was nothing more than whether Tony Stark was his enemy or not. "Since you all agree, let me tell you about the arrangements for you. After dinner, I will help you improve your abilities. Then, I will send Pietro to a place where you can earn a good income and have enough time and resources to investigate the authenticity of everything I said. But all this is not free. I think you should be able to understand," Lin Feng emphasized. "As a reward, Wanda will live in my villa and protect Susan. Of course, this is not dangerous for you. If the time limit is set, it will be tentatively set for 1 year. During this period, I will pay you wages. That's all for now. Do you agree?" The two brothers and sisters made eye contact and nodded, expressing that they had no objection. The Hydra base was taken over by Lin Feng, and the two brothers and sisters had nowhere to go, and neither of them liked the days of wandering. Besides, the conditions offered by Lin Feng were very generous, and the two had no reason to refuse. As for Wanda living in the villa, Lin Feng would not have any other ideas. Pietro thinks it should be unlikely. One is because Lin Feng is a Superman and a public figure. The second is that his girlfriend Susan also lives here. Even if Lin Feng has any ideas, Susan will stop him. If Lin Feng knew that he thought so, he would definitely laugh out loud. "Young man, too young." Seeing that the two agreed, Lin Feng smiled with satisfaction. Now that the negotiation is settled, they can have a happy meal. "Okay, let's eat first. After eating, I will help you improve your abilities." The twins couldn't wait to see the sumptuous dinner. The two of them didn't have much money, and Hydra's food was not delicious. The brothers and sisters have been wandering for several years, and it is rare to see such an abundance of food. Not much to say at the moment. A sumptuous dinner. The two of them were satisfied. After dinner, Lin Feng arranged the two of them in the guest room. There are still quite a few rooms in his villa, but for the convenience of evolution, he first arranged the two brothers and sisters together. Pointing to the two single beds, Lin Feng said, "Lie down, one for each, and I will guide the energy in your body. You will fall into a coma, and when you wake up again, your abilities will greatly increase." The twins nodded and lay down on the bed together. The two of them were like silly roe deer, not worried about Lin Feng harming themselves at all. No wonder it was cheated in the original book. "Close your eyes," Lin Feng ordered. The two siblings obediently closed their eyes. Lin Feng raised his left hand, and the soul gem glowed yellow. The yellow light was like smoke, slowly drifting towards the twins' brains under Lin Feng's urging. A burst of dizziness struck, and the twins soon lost consciousness and fell into a coma. "System, let's start." Of course Lin Feng didn't know how to guide the abilities in the two of them, but isn't this a dog system? It's not for nothing. At most it's just spending some reputation points. With the help of the system, the energy of the Mind Stone constantly lures the abilities in the two's bodies, continuously activates and strengthens them. The output power varies from time to time, and the two brothers and sisters often frown subconsciously. After outputting continuously for about 10 minutes, Lin Feng cut off the transmission. All he has to do is to guide and strengthen, and does not require much energy. And this is already the limit that the twins can bear at present. And now the abilities in their bodies are constantly changing. Everything is waiting for them to wake up, and then they can know how the effect is. However, Lin Feng estimated that it would be at least tomorrow when the two of them woke up. After closing the door, Lin Feng is going to rest. It's another busy day for a superhero. Nothing to say all night. The next day, the twin siblings woke up earlier than Lin Feng expected. Early in the morning, Lin Feng was awakened by the sound of clanging in the yard. Looking through the window, The two brothers and sisters were excitedly experimenting with their abilities in Lin Feng's yard. Wanda's poor red energy, which was originally thin, now surrounds her hands with a richness that is almost visible to the naked eye. Lin Feng was very relieved that his ability had been strengthened, but when he saw this chick's test subject, his face darkened immediately. The red chaos magic slowly lifted up a very cool-looking car, floating up and down in the air. That was the Lamborghini that Lin Feng spent huge sums of money on recently. As if surprised by her own ability, Wanda's wrist dance was even more exciting than yesterday. Lin Feng's Lamborghini danced happily in the air. Pietro ran around in a circle in the yard at a fast speed, leaving only a slight silver trace in place. Lin Feng felt a little pain in his brain. He walked out of the villa with a speechless expression on his face. The lawn of the villa was almost trampled bald by Pietro. These two ... couldn't they still have the attributes of bare children? Wanda! Lin Feng called out angrily. The sudden sound startled Wanda, and her unskilled chaos magic instantly lost control. Bang! The Lamborghini hit the ground heavily, the window glass was immediately shattered, and the tires were flattened. Creak creak. The Lamborghini's alarm screamed aggrievedly, as if complaining to Lin Feng about Wanda's cruel methods. Wanda shrank her neck. Her ability was strengthened, and she was too excited for a while. Hold. Sorry, the shrunken Wanda apologized softly. Pietro also ran over, looked at the Lamborghini, then at the lawn he had damaged, and rubbed the back of his head in embarrassment. Sorry, Mr. Superman. I will work part-time to compensate you. Lin Feng pinched the center of his eyebrows, speechless and having a headache. Forget it, come in and have breakfast. After I finish eating, I will send Pietro to the place where you go to work. He decided to send Pietro to Shield after breakfast. Chapter 84 Arrangement for Pietro, Preparations before departure. After breakfast, Susan took Wanda to go shopping again. Wanda and Pietro can be regarded as leaving Hydra clean, with little money and no luggage. Wanda needs to buy some personal items and clothes for her stay. As for Lin Feng, he took Pietro directly to the space carrier. He wants to hurry up and arrange Pietro out. Same sex repels each other. On the deck of the helicarrier, Nick Fury received two people with a dark face as always. Is this the superhero you were talking about? Black Braised Egg looked at Pietro with one eye. Simple tights, sneakers, put in the crowd is an ordinary person, there is nothing special about it. But it's not prudent to say that. Black Braised Egg already knew that Wanda and Pietro were the only two people who survived Hydra's inhuman experiment. But he didn't understand why Lin Feng said that he had the strength of a superhero. According to Hydra's database, neither of them had any outstanding abilities. Lin Feng chuckled. The data of the corned egg had obviously expired. His villa was not monitored by the corned egg whenever he wanted to. It would never have occurred to Lin Feng that Lin Feng could strengthen the superpowers of the twins. Pointing to a small black spot in the distance, Lin Feng patted Pietro on the shoulder. Young man, show your future boss. Pietro nodded, then disappeared in front of the two with a whoosh. He also knows that to prove his worth, the more outstanding he is, the more attention he will receive. Before Black Braised Egg could respond, Pietro ran back with a whoosh, still carrying a man on his shoulder. Coulson looked confused. In the last second, Coulson was still holding the file, talking to the data, and suddenly his eyes went dark, and he was inexplicably carried in front of his own director. The high-speed movement made Coulson dizzy. Black Braised Egg ignored him, but looked at Pietro with interest. How did you do it? Black Braised Egg asked aloud. He just felt a gust of wind blowing, and the young man disappeared. In less than a second, he carried Coulson for himself. Super speed. Lin Feng replied, the speed cannot be caught by the naked eye. Of course, it's not very fast now. After training, his speed will be faster. How? The student sticks out a thumbs up. Yes. It is indeed good. I've accepted this man. Thanks to our Mr. Superman. But ... do you really have no conspiracy? Jaime Dan changed the subject. but couldn't help asking Lin Feng again. Mainly because of Pietro's ability, Lin Feng gave him such a superhero for free? Maybe there are other thoughts secretly. Lin Feng rolled his eyes at this. Nick Fury has asked himself 3 times, you think everyone is as dark as you? Hearing what Lin Feng said, Luden chuckled, but was not annoyed. The ability that Pietro has shown is of great help to Shield. Who doesn't want this kind of ability? But Ludan suspected that Lin Feng had other ideas, so he had to be more cautious. But the braised egg is not too worried. The professional team in Shield has already established Lin Feng's personal model. The final evaluation given is, although a little lazy, but the 3 views are correct. The heart is sunny, has a sense of justice, and can stick to one's heart. That's right, if he couldn't stick to his heart, Lin Feng might have turned into an ancestor long ago. After all, if an ordinary person has superhuman abilities, the dark side and desires in his heart will be magnified without limit. Black Braised Egg was very satisfied with Pietro's initial ability, and after repeatedly confirming that Lin Feng had no conspiracy, he asked Coulson to take Pietro down to test his personal data. He should have a younger sister. After arranging for Pietro, Black Braised Egg pretended to mention it inadvertently. Does his sister have any special abilities? As soon as the marinated egg opens, Lin Feng knew that he didn't hold his fart well. One Pietro was not enough, and he still wanted to play Wanda's idea. Don't even think about it, Wanda, I'll take that little girl myself. Lin Feng's refusal made Hypo Dan raise his eyebrows, and couldn't help muttering in his heart. Could it be that Wanda's ability is stronger than that of Pietro? After thinking about it for a while, Marinate poured out bad water with a playful look on his face. You take someone else's little girl, can Susan agree? Why don't you leave it to me, and I'll help you train and train. He. Climb. Lin Feng resolutely refused, wanting his own Wanda to be your spring and autumn dream. There was nothing to talk about with this black stewed egg. After arranging for Pietro, Lin Feng patted his ass and left. What's worth mentioning is that Luden originally wanted to invite Lin Feng to visit his helicarrier, but Lin Feng refused without even thinking about it. He has no interest in the space carrier, and he is afraid that it is not the time to visit, and the black marinated egg will play tricks to join the Avengers. Still the same sentence, Lin Feng doesn't want to be controlled by others, and wants to join the Avengers alliance by himself, in the next life. Lin Feng's refusal was also within the expectations of the marinated egg. He had seen a long time ago that this kid didn't like oil and salt. Shaking his head, Marinate walked towards the office, quietly waiting for Coulson's test report. Pietro quickly completed the preliminary ability model, followed by the screening test of the 3 perspectives and personality. Not long after, his data was placed in front of the marinated egg. Ability, temperament, experience, family background and so on. Looking at the rows of data, Marinate kept nodding. If you want to join the Avengers, you must have a heart and a sense of responsibility. If these 2 items fail, then you can only be an ordinary agent of Shield at best. Fortunately, the data shows that Pietro's trainability is very good. After thinking about it, Potato called Steve, who was doing physical training. Pietro's temperament is not bad, his ability is very outstanding, and the test data clearly shows that he is a superhero-level Avenger. He is not very old, and Potato intends to ask Steve to take him personally, and instill some positive thoughts on Pietro by the way. As for the relative shown in Pietro's information, Wanda, it's a pity that he couldn't get it. Braised Dan secretly felt sad, while Lin Feng flew to Tony Stark's new villa. The Marbury villa was bombed, but who is Tony, the rich man? The villa is not just a set. After the story of Iron Man 3 ended, Tony moved to another villa. As for the Marbury set, Tony probably won't live there anymore. After all, the address has been exposed to the whole world. Tony was not afraid of KB attacks, but he couldn't stand the frequent visits of people, which would really make him irritated. Sir, Mr. Lin Feng is here. Jarvis' voice sounded in the workshop. Tony raised his head and narrowed his eyes. He was still studying Mark 85. Let him in, What's the progress of the reverse push? Close to 20%, sir. Jarvis' words made Tony frown, and the progress was slower than he expected. Although there are ready-made technologies for him to reverse, some technologies are still in theory in the current time period. If you can't fully analyze the technology, the finished product is not as simple as a star and a half. Hey, Tony, is the suit useful? Lin Feng walked in with a smile. Tony praised without hesitation. It's easy to use. Of course it's easy to use. This suit is a combination of almost all my ideas and inspirations. It's perfect. As expected of me. Only I can create such a perfect battle suit. Tony spoke in amazement. Right now, Tony Stark's technology is ahead of the entire world, and the Mark 85 brought to him by Lin Feng was made by himself 10 years later. The technology contained in it is scary. Okay, I'm not here to hear you brag about yourself. How is the research progress? The two had communicated on the phone 2 days ago. Tony wanted to study the technology inside, but he couldn't return the suit for the time being. But Lin Feng said that it doesn't matter. The purpose of bringing it back is to let Tony develop and reproduce it as soon as possible. It would be great if he could create a more advanced Mark model. About 20%, mainly because the time is too short, and some technologies require a lot of deduction and testing. Tony explained. Lin Feng nodded. It took only a few days for the battle suit to be in Tony's hands. No matter how powerful Tony was, it was impossible to reproduce this thing in a few days. After all, Mark 85 is not a few years ahead of the world, but a few years ahead of Tony. Reproduce it as soon as possible, and give me and Susan a set when the time comes. Although this thing is not very useful to Lin Feng, but it can't stop him from being handsome when he wears it. Hearing this, Tony nodded. There is no problem at all. The Mark 85 was brought back by Lin Feng from the future, so giving him 2 sets is no problem at all. Maybe it is wishful thinking for others to get Iron Man's suit. Even Tony's J-side friend Roddy only got a set of Mark II modified suit. But Lin Feng was different. Chapter 85 Journey to Another Planet. The template is on acquaintances. Lin Feng thought for a while and said, I'm going out again tomorrow. And this time it will take at least 2 months to start. If the suit is made, I will send a set to Susan first. Are you going out again? Are you going to the future again? Tony glanced subconsciously at the wallpaper on the display in front of him, and it had been replaced with a picture of Morgan Jr. However, this photo will only be shown when he is around. In order to avoid unnecessary, he didn't even mention it to Xiaojili. After hesitating for a moment, Tony asked, can you take me with you this time? If convenient. Ever since he knew that he would have a daughter named Morgan in the future, Tony would often smirk at Morgan's photos. God knows how much he wants to see his little daughter with his own eyes, even if it's just from a distance. Lin Feng shook his head and refused. I can't take it with me. I'm not going to the future this time, but to find something in the universe. If you're in a hurry, go find Pepper to make a man. Calculate the time, it's only been a few years. That is to say, but with the revision of the world line, it will be difficult for Tony to give birth to little Morgan before the time comes. It is impossible to go to the future. If there is a chance, Lin Feng would like to take Tony for a walk in 1970. After all, according to my own plan, the plot of Avengers 4 will basically not happen, and Tony will not see his father like the original book. Lin Feng thought that would be a pity. Okay. Hearing that Lin Feng did not go to the future, Tony was a little disappointed, but he was not too disappointed. After all, little Morgan is his daughter after all. She just needs to be reborn in the future, and she will see her sooner or later. Next time you go to the future, if it's convenient, remember to take me with you. No problem. I'll take you there if I have the chance. Lin Feng nodded, writing a bad check without any pressure. After chatting casually with Tony for a while, Lin Feng glanced at the sky outside, and it was already evening. With a move in my heart, it's time to go home. The happy weekend vacation is over, and tomorrow we are going to go to space. Lin Feng intends to get ready to spend time with Susan tonight. It's also a pain for Susan, Other people's young couple get tired of being together every day, but Lin Feng runs around the universe for several months. So one of the reasons why Lin Feng let Wanda stay here is to have someone to accompany Susan when he is not around. Of course, it must be a woman. Early the next morning, during Susan and Wanda's farewell, Lin Feng flew out of the atmosphere. Looking at the sun in the distance, Lin Feng sighed a little. I didn't evolve successfully last time. I hope there will be no problems this time. If it doesn't work, I will go to another world to evolve by myself. System. Lin Feng Piao shouted in his mind. Give me the coordinates of the Superman template. The system popped out and transmitted a line of coordinates. The delivery coordinates have been marked. The host, just go directly to this area. Lin Feng nodded, looked at the coordinates sent by the system, and opened the portal with the space gem. According to the system, the location of the launch is a planet with intelligent life. If this was placed before Lin Feng traveled, it would probably cause a sensation. The world before the time travel spent so much energy and time searching for alien life, but there was no clue. However, there are aliens on the blue star of Marvel, and aliens are not a rare species for Marvel. The blue portal brought Lin Feng to a dark red planet. This is a planet transformed into a relay station, which is very common in the Marvel universe, and a large number of transactions are facilitated on this planet. There is a protective shield outside the planetary atmosphere, which can resist energy attacks. On the outer layer of the protective cover, there are many spaceships, large and small, floating in the harbor and leaving the shore, mostly for shopping or supplies. The portal opened directly on the surface of the planet, a mechanical city with a cyberpunk style. Wow! As soon as he left the portal, Lin Feng frowned. The scene in front of him was unexpected. Originally, I thought that the living planet mentioned by the system was like a primitive forest, with at most 2 alien savages appearing. But I didn't expect it to be a city with a cyberpunk style. The creatures passing by Lin Feng from time to time are even more strange. Strange-shaped tipper fish heads, big octopuses with blue tentacles, and creatures that look like standing elephants, and even some creatures that look similar to Lin Feng, but in various colors. The strange alien creature took no surprise at Lin Feng's portal, just took a look at him and continued on his way. Lin Feng looked at the city curiously. The neon lights on both sides of the street are flickering, and the main color of the buildings is all gaudy metal wind. The shops on the street were selling some things that Lin Feng couldn't understand, and he didn't know what they were selling, and the strange-looking shop assistants were yelling. The whole street was endless, filled with noisy conversations and dynamic music. Lin Feng couldn't understand a word. The shops are crowded together and there is no space at all. Some shops are even suspended in midair. A huge Ferris wheel, a retro suspension bridge with alien style, and a blue-black liquid flowing under the bridge. The whole city is covered with metal and mechanical gears. Boy, what an eye-opener. When Lin Feng retires, develop this place into a tourism industry. Interstellar tourism. Absolutely earn a lot of money. In order to facilitate things, Lin Feng spent 10,000 reputation points in exchange for a common language, and the noisy conversation that he couldn't understand just now was automatically converted into meaning that Lin Feng could understand in a second. It is much more convenient than learning with superhuman ability. System. Where is the template? After a little tour, Lin Feng got down to business. Although the city scenery is novel, he didn't come to enjoy the scenery. The position of the template has been marked. The system replied. In the next second, a circular electronic map appeared in the upper left corner of Lin Feng's line of sight, like a radar, with a red dot above it constantly flashing. However, the red dot has been moving slowly, which should be similar to the system's guess. The box of the Superman template was probably picked up by other beings. It's so convenient. Lin Feng raised his eyebrows, whistled, and walked in the direction of the red dot. He went, but I was thinking about how to get the box back. The red dot walked straight ahead, as if it had a purpose. Lin Feng followed behind the red dot unhurriedly. As he thought, after a while, the red dot stopped moving. Lin Feng, who followed closely, looked up, as if he had stopped at a cyberpunk nightclub. The bright light tube signboard, two blue-skinned monsters with huge heads but bodies that look like speakers, are standing by the door. The belly speakers are constantly vibrating, and they are constantly outputting dynamic music. Strange creatures in twos and threes kept coming in and out, hugging each other. Extinguished star bar. Lin Feng read the light signboard. It turned out to be a bar. Lin Feng looked at the red dot again and confirmed that he was in the bar. He lifted his foot and walked in, but the big sound at the door did not stop him. As soon as I entered the door, the light dimmed, and the overwhelming colorful lasers danced in the air, and the deafening music sounded, and I didn't know what the smell was. It seemed to be perfume, which was strange. It looks the same as Blue Star's bar, except that the pole dancers on it are not human beings. It looked like a hippopotamus without its skin. It had a good figure, but it was too weird for Lin Feng to appreciate it. Following the red dot, Lin Feng shuttled through the crowd, and soon saw a creature with a highlighted mark. The system thoughtfully drew a red border on the outline of the entire creature for him. Host, the Superman template is on him. The system prompted. Lin Feng looked in the direction guided by the system. Dude, a raccoon, wearing a tactical vest with a big gun on his back. He looked extremely familiar. Lin Feng's expression became strange. Isn't this Rocket? Chapter 86 Rocket? It's hot, right? Experimental Subject 89P13 is the real name of the rocket. Highly genetically modified and mechanically modified biochemical animals from half the world. It is said that neural machinery is implanted in the body. I don't know if it is because of this reason that the rocket's mechanical transformation and production technology is very superb, even comparable to Tony Stark, who is cursed by knowledge. He is athletic, proficient in various weapons, and takes Groot as a bounty hunter in the universe. Lin Feng saw this product in the time and space of Avengers 4. But I didn't say a few words to this guy. In the bar, Rocket was sitting in front of a table, with his short legs kicking in the air, looking around, as if he was waiting for someone. It seems a little careless, but the Rocket is constantly observing the surrounding situation. He is an experienced bounty hunter. Always pay attention to the troubles around him. After thinking about it, Lin Feng walked over directly, sat opposite Rocket, and stared at him. Hey man. What are you looking at me for? Sensing Lin Feng's gaze, Rocket bared his teeth and screamed fiercely. There are already people here, buddy. Want to have fun and go somewhere else? Rocket's temper is very irritable, with a bad personality. Rocket. Lin Feng called out his name directly. Oh? Rocket was taken aback. You know my name? The raccoon's eyes rolled. Are you a buyer? No, you are not a buyer. Could it be my admirer? Ha 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 ha. Is this uncle already so famous in the universe? Rocket laughed. Suddenly his expression changed, and he took out a hand cannon and pointed it at Lin Feng. No matter who you are, don't hinder my business. Hurry up and get out before my uncle gets angry. Facing Rocket's face-changing performance, Lin Feng said it was wonderful. Did he go to the east to learn it? I have something to do with you. Lin Feng glanced at Rocket's hand cannon. His tone was still calm, making Rocket feel like he was holding a fire stick in his hand. Oh, there are a lot of people looking for me, but I don't have that much free time. Didn't I make it clear? Do you want to taste the power of the weapon I transformed? Rocket held up the hand cannon and threatened. Did you see this? This is a weapon, an energy weapon. One shot can blow your head off. Lin Feng shook his head, took out a picture and pushed it to Rocket, getting straight to the point. You have this thing on you, right? In the picture, there is a cuboid metal box with a diamond-like outline on it, and a deformed S logo inside. Oh? Rocket recognized the thing. He picked up this thing from this planet a few months ago. But no matter what method the Rocket used, it failed to open this thing. Rocket was not discouraged by this. He couldn't open this thing with his mechanical understanding and means, which was enough to prove that there was something priceless in the box. The pointed head was running extremely fast, and the Rocket said, do you know what this is? He didn't deny that he had this thing. The other party obviously came prepared, and he called out his name in one breath, which proved that this person knew him at least a little bit. "Of course I know, because I lost it." Lin Feng nodded and said, "I hope you give it back to me." "What the hell?" Rocket stretched out his little finger and plucked his ears, then his expression became disbelieving, and finally he burst out laughing. He jumped onto the table and moved the hand cannon up and down unscrupulously at Lin Feng. "Your things? Has he written your name on it?" "Oh, I don't think so. Even if there is a name, it must be the name of my uncle Rocket. Everything that comes into my hand is mine." "Now say it again." "Whose is this?" Rocket pointed the gun at Lin Feng's forehead. The flames were full of arrogance calling. Lin Feng pinched the center of his brows. His eyes turned cold. "Marder, it's so cheap, I want to punch him into a meatloaf. What should I do?" He remembered that in the original book, Rocket was not so arrogant even though his mouth was cheap. In Avengers 4, the apparently quiet raccoon was so skinny a few years ago. Originally, Lin Feng planned to solve the problem peacefully, but this brat didn't seem to give him a chance. Launched at super speed, Lin Feng snatched the rocket's hand cannon and squeezed it down with a click. The rocket's carefully improved mechanical energy hand cannon was pinched into a ball without holding it for a second. By Karma's rocket's eyes widened, and he quickly took 2 steps back. He didn't even see Lin Feng's movements clearly, and the hand cannon had already been reduced to debris. His heart skipped a beat. He kicked the iron board. "Hey, buddy, I'm kidding you." Seeing that Lin Feng's face turn cold, Rocket giggled, and once again performed his trick of changing his face. As expected of a seasoned bounty hunter, Mr. Rocket. He backed away slowly, pressing down continuously with one hand, while slowly touching the weapon behind him with the other. However, such small actions cannot escape Lin Feng's sight. Without waiting for the rocket to react, Lin Feng lifted him up. In front of Superman's speed, a mere raccoon couldn't hide. "This is not the place to talk." After finishing speaking, a portal suddenly appeared behind Lin Feng. He walked in with the rocket in one hand. Seeing that the two left with the portal open, the bar was still full of singing and dancing. What scene they had never seen before. "Just don't bother them to have fun." Lin Feng teleported into an alley with the rocket. Before going to the bar, Lin Feng noticed this alley. It was the first choice for robbing houses. "Wow, dude, you bring your own teleportation device?" Seeing that Lin Feng was able to teleport himself, Rocket's interest overwhelmed his fear. In his impression, there is no such convenient transmission device. He has been to so many places in the universe, and he has never seen such a simple and convenient teleportation device. Not even one. Immediately, Rocket became interested in what Lin Feng used to teleport. Lin Feng didn't intend to talk too much nonsense with Rocket. "This thing is just an annoying little thing, and it's not cheap. This little thing is also full of tricks, and normally it doesn't make sense at all, so it can only be forced by force to avoid long nights and dreams. Listen, Rocket, that box is indeed mine, and I think you can return it to me." As he said that, Lin Feng's eyes gradually glowed red. "Believe me, you don't want me to use violence to solve the problem." A palpitating energy began to surge. Rocket's heart thumped again, and his eyes kept spinning. "Okay, man, I do have this thing." Rocket fumbled the cuboid box out of nowhere. "But according to the rules, whoever finds it will belong to him, right?" Rocket said tentatively. "I think you should pay me. At least I should be paid for storage." "I snatched this from the mouth of an alien crocodile." Seeing that Lin Feng didn't speak, Rocket scratched his ass and continued to die. "Why don't you exchange it with your teleportation device?" Base. A red laser brushed the rocket's scalp and hit the ground, and a big hole was blown out in the ground. Rocket was so frightened that the souls of the dead froze. This unknown creature was so terrifying that it could emit laser light from its eyes. For a while, the rockets didn't have the courage to bargain with Lin Feng anymore. At first, Lin Feng had a kind face. Rocket thought he was some kind of character to be bullied, but he didn't expect him to be an immovable iron plate. Money and life? The rockets chose the latter without hesitation. He threw the cuboid to Lin Feng. Okay buddy, I'll give it back to you." Chapter 87 Evolution Start. the universe of unnumbered Venom after Lin Feng got the box. He glanced at Rocket, turned his head and left. He didn't really want to kill Rocket, he was just intimidating. Otherwise, this leather goods will not hand over things easily. Watching Lin Feng leave, Rocket heaved a sigh of relief, secretly thinking that his life was saved. It's just that although my life was saved, the things agreed to be traded were taken away. In this wave of blood loss, the shrewd Rocket lost the room to resist in the face of absolute power. Not to mention the money-making things, even the hand cannon was crushed by Lin Feng. Rocket felt a little aggrieved, but there was nothing he could do. He was proficient in mechanics and knew the power of Lin Feng's heat rays. Can't stop it, can't beat it. Rocket lowered his head, a little dejected, and kicked the pebbles at his feet violently, still muttering in his mouth, "What a pity. What's the bad luck?" The sudden sound startled Rocket. He looked up, and saw that human being floated in midair just now and flew back. "Why are you back again? I don't have anything valuable with me." Rocket stared at Lin Feng vigilantly and took 2 steps back. Could this person be trying to steal something from him? Lin Feng shook his head amusedly, took out a triangular piece of metal and threw it at the Rocket. "This is for you." Not as Rocket thought, Lin Feng not only did not rob Rocket, but threw something to him instead. The Rocket took it subconsciously, a grey metal sheet with a raised button on it, printed with the S-shaped logo, the same shape as the cuboid he returned to Lin Feng. "This is a rescue device, little raccoon. If you are in danger, press the S sign on it, and I will arrive in time to save your life. Just treat me as compensation for breaking your weapon." After speaking, Lin Feng quickly flew into the sky and left here. Although what the Rockets usually do is a bit cheap, but the nature of the Rockets is not bad. All this is due to his experience. To be honest, although the Rocket is indeed cheap, but Lin Feng knows that it is just the protective color of the Rocket camouflage. He doesn't hate this little raccoon. He can help if he can. Rocket looked at the sky where Lin Feng disappeared, and then at the triangular sheet in his hand. "Raccoon, what's that?" After leaving the transit star, Lin Feng floated in the universe and chatted with the system. Before setting off, Lin Feng had an idea. He wants to go to other universes to start evolution after getting the template. After all, Lin Feng was unconscious during the evolution period. If he was attacked again, Lin Feng would probably vomit blood in anger. Evolving in other universes should not be considered by the Exiles. Even if they really thought about it, it would be too late when they found themselves. "System, come out." Lin Feng called out. Is there a way to go to other universes? He himself does not have the means to go to other universes, nor does he have the space-time navigation shuttle in Avengers 4. After much deliberation, I can only ask the dog system. If not, you can only take risks and evolve in the main universe. Host, didn't you have a master key for the reward you got last time? The system quickly gave an answer. Okay. This sentence reminded Lin Feng that among the rewards of the Reunion 4 event, there is indeed a reward for a master key. Lin Feng took out the golden key from his backpack. The universal key, used 3 times. It can open the cosmic portal with coordinates. A simple line of words. Very easy to understand. But Lin Feng frowned a little. He didn't have the coordinates of other universes. How could he use this key? System, do you have the coordinates of other universes? Lin Feng continued to ask. He didn't. Maybe there would be in the system. Currently there is only one coordinate of the DC universe, which is the DC universe that the last mission arrived at. The system's voice sounded. However, I don't recommend that the host return to the DC universe. It would be a waste to use the number of times in the DC universe. With the help of the system, the master key can open the teleportation of the random universe. Generally, there will be system tasks after teleportation, so it is recommended that the host use random teleportation. Anyway, you have to use the master key once. Why don't you go to a new universe, not to mention getting new coordinates, but also doing missions to earn a fortune? After the system finished speaking, Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. He didn't expect the master key to be used like this. Under normal circumstances, it is indeed more cost-effective to go to a brand new universe, and new tasks represent new opportunities and rewards. And as far as the current situation is concerned, there should be no disasters in the DC universe that require his actions for the time being. After thinking about it, Lin Feng decided to open the random universe according to what the system said. Is the random universe or the Marvel parallel universe? Lin Feng asked. If possible, he would like to go to some anime universe or other movie universe. There are more or less what he needs in those universes. For example, some enhanced serums, strange props and so on. Although he can't use it himself, he can use it for those around him. It would be really great if he could go to Fatty Blue's universe. The things in the blue fat man's dimensional pocket are tyrannical and unreasonable. However, Lin Feng did not have much help for this, and his intuition told him that it was unlikely. 99% of the probability of random teleportation is random Marvel parallel universe, and 1% is other random universes. The systematic answer verified Lin Feng's intuition. Lin Feng frowned. Is there only a 1% probability of other random universes? That basically bid farewell to Fatty Blue's universe, and the chances of randomly entering Fatty Blue's universe from 1% of the universe are too small. Is there any problem? If there is no problem, I will help you cross. The system urged. No more. Let's start. Lin Feng replied. It's only 2 months. It's safer to go to other universes to evolve than the main universe. Evolving here, if the same fucking situation as last time happens, it will be over. The system's actions were extremely fast, and just as Lin Feng agreed, a portal suddenly opened in front of him. At the same time, a reminder sounded in my mind. The number of times the master key is used, 1. This time travels to an extra numbered universe. Venom, okay? Lin Feng frowned slightly. Venom, Eddie Brock's Venom. What do you mean by an unnumbered universe? Lin Feng asked as he stepped into the portal. The universe outside the number is a parallel universe that was accidentally born due to the main characters. To put it simply, in Avengers 4, the past Tony returns to is not his own past, but another parallel universe. The system made an analogy, and Lin Feng instantly understood the meaning. He nodded. Sure enough, it was still the Marvel universe, but he didn't know which universe this unnumbered Venom belonged to. Is it the Marvel universe with Spider-Man, or the Marvel Sony universe starring Thug Hardy? After stepping out of the portal, Lin Feng came to the non-numbered Venom universe. He is still floating in the universe, and it doesn't feel much different from the main universe. The azure blue star is on the left, and the hot yellow dwarf is on the right. Lin Feng didn't intend to go to Blue Star first, nor did he ask if the system had any missions. But with a thought, he opened a portal on the surface of the yellow dwarf. There's nothing wrong with it. Infinity gems can still be used in the universe outside the number. Plunging into the sun, just like the previous scene, Lin Feng slowly closed his eyes, feeling the hot temperature of the sun. System, let's start evolution. Lin Feng ordered. Now that the decision is made, hurry up and evolve to avoid long nights and dreams. Even trigger if you have completed the system task. You have to wait until your own evolution is complete. Silver Superman template has started evolution. Estimated evolution time this time, 60 days. A formulaic voice came from the system, followed by a sense of drowsiness sweeping through Lin Feng's brain. Same evolution process as last time. I hope there won't be any accidents this time. After muttering something, Lin Feng slowly fell into a deep sleep. Chapter 88. The Symbiont Who Defected. Gwen Stacy. Lin Feng evolved comfortably lying in the sun. But I don't know that the blue star in this universe is suffering terribly. Garcia City, fictional, in the southeastern part of the United States, covers an area of 916 square kilometers and has a permanent population of about 4 million. As a coastal tourist city, it has beautiful scenery and a huge luxury shopping mall. Tens of millions of tourists are received every year, and the annual GDP is as high as hundreds of billions of dollars. The hot summer is the peak season for tourism. At this time in the past, Garcia City was full of people and bustling. However, the city center, which was supposed to be crowded with people at this time, was uncharacteristically quiet at this time. The streets that were carefully cleaned in the past have become overgrown with weeds and filled with smoke and dust. The buildings full of regional styles on both sides have also become dilapidated, and the ruins left by the destruction are scattered everywhere. Upon closer inspection, there are terrifying claw marks all over the ruined wall, deep and large, as if attacked by an unknown beast. The whole city seemed to have lost the breath of life, not even a bird song, and the silence was so quiet that it made the scalp tingle. It's like the zombie apocalypse scene shown in the movie. The sound of the car engine starting suddenly came, which was particularly ear-piercing in this silent city. Roar, as if startled by the sound of the engine, beast-like howls came from all around the street, so sharp that it hurt the eardrums. In the middle of the street, a badly damaged black Chevrolet drove out of the city like crazy. He kept bumping into obstacles along the way, but he didn't dare to stop at all. Behind the vehicle, 3 huge monsters were chasing after him. The monster is huge in size and strong in skill. Under the human-like appearance is a pair of huge pale eyes, and a big mouthful of fangs, with a big python-like tongue from time to time. The sharp claws are hidden in the unbelievably swollen muscles, constantly destroying the hard asphalt road while running at extreme speed. The 3 monsters gradually caught up with Chevrolet. The purple monster running in the front jumped onto the roof of the moving car with a strong leap of its thick thighs. Stab it! The black sharp claws gleaming with cold light inserted into the roof of the car effortlessly, and lifted it flying. However, without waiting for the monster to make the next move, a sharp knife with red veins all over the car suddenly stretched out, and quickly chopped off the purple monster's head. Base. This cut directly cut off half of the monster's head. The purple monster instantly lost its strength and fell. The sharp claws protruding from the car did not withdraw immediately, but like plasticine, transformed into countless tentacles, grabbed the gravel and other objects on both sides of the road, and threw them at the other 2 monsters that were still chasing. After chasing and smashing, the speed of the 2 monsters gradually slowed down. In the end, I could only watch the vehicle drive further and further away. Roar! The monster roared unwillingly, and then spit out human words. Traitor! Another traitor! The sound was extremely unpleasant and harsh, like the sound of glass balls scratching on a blackboard. It's okay, the leader will not let her go. Behind the 2 monsters, the purple monster whose head had been chopped off has recovered to its original state, as if it wasn't him who had been chopped off. The 3 monsters looked at each other, licked their eyes with their python-like tongues, and walked back tacitly. If Lin Feng were here, he would definitely recognize these 3 monsters. Quantumar is Venom's symbiote fellow. Nearly half of the blue star in the Venom universe outside the number has been occupied by symbiotes. Eddie Brock doesn't stop the riot as successfully as in the movie. This allowed Dr. Drake, who was possessed by the riot, to successfully drive the spaceship to his home planet. Months later, Riot returned to Blue Star with countless symbiotes. An overwhelming disaster swept across. Symbiotes aggressively possess and devour humans. In the initial period, humans had little power to fight back against the symbionts. It can't be broken by a knife, it can't be killed by a gun, and the monster's arms can also transform into various weapons, which can kill human beings with a single blow. The bewildered humans ran away in a hurry. The smart symbiont seized the opportunity and reproduced without restraint, and the number of them once exploded in a blowout. It took only a few months for the disaster to spread around the world. Human beings were once reduced to tools and food. In a word, I was miserable and tired of running for my life. Humanity is not completely hopeless, however. Soon, countries conveniently discovered the weakness of the symbiote that is afraid of sound waves and flames of specific frequencies. A counterattack against the symbiont began. After several months of tug-of-war, humans and symbiotes almost shared half of the Blue Star. Humans gathered in the main city to build fortresses, surrounded by huge loudspeakers and flamethrowers, repelling the attacks of the symbionts time and time again. I thought that accumulating enough power could completely wipe out the symbiosis. However, The development of things is hopeless. Among the symbionts, a small part has evolved, or mutated. Part of freshman living organisms are no longer afraid of flames and sound waves, which makes human beings have to use heavy weapons or use the lives of soldiers to exchange each such symbiosis. This situation did not gradually turn around until a month ago. The symbiont can amplify the evil in the human heart, but if the parasitic human has more righteousness than evil, then there is a high probability of assimilating the symbiont. In this way, the combination headed by Eddie Brock and Venom joined the human camp. Afterwards, symbionts and hosts who maintained their sanity continued to join the human camp. The symbionts that are not afraid of sound waves and flames were solved by them, greatly reducing human casualties. Human beings are plotting how to eliminate the symbiont, and the symbiosis is also constantly planning how to break through the human fortress. A bunch of trash. In a villa in the city of Garcia, the rioters sat on the throne and yelled. Kneeling under the stage were 3 shivering symbiotes. Boss, she's very powerful. We can't stop her. Base. The talking symbiote had its head cut off. Coincidentally, this purple symbiote had its head cut off just once. Excuses are all excuses. Riot roared angrily. Pain, bastard, go after her. Go and bite her head off. The betrayal from around him made Riot furious, and sent 2 highly capable subordinates one after another. Yes. Beside Riot, the 2 crimson symbiotes looked at each other, and quickly rushed towards the only interstate highway outside the city. Apart from the airport, there is only one interstate highway connecting Garcia to the outside world. If the traitor escapes, he must pass through this long interstate highway. The 2 symbiotes guessed right. On weekdays, there is only a bold black Chevrolet driving on the interstate highway, which is full of traffic. Inside the car was a beautiful woman with short hair. It was Gwen Stacy who escaped from Garcia City. A big red head protruded from her shoulder. It looked similar to the 3 monsters who had chased them just now, except that it looked smaller. Gwen, where are we going next? A shrill female voice sounded. All the way to the north, to the gathering place of Huadunzu. Gwen replied without hesitation that she had already figured out where to go before she defected. Chapter 89 Pursuit. Human gathering place. A violent red sports car drove out of Garcia City and moved forward along the interstate highway at an extremely fast speed. The symbiont that came out to look for food just took a look and retracted its head. Sitting in the car is the leader's right-hand man, suffering and hybrid, not something they can provoke. The sports car shuttled on the road like lightning, with a speed approaching 300 km per hour. The painful big tongue in the co-pilot licked his eyes. Very perverted. Hurry up, I want to taste her head. Payne still felt that the speed of the car was not fast enough, so he urged. The hybrid drove the vehicle and gave her a cold look. Du Yan's head is mine. These words made the howls of pain and arrogance pause, and turned to meet the gloomy eyes of the upper bastard. You want to grab her head with me? No, no, no. Your speed is not fast enough. Pain screamed. Her speed was among the best among all symbiotes, and the hybrid wants to grab her head? I'm afraid there is no chance. Roar. The hybrid twisted his head irritably, and his python-like tongue stuck out and danced in the air. The ability of poisonous flame can be obtained by devouring poisonous flame, and the 2 symbionts are very greedy for poisonous flame's ability. You want to grab Diane's head from me? I don't mind twisting your head off first, as an appetizer. The threat of the hybrid made Payne narrow his eyes. Catch up with her first. You know the consequences of mission failure. As for her head, each depends on his ability. The hybrid roared, but didn't refute, and stepped on the accelerator even faster. To be honest, the threat of a hybrid made Payne recoil a bit. Hybrids are composed of 4 highly capable symbiote amalgams, possessing the composite abilities of many of their siblings. Hybrids in the comics consist of Riot, Whip, Payne, and Devour. And the symbiosis in this world has obviously deviated from the original work. Although the speed of the hybrid is not as fast as Payne, but the killing ability is above her. If they want to get Diane's head, they will inevitably have to fight. The interstate stretches as far as the eye can see to the north, connecting a huge gathering place. The Whadusa gathering place is one of the 5 human gathering places established after the symbiosis invaded. A towering metal fence encloses the entire city. There are more than 20 million internal residents. About 1 million of them are combat units. Eddie Brock and Venom are stationed in this gathering place. He has a team completely composed of symbiotes. The number is about 500. Normally, the symbiote is hidden under the skin of human beings, and only when fighting will it turn into a hideous and terrifying monster. At this time, Eddie Brock was standing on the metal fence with several uniformed humans, looking into the distance. "Eddie, how's it going?" The person who spoke was a man with a serious face, about 30 years old. He was wearing a camouflage uniform with a prominent J title on his shoulder. For Du Yan to join the human camp, the above means that he attaches great importance to it. Symbionts also have strengths and weaknesses. As of now, the threat posed by ordinary symbionts to humans has been greatly reduced. What needs to be paid attention to is that those symbiont spirits with extreme titles written, such as massacre, instruments of torture, screaming, etc. Their abilities emerge endlessly. As the elites of the new generation, they are no longer afraid of flames and sound waves. Every time these elite symbionts make a move, they will cause large-scale casualties to the human camp. The total number of symbionts in the human line of defense is less than 2,000. In the symbiont camp, there are no less than 20,000 new generation aggregates that are not afraid of sound waves and flames. Humanity once fell into a bitter battle. If it were not for the existence of heavy weapons such as missiles, the human gathering place would have been completely wiped out. This time, the messenger wants to join their poisonous flame. They are the elites of the new generation of elites. They are not afraid of flames and sound waves, and they can manipulate flames. Ordinary symbiotes are completely a piece of cake in front of her, and according to the data, the parasitic human being of Dian was the Spider-Woman who had the title of Good Neighbor before the symbiote invaded. No one has ever seen what Spider-Woman looks like. She always appears in dangerous places wearing a leather jacket. The only thing that is known is that she is a young woman. The stronger the carrier of the symbiont, the stronger the symbiont will be. The poisonous flame that is not afraid of flames and sound waves, coupled with the combination of the spider hostess, is a trump card in both the symbiont and the human camp. So it is conceivable why the higher authorities pay attention to this newly added symbiont. To put it bluntly, this pair is likely to become the backbone of the fight against extreme symbionts. Hearing the man's question, Eddie fiddled with the signal receiving device in his hand. Officer Hawk, after the poisonous flame left Garcia City, there was no signal. I think the signal receiver has been destroyed. If all goes well, she will arrive at the gathering place in a week. Chief Hawk looked serious, nodded silently, and after a moment of contemplation, ordered, "You continue to try to contact Poison Flame. The higher authorities attach great importance to this poisonous flame, and I will apply for a satellite to observe the situation." "Do you want me to help?" Eddie asked. They knew that the power of the poisonous flame was very powerful, and the leader of the symbiote, Riot, certainly knew it. Eddie worries that Riot will send a powerful symbiote to hunt Flame down. Hawk thought for a moment, then shook his head. "You can't go. The symbiote led by Massacre is still wandering 50 kilometers away. We can't take any chances." Eddie nodded, quite helplessly. "Okay, I understand." Hawk patted Eddie on the shoulder and left. He is going to apply for the right to use the satellite. When the riot entered the Earth, most of the satellites were consciously destroyed. Now there are only 2 observation satellites that can be used in the United States, and all of them have small damages, and the signal is often interrupted. This poses a great obstacle to observing the actions of the symbiont. Don't think that symbiotes are idiots. There are not a few of them who are smart. The officer had a hunch that this was a protracted battle. Humanity's protracted war against alien parasites. Fortunately, the right to use satellites was quickly approved. After Hawk waited anxiously, An instant video appeared on the screen. On the straight interstate highway, there are two cars driving, one black and one red. The speed of the black vehicle is not fast, and the red vehicle is constantly approaching. Hawk's face became ugly. Sure enough, the riots would not allow Du-Yan to leave easily. After weighing it over and over for a while, Hawk pressed the red button on the console, turned around and gave a few instructions to his subordinates. The underground launch base, a missile, entered the trajectory. Hum. On the interstate, an extremely slight hum came to Gwen's ears. It's the sound of an engine running. Gwen could tell the sound didn't belong to the car she was driving. The scalp suddenly felt tight and painful, and the spider sensor was telling her that there was danger. A large amount of red liquid came out of Gwen's back, forming a big head in an instant, which was a poisonous flame. Gwen, danger is approaching. Well, I've noticed it. Gwen stepped on the accelerator hard, but the speed of the damaged Chevrolet had reached the upper limit. Get ready to fight, poison flame. After the words fell, the red liquid continued to ooze out of the package from the surface of Gwen's body, and within a moment, a light red monster appeared, with an explosive body curve, a ferocious head, and red lines all over its body, faintly shining. The sound of the engine behind him grew louder, and a red sports car gradually appeared in Chevrolet's rear-view mirror. Yahoo! Painful and excited, he jumped to the roof of the car. Catch up, catch up. Chapter 90. Run, run. In their car the two cars got closer and closer, roared in pain and excitement, jumped hard on their strong legs, and flew towards Chevrolet in the air. Seeing that the visitor was not kind, several sharp spikes condensed from the back of the poisonous flame and shot at the Pain at a high speed. The Pain seemed to have been prepared long ago, and his arms suddenly formed a thick shield to block the spikes. She rolled in the air and successfully jumped onto the Chevrolet. Little Diane, where do you want to go? Laughing wildly and twisted in pain, his right hand condensed into a huge spike and stabbed down violently. The sharp venomous thorns pierced through the bottom of the car and directly embedded in the hard road surface, drawing a deep ravine. Chevrolet was forced to stop. Du-Yan didn't say anything else. His fist, as big as a sandbag, wrapped in hot flames, slammed towards the painful face. One blow blasted the pain away. It is the ability to control fire. Poison flame can manipulate flames, and even create flames by itself. Punching the pain away, Du-Yan jumped out of the car. The Chevrolet was punctured in pain and clearly unusable again. Du-Yan looked coldly at the two of the same kind who came after him. It's hybrid and Pain. Things are not going well. Pain is comparable to her strength, but the hybrid's ability is changeable, and her strength can overwhelm her. Singled out, she has a chance. Two symbiotes, she can only find a chance to escape. It's a mixed race. Gwen, the situation is a bit bad, Huo said in a low voice. Unlike other brothers and sisters, her strange character is not ostentatious or ferocious at all. On the contrary, it is like a human being who is calm all the time. Fight calmly. Gwen's voice sounded. Don't worry, the humans they parasitize are far less powerful than me. We have a chance. During the conversation, the Pain of falling to the ground stood up like a normal person, and the big tongue danced in the air excitedly. Little Diane, have you forgotten? My sister is the same as you, not afraid of flames. The hybrid also stepped out of the sports car, and his right hand conjured a sharp bayonet. Betrayer, I'm here to harvest your head. Be the first to attack. Du-Yan didn't say a word of nonsense, and took the lead in attacking. She swung her hands violently, condensing several terrifying red spikes, and piercing towards the hybrid with a howl. I want my head. See if you have that ability. The hybrid turned his head slightly, dodging several poisonous thorns, and the start of the battle made him feel excited. One blow failed. Du-Yan exerted force under his feet, crushing the hard asphalt road with great force, and shot her towards the hybrid with a powerful thrust. The hybrid howled, his arms turned into flesh and blades, and he faced the poisonous flame without fear. Death! Du-Yan roared, jumped up out of thin air, and his right hand turned into a sharp blade of flesh and blood, slashing towards the hybrid mixed with flames ferociously. The two symbiotes fought together in an instant, and the sharp claws kept drawing after images in the air. The poison flame's biological blade is covered with black veins. It is poison. Even the symbionts can't resist the poison. This is another ability of Duyan. The terrifying hybrid of the toxin is well aware of it, and he flies up with a pair of blades dancing, constantly colliding with it. After a few tricks, the hybrids gain the upper hand. The hybrid composed of 4 symbionts is obviously stronger than Poison Flame in terms of combat power. In a short while, Duyan's body was plowed into dozens of wounds, and the speed of swinging the sharp blade in his hand was constantly slowing down. Seeing that Duyan seemed to be unable to hold on anymore, the hybrid roared happily, and there was a flaw in his hand movements. Duyan, now is the time. Gwen gave an order, and Duyan instantly gave up control of his body. In a matter of milliseconds, Gwen took over the body and slashed horizontally. The hybrid was unprepared and frantically blocked the attack with a sharp blade, but was forced back a few steps by the tyrannical force. Base. A black venomous thorn arrived instantly, sinking into the hybrid's shoulder in an instant. A sense of powerlessness struck, and the hybrid staggered. Got it. Duyan's eyes lit up, and the flesh and blood blade swept out again, rushing towards the hybrid's thick neck. Boom! A dark red afterimage sprang out from the oblique stab, and collided with the poisonous flame, making the knife miss. It was Pain. Pain saved the hybrid. Don't underestimate her, idiot. Have you forgotten who her host is? Pain yelled at the hybrid. You don't need to remind me. The hybrid gave Pain a cold look, and then pulled out the sharp poisonous thorn. The wound healed quickly. There was not much toxin on the thorn, and the hybrid successfully dissolved the toxin. Painfully licking his hideous face. Shoot together, you know what will happen if you fail. The hybrid snorted coldly, with a fierce and cruel gleam in his terrifying eyes, but he didn't refute the pain. The two symbiotes shifted their sights to Duyan tacitly. The wound on Duyan's body also healed during the conversation between the two, and he was staring at the Pain and the hybrid with vigilance. A gust of wind blew by, and the 3 symbiotes charged at the same time. The sharp blades made of flesh and blood were flying all over the sky, and the 3 symbiotes kept colliding with each other. For a moment, gravel flew across, and blade shadows made chaos. But in the end, 2 fists were no match for 4 feet. After some fighting, Duyan's body was continuously scratched with wounds, and the healing speed was greatly slowed down. Painful Xpan opened his mouth wide, revealing countless fangs, and attacked Duyan's head. Duyan retreated one after another, knocking it flying with Feng Xiao's punch. But there was a gap in his chest, and the hybrid seized the opportunity to stab it with a knife. Roar! Duyan screamed in pain. The hybrid lifted Duyan into the air, opened his mouth wide, and bit down on Duyan's head without hesitation. Poison Flame, use Poison Mist, Gwen yelled. Hearing the shout, Duyan immediately opened his mouth wide, and sprayed out a highly poisonous black mist, immediately enveloping the hybrid. The hybrid was hit, and he swung Duyan's broadsword, throwing Duyan out, while he coughed continuously. The body surface exposed to the poisonous mist actually began to melt slightly. That poisonous mist is corrosive. Don't stop, continue to use the poisonous fog to cover them. Enduring the piercing pain, Duyan opened his mouth again, and the black mist spewed out like money, covering a radius of more than 10 meters. Now, use the flame to ignite the poisonous mist. When kept directing the poisonous flame's movements. Duyan's ability is very powerful, but she is still too young after all, and her fighting awareness and accomplishment have not fully developed. At this time, Gwen played a crucial role. The dark red lines on Duyan's body lit up, and a flame rushed towards the poisonous mist. Boom! At the moment of contact with the poisonous mist, the flame directly detonated it. The poisonous mist exploded violently like natural gas. Go! Gwen yelled. Go in their car. poisonous flame decisively jumped on the blood brought by the hybrid. The vehicle ran away again with the kick of the accelerator. Chapter 91. From today onwards, I am Silver Superman. The smoke and dust from the explosion slowly dissipated, revealing the two symbiotes inside. The symbiont looked miserable. It had been blown out of shape, and its plasticine-like tentacles danced angrily in the air. After dancing for a while, it returned to its original shape. The explosion did them no small damage. When the hybrid raised his eyes, he could only see a red buttock the size of a sesame seed. Damn it! The hybrid roared, and then looked at the Pain fiercely. What are you looking at me for? Chase! Pain roared fearlessly. Can you catch up with the sports car? The hybrid's tone was cold, suppressing extreme anger. Their running speed can catch up with the car in a short period of time, but this state cannot last for too long, and running at extreme speed consumes a lot of energy. Tongue stuck out in Pain. Don't worry, that car doesn't have much fuel. It won't go very far. After finishing speaking, regardless of what the hybrid thought, he fell to the ground in pain and quickly chased towards Diane. Seeing this, the hybrid roared angrily, and ran after the Pain. Diane must die, otherwise they will face the punishment of rioting. The confrontation between this wave of symbionts was completely recorded by the satellite. Hawk, who watched the whole process, was slightly relieved. Things are getting a little better, but not quite out of the woods yet. The poisonous flame is running continuously, and the two symbiotes are constantly chasing after it. Originally thought that the task would be completed soon, but the hybrid and Pain still underestimated the ability of Diane. To be precise, it should have underestimated Gwen's wisdom. As the sun rose and set, the red sports car had already been abandoned on the road. The big hole in his chest had healed, and Gwen luckily found an abandoned underground gas pipeline, and immediately hid in it. However, the hybrid and painful detection capabilities are not covered, and Gwen was quickly found hiding in the gas pipeline. Relying on the intricate gas pipeline, Gwen and the two symbiotes fought a guerrilla war. On the second day after chasing Gwen arranged a large amount of poisonous mist, which directly sent another wave of big explosions to the two symbiotes, and the hybrid and Pain felt unprecedented pain and anger. On the third day of chasing Gwen, the human gathering place sent two helicopters to meet Gwen, but they were all bombed by hybrids with long-range spike weapons, and Gwen had to hide in the gas pipeline again. On the fifth day of chasing Gwen was unable to dodge and was injured again. However, the two symbiotes were not much better, and both suffered injuries of varying severity. On the seventh day of chasing Gwen, the restless riot sent Strangle and Scream for reinforcements. On the same day, the human camp sent helicopters again, but failed to respond to the mission. After chasing and fleeing, it took almost half a month. It's not that the human camp is unwilling to support. Massacre is stationed less than 100 kilometers outside the city with thousands of symbiotes. The human camp cannot go south at all, unless heavy weapons such as missiles are used. Let's send Venom. It's not enough to fight the four elite symbiotes chasing Gwen. It's not bad if Venom can fight even one of them. It's all about delivering food. 2 or 3 armed helicopters were sent to respond, all of which were bombed by the symbiosis. In desperation, Hawk wanted to use missiles, but there was strong opposition from one of the above, saying that resources should not be wasted for a symbiont who really believes in it. This made Hawk's teeth itch. A fat-headed idiot can't understand the importance of poisonous flames at all. But I have to say that the hybrids are really too tenacious. The food on his body has been eaten up long ago, so he catches small animals in the wild to satisfy his hunger. It was even worse for Gwen, who could only sneak out to catch 2 small animals while the symbiote was resting late at night. What a crime! Gwen was extremely speechless. Originally, I was able to get to the Wharton Continent gathering place in a week, but now it took almost 2 weeks, and I only walked 2/3 of the way in hiding. It can't be done, Gwen, I have no energy, Diane said in a weak voice. The two of them were in a pipe at this time, and there was no light. The long-term hunger made the poisonous flame unable to exert any strength. Gwen also felt weak, and there was dust all over her face and clothes. The daily tense nerves made her feel extremely mentally exhausted, that is, her Spider-Woman's physique was supporting her. If it was a normal person, she would have already passed out from exhaustion. "Can I spray some more poisonous mist?" Gwen asked weakly. "Those bastards are not much better. They haven't given up after chasing them for so many days. Spray some more poisonous mist tomorrow, and give them another explosion. Okay, Du Yan's voice was full of sleepiness. "Before that, let me sleep for a while." After speaking, Du Yan fell silent. As night fell, several symbiotes took a rest at the same time. The distant universe, the center of the sun, slowly opened a pair of eyes at this time. With the focus of sight, a cold mechanical sound sounded. Ding! The Silver Superman template is loaded. Congratulations to the host for successfully evolving. Ding! Start the world mission and eliminate the symbiote camp headed by Riot. Mission Reward 1, 20 million reputation points. Mission Reward 2, a perfect symbiosis. Unconscious, the system prompt sounded, and Lin Feng gradually came back to his senses. He moved slightly, trying to fly away from the sun. The newly upgraded ability allowed him to eject at an extremely fast speed, more than twice as fast as the Man of Steel. "Come to my senses." Lin Feng stopped his figure, and the black battlesuit wrapped his whole body again. "That's it. Done." Lin Feng shook his hands suspiciously. With the clenched fists, an indescribably powerful force burst out, and every cell output strong energy like a nuclear explosion. "Good guy." Lin Feng's eyes lit up. It really succeeded. This feeling is far beyond what Man of Steel can match. With the blessing of this kind of power, Lin Feng felt that he could smash the sun with one punch. He looked back at the sun, his eyes flickered a little. Maybe he could really explode with one punch. This is only the initial strength. As time grows, Lin Feng can grow stronger almost without an upper limit. With a thought in Lin Feng's mind, he quickly shuttled through the universe. At that speed, he could easily throw the Iron Man by a block. He cheered excitedly, but unfortunately there was no sound in the universe, unable to convey his excitement. Heat rays, freezing breath, super speed, super strength, and other abilities are constantly used, and their strength has been greatly improved. Even when the interest came, Lin Feng pushed Mars around. At this moment, Lin Feng was as happy as a Suhai. As if feeling Lin Feng's joy, the dog system jumped out and congratulated. "Congratulations to the host for successfully evolving Silver Superman." "Yo, the dog system." Lin Feng was delighted, and the words of the system once again confirmed that he is now the Silver Superman. Fortunately, there was no accident this time, otherwise Lin Feng would have vomited 3 liters of blood. Sure enough, it was right to choose to evolve in other universes. Chapter 92 Spider-Woman. Screaming mindless system, I just heard that there is a mission. Lin Feng, who was in high spirits, suddenly remembered that he heard a mission when he just woke up. That's right. The host of this mission is to eliminate the symbiote camp led by Riot. The system replied. Please refer to the Deadly Guardian for the specific plot, but the difference in this world is that Eddie and Venom failed to stop the Riot, and the Riot brought the symbiote back to Earth. Now the symbiotes and humans occupy half of the country on the Blue Star. What the host has to do is to clear the symbiote camp. Lin Feng nodded. He has seen the movie Venom, so he probably understands the plot. He himself had imagined that he could have a symbiote as powerful as Venom. After all, the transformation of Venom, in his opinion, is not only not very scary, but also full of violent aesthetics. But now, Silver Superman is more fragrant. And thinking about the venom penetrating into his body, Lin Feng couldn't help shivering, feeling a bit unacceptable. System, can I be possessed by Venom? With that said, Lin Feng flipped through the task information. Of course, if you want. However, the symbiote will not increase your ability much, the system said. Isn't the symbiont rewarded by the mission useless? Lin Feng frowned. Why was he rewarded with something useless? This is not in line with the style of the system. The host is wrong. The symbiont rewarded this time is almost perfect. You can think of it as a large nanosuit. It has no self-awareness and is completely controlled by the host's behavior and thoughts. It can even copy your abilities and transform into another you to assist in combat. Of course, the ability after copying is not as powerful as the host. Oh, Lin Feng's eyes lit up when he heard the symbiosis characteristics of the reward. If this is the case, it is not impossible to possess a body. How much power can you possibly have? Between 50% and 60%. Lin Feng jumped straight to the earth without hesitation. Good guy. Then what are you waiting for? Let's do the task. 50% Silver Superman's ability is also stronger than the Man of Steel. Okay. This is completely giving Lin Feng a little helper from the Man of Steel. Lin Feng didn't use the Mind Stone to open the portal, but Lin Feng wanted to experience the flying speed of Silver Superman. Even without the booster of the Mind Gem, Lin Feng's speed is already close to the sublight speed. If he uses the Mind Gem, Lin Feng should be able to break through the speed of light. I just don't know if I can go back to the past after breaking through the speed of light. After Lin Feng's test, the Infinity Gem still has a boost to the current Silver Superman's body. It is worthy of the Infinity Gem. It took less than 10 minutes to fly from Mars to Earth, and Lin Feng arrived there without enough experience. After entering the atmosphere, Lin Feng was suspended in the sky and did not reach the ground immediately. Super hearing and supervision cover the whole world, understanding the current general situation of Blue Star. After observing, Lin Feng found that the current Blue Star was indeed as the system said, and the symbiosis occupied almost half of the Earth's land. With supervision, Lin Feng observed the existence of the gathering place, and also saw countless human beings being raised as tools and food by the symbiosis. This made Lin Feng feel angry. He is also considered human, and this sight makes him feel a little uncomfortable. In any case, they are his compatriots. Even if there is no system task, Lin Feng will not let it go. As his eyes shifted, Lin Feng saw Eddie Brock. That familiar appearance, as he thought in his heart, was the Thug Hardy. He also observed that some symbiotes joined the human camp, and it seemed that the situation was not too bad. For this part of the symbiont, Lin Feng can let them go. However, from a rough look, the number of symbionts is very large. How to eliminate them all is a problem. Lin Feng can punch a symbiote without any difficulty, but if you hit them one by one, you don't know if you will fight until the year of the monkey. He kept thinking about whether Superman Silver had any group attack skills. Using the Mind Stone, there are too many, and even if they pass out, there is not much point. Still won't kill them one by one. Now if only 6 Infinity Gems are gathered together, it will be solved with a snap of the fingers. Lin Feng rubbed his chin, feeling a little melancholy. For him now, it is easy to destroy Blue Star, but it is somewhat difficult to save Blue Star. The current Blue Star is like a dragon fruit. It is very easy to eat it in one bite, but you have to tell him to pick out all the black spots. Okay? Suddenly, Lin Feng saw an interesting picture, which interrupted his thinking. On a straight road, several colorful symbiotes wrestled together. What Lin Feng was interested in was not the symbiote fighting, but one of the symbiotes with female characteristics, who could actually spit spider silk. Isn't that what Spider-Man does? There is still Spider-Man in this world? Oh no. Lin Feng looked at the symbiote that continuously shot out spider silk from its wrist, and the protrusion on its chest. It should be called Spider-Woman. Observe carefully the posture, the movement, and the silk spinning skills of the wrist. Sure enough, it should be Spider-Woman, and she is also a Spider-Woman parasitized by a symbiote. Spider-Woman was fighting with 4 symbiotes at this time. Lin Feng didn't know what they were called. After all, there was only one Venom and one Riot in the movie. After thinking for a moment, Lin Feng flew straight down. He became interested in Spider-Women. According to his memory, there are many Spider-Women in Marvel, such as Jessica, Julia, Gwen, and even a version of Aunt May who became Spider-Woman. I just don't know which one this Spider-Woman is. Lin Feng's flying speed was so fast, he arrived at the scene of the fight in a short while, and he smashed the ground in a beautiful superhero style. The sound of breaking through the air startled several symbiotes who were fighting, and their huge ferocious eyes looked at the person coming. "Who is it?" the mixed race uttered sharply. He had never seen a flying human being. Licking her big tongue in pain, she looked at the person vigilantly. "Why does she keep sticking her tongue out?" And Scream stared at Lin Feng closely, as if there was light shining in his eyes. The symbiont can feel the strength of human beings. The flying human being in front of him is so powerful that he trembles with excitement. "I want to change," the host screamed and stuck out his big tongue, shaking his head excitedly. "This human is stronger than all the humans I have ever seen." After finishing speaking, he screamed and rushed towards Lin Feng without hesitation. He wanted to act first and parasitize this powerful human being first. He didn't notice that they didn't have the slightest intention of robbing him. If he turned his head, he would definitely be able to see the human contempt in the pained eyes. Idiot. Could it be that they couldn't feel Lin Feng's strength, that aura as huge as a planet? If they acted rashly before finding out the depth, there would be no good results. It's a pity that although Scream is very powerful in their family, their heads are not very easy to use. To put it simply, it is a missing string. Seeing the rushing screams, Lin Feng punched calmly. Boom! There was a strong vibration, and an unskilled punch directly hit the sonic boom circle, plowing out a semicircular depression on the asphalt road, extending for tens of meters. The whole ground seemed to be rubbed by a laser cannon. The Scream turned into powder without any reaction under this punch. Chapter 93 Venom recommends himself. Can you see if I can do it? Seeing this terrifying scene, the tigers of the symbiotes were shocked. Without the slightest hesitation, the mixed race ran away in pain. The aura exuded by Lin Feng had already made them retreat, and no one had the confidence to withstand a fist as big as the casserole. Run if you can't fight. After all, life is important. No, this is not called escaping. This is called tactical retreat. Save your life. Don't shudder. Want to run? Lin Feng raised his brows, and the heat rays shot out directly. The tyrannical heat rays hit the three symbiotes in an instant, before they could even let out a scream. They were crushed into powder by the majestic energy. Nice. Much stronger than the Man of Steel. There is still no effect under the blessing of the Soul Gem. Before it was changed, the heat rays of the Man of Steel would at most penetrate the symbiote in less than a minute. The four elite symbiotes were reduced to dust. Lin Feng is very satisfied with his current strength. Patting the dust that didn't exist, he turned his head to look at the symbiote who knew the skills of Spider-Man. Wow! Another bear with an explosive figure, but not as majestic as Wanda. Spider-Woman is indeed Spider-Woman. She won't run away when she sees how powerful she is. What's your name? Lin Feng asked out loud. The symbiote was taken aback, and the poisonous flames on his body faded away like a tide, revealing a woman with a dirty body. My name is Gwen. After finishing speaking, the woman rolled her eyes, fainted, and fell straight to the ground. Well, it turned out that it wasn't that I didn't want to run, but that I didn't have the strength to run. Lin Feng knew the faint heartbeat of a woman in his ear. It seems that this guy has been on the run for a while, and the white clothes on his body are almost stained black. What did she just say her name was? Gwen? Lin Feng touched his chin. He has short blonde hair and his name is Gwen. It seems that this version of Spider-Woman should be Gwen Stacy. Hey, wake up. Lin Feng kicked Gwen's thigh slightly, but there was no response. Golem. What sound? Lin Feng looked at Gwen's lower abdomen. Good guy, it's not because of starvation. Lin Feng was a little speechless. He didn't bring any food with him. Forget it. Let's send it to the gathering place first. Made a gesture. Originally he wanted to carry Gwen on his shoulders, but this guy was so dirty, Lin Feng felt a little disgusted. Just keep it in your hand. The Wharton Continent gathering place, above the metal fence. Eddie is in a venomous state, leading a group of symbiotes for combat training. Most of the hosts of this group of symbiotes are civilians, and the control of power can almost be said to be a mess. Not to mention combat awareness and literacy, that is not at all. Rely on these symbiotes to counter the riot camp. Eddie feels tired just thinking about it. Hey, ring bell tilde. A short whistle sounded. Venom looked up at the setting sun. He took 2 steps forward and clapped his hands. Okay, it's time for dinner. Today's training is here. Disband. Yahoo! Hearing the order to disband, the symbiote cheered and roared. If there's anything that can make a symbiote happy, other than wringing something's head off, then it's time to cook. In a blink of an eye, Eddie and Venom were left on the training ground. Let's go cook too. Venom danced with his tongue excitedly. At this moment, a blue oval water curtain suddenly appeared on the training ground, which attracted Venom's attention. What is this? Venom wondered. The next second, a human in black tights came out of the water curtain carrying a fainted woman. Okay. Venom took a careful look at the man who walked out of the portal, and then his body shook, and he let out a loud cry. It quickly retracted into Eddie's body as if seeing some great horror. What's wrong with you? Eddie was inexplicable and puzzled. Run, Eddie. Venom's sharp and thick voice came. This man, I can twist my head off with my feet. What? What? Eddie had a black question mark on his face, and he could turn Venom's head away with his feet. He looked at the man and woman in front of him in surprise. No, it can't be. Isn't this obviously a human being? Venom directly came to play dead, completely ignoring Eddie. It was the first time he saw Venom so cowardly. Even when facing the riots, I never saw him so cowardly. Eddie Brock? The man who walked out of the portal spoke. Eddie was taken aback. You know me? Lin Feng nodded, and threw Gwen in his right hand to the ground. Is there anything to eat? Gwen seems to be fainting from hunger. Yes, of course, Eddie replied subconsciously. Wait, you said her name was Gwen? Well, if I remember correctly, it should be Gwen Stacy. Lin Feng pointed to Gwen, who was lying on the ground with her buttocks sticking out. On the way here, I saw that she was hungry and fainted, so I brought it along. Eddie, a little lost. When he came back to his senses, Eddie had brought Lin Feng to the cafeteria, and beside him was Chief Hawk, who had heard the news. Hearing that someone had brought Gwen was one of the few pieces of good news right now. Hawk rushed to the scene immediately and saw the young man who brought Gwen back. Strong, easygoing, and indifferent expression gives people a very strong sense of oppression. Lin Feng didn't care about Hawk's feelings. He was watching the performance from Spider-Woman. Gwen's eyes were closed now, and she was snoring. Behind her, 2 red tentacles kept grabbing chocolates and other food on the table, stuffing them into their mouths. Lin Feng watched in amazement, and even took out his phone to take a video. Good guy, unique skill. Seeing how delicious she was eating, Lin Feng also took a piece of chocolate and gnawed on it. The symbiont eats chocolate mainly to supplement phenylethylamine, which is found in the human head and chocolate. If you don't eat your head, you can only eat more chocolate or live seafood. Therefore, what the cafeteria prepares for the symbionts are basically fresh seafood and a lot of chocolate. As for Lin Feng, he can eat or not, as long as he basks in the sun. Eddie, eat hard. Venom urged, seeing that Lin Feng didn't seem to have any intention of hurting him. This guy also jumped out. Eddie nodded helplessly, grabbed a live lobster and began to chew on it. Hawk pushed the glasses on the bridge of his nose. The lenses reflected light under the light, and he was examining Lin Feng. No information related to him was found in the global database. This person seemed to appear out of nowhere, but he brought back Gwen Stacy, aka Toxic Flame. In addition, he is obviously a human being, so there should be no threat. After making a psychological analysis, Hawk asked, "Young man, where are you from?" Lin Feng glanced at him, thought for a while, and was about to speak when the madly eating Venom popped up and bared its fangs at Hawk. Idiot. Pay attention to the way you speak, this human can kill you with his eyes. After speaking, Venom turned to look at Lin Feng, and immediately put on a flattering expression. Powerful humans. Do you need a symbiote? Maybe you don't know the benefits of the symbiote. He can strengthen your abilities. What do you think of me? Venom's self-introduction made Eddie Brock's face black. Venom, are you fucking saying this in front of me? Eddie yelled angrily, refusing to eat the big lobster in his hand. Ugh. My poor little Eddie, you're so weak. You're as weak as a lobster in your hand. Get out, beep him, beep you, beep 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 beep. Eddie slammed the plate and began to scold Venom. Chapter 94. Are you finished eating? I will take you to upgrade. Lin Feng watched and shook his head. He didn't intend to let the venom parasitize. I'm a little nervous, eh? He couldn't accept the sticky black liquid drilling into his body. Leaving the two of them alone, Lin Feng answered Hawk's question. Where I come from, it's not convenient to say. But I am not your enemy. I will help you eliminate the symbiosis. Hawk was called by Eddie. The position of the logo on his shoulder should not be low. He looks like he is in his 30s, but his hair is a little grey. It is estimated that the symbiote is worried about it. At this moment, a soldier walked over with a mobile phone and whispered something in Hawk's ear. Hawk waved his hand to signal him to back off, and then looked at his phone. It didn't matter what he saw, and Hawk's jaw dropped in shock. The satellite monitoring captured the scene of Lin Feng flying, as well as the scene of destroying the symbiont. The satellite that Hawk applied for has been shooting at the area where the poisonous flame is located. Lin Feng flew down from the universe, and the process of solving the symbiont with 3 punches and 2 kicks was completely recorded. It can fly, it flies extremely fast, and its strength is extremely strong. The wind of its fist can crush the symbiote into powder, and its eyes can also emit laser light. It's not like a normal human being at all. The video is very short. Hawk watched it 2 or 3 times, and finally pushed his glasses. His expression was unprecedentedly dignified. Are you an alien? It's no wonder Hawk thinks too much. The symbiont is a creature from an alien, and it is completely reasonable for him to suspect that Lin Feng is an alien. Have you ever seen a human with 2 eyes that can shoot lasers? Hawk's question made Lin Feng pause for holding the chocolate. If you want to think so, it should be about the same. Lin Feng's calm answer made Hawk's pupils shrink. Really aliens? Base. Hawk stood up and stood at attention, a little worried about what etiquette should be used to welcome alien friends. In the end, he could only bow down with a dignified expression, and then stretched out his right hand. Welcome to visit. Alien friends. Lin Feng opened his mouth with a dull expression, subconsciously shook hands with Hawk. Is it so formal? Mr. Lin Feng, please follow me. I think my superiors would be happy to see you. Hawk slightly bent down to invite. This video fully proves that Lin Feng is very likely to be an alien visitor. And unlike the symbiote, he currently has no malice towards Blue Star, or humans. Instead, he helped them eliminate the 3 symbiote elites as soon as they came. The ability shown by Lin Feng in the screen is completely a humanoid self-propelled missile, and it is not known whether Lin Feng has companions. If there are multiple companions, then the symbiont will no longer be a threat to humans. Lin Feng waved his hands straight after hearing this. It's fine to see your superior. I'm only here to help you eliminate the symbiote. I have no interest in your superiors. This. Hawk showed an embarrassed expression. Lin Feng thought about it, and prevaricated. My race is not used to communication and communication. I will go back after helping you solve the symbiosis. He wasn't interested in arguing with those Z guests. If he hadn't seen Spider-Woman, and Spider-Woman had passed out, there was a high probability that he wouldn't have appeared at the gathering place. Hawk nodded. I understand. Then please stay here for a while. We will formulate a detailed battle plan. Now that Lin Feng said so, Hawk felt that the customs of this alien should be respected, so as not to have a bad influence on alien friends. Lin Feng nodded and agreed to stay temporarily. He also needs time to think about how to wipe out the symbiosis. Seeing that Lin Feng agreed, Hawk breathed a sigh of relief, expressed his apology, and left quickly. He is going to report the current situation to his superiors. Lin Feng, on the other hand, was nibbling on chocolate, watching Gwen and Venom's performance board. Venom was still scolding Eddie, and the surrounding symbiotes buried their heads in their meals, not daring to look at them. If my host wasn't you, beep, I would have been beep beep beep, swallowed their heads. I am the boss of the symbiosis, okay? Lin Feng, who was watching a play, ate chocolate again. A flash of light flashed through his mind. Venom, will your symbiote become stronger by devouring your own kind? Hearing Lin Feng's question, Venom, who was still scolding Eddie, immediately changed his expression, looking like a dick. Yes, Lord Lin Feng. Venom already knew Lin Feng's name during the conversation. Although it is taboo for our symbionts to devour the same kind, but devouring the same kind can allow us to gain the ability of the swallowed companions, and the strength will also increase. Snapped. Lin Feng slapped the table. I thought to myself, good guy, why did I forget the characteristic of symbiosis? That thing is not so simple. A super simple and practical plan appeared in Lin Feng's head. The venomous symbiote will become stronger and gain new abilities. Then just grab a bunch of symbiotes and let the venom swallow them. Let him become the most powerful leader to replace the riot. Wouldn't it be enough? This way, the symbiotes would all be at the beck and call of Venom without killing all the symbiotes. Wouldn't it be better to throw the remaining symbionts into social architecture? The power of the symbiont is so powerful, one can move bricks on the construction site worth 10. And the symbionts only need to eat chocolate, and they don't even need to be paid. Lin Feng stared straight at the Venom. The more he thought about it, the brighter his eyes became, until the scalp of the Venom became numb. That, Mr. Lin Feng, have you finished eating? Lin Feng interrupted. Have you finished your dinner yet? Eat, finished eating. Venom drooled, glanced at the half lobster in his hand, and said against his will, after eating a Lin Feng nodded in relief. Venom, transform. Brother will take you to upgrade. Oh, Venom roared full of vigor, and the black substance instantly wrapped Eddie Brock. Eddie, don't you even ask me what I want. As soon as Lin Feng's eyes lit up, the Venom slowly floated up. Think power. The ability that Lin Feng has just developed. He also couldn't understand why he suddenly understood how to use telekinesis. Originally, this was not a Superman's ability, but one of the characteristics of Silver Superman is that he can develop various strange abilities according to his own needs. Even Silver Superman in the comics can make himself the size of an ant. To put it bluntly, the development of this mental power is thanks to Gwen. Lin Feng thought her clothes were dirty, so he didn't want to touch her, so he wondered if he could use telekinesis to lift her up. Guess what? Just learned it all of a sudden, leaving Gwen alone to perform. Sleep and eat. Lin Feng thought power wrapped in Venom and flew directly to an altitude of 10,000 meters. Venom, show me the direction. I will take you to level up trademark 100 today. Venom's excited tongue was uncontrollable, and his sharp fingers formed a medium-sized gathering place. And then a man and a beast flew across the sky like cannonballs. Chapter 95 Venom and Poison Flames. Happiest day. The symbiont gathering place north of Huaduzu ushered in an unprecedented disaster. A human in a black battle suit fell down while carrying one of their kind. I thought it was the food brought by the same kind, but as soon as the food landed, it turned out to be a big bee pocket, and directly whipped an elite companion half to death. Then the elite was swallowed by their kind, and they licked their tongues. The symbionts who had never seen the world were stunned. In a panic, they could only launch a group attack on this ferocious food, but what made them feel cold was that the sharp claws, which are usually invincible, can't even pierce other people's clothes. The food was nothing like a human being, one big bee bag after another, fanning all the symbionts present with chills and fear. Eat. Lin Feng ordered excitedly. Eat hard. Pick up elites to eat. While talking, Lin Feng picked out the powerful symbiotes to attack. Those ordinary symbionts have no food value. Escaped. Lin Feng also counted on them to move bricks for urban construction in the future. With Lin Feng's help, Venom started the self-help mode. Opening his bow left and right, he kept grabbing the elite symbiote fanned into tentacles and showing it to his mouth. Venom's eyes were red with excitement. When had he experienced such an exciting scene, and when had he been so majestic? At this moment, Venom is the most beautiful cub in the symbiosis. The poor ordinary symbiote lay on the ground trembling, daring to speak out. I can only watch the Venom eating away at the same kind. But excitement comes and goes quickly. After dazzled a dozen symbiotes, Venom pulled. He thinks too highly of his cooking ability. When it reached the 7th and 8th, Venom's speed became slower and slower, until a dozen elite symbionts set it. The Venom felt like it hit the throat. I couldn't help kneeling on the ground and retching. Lin Feng looked at Venom suspiciously at first, and finally turned to contempt. He saw it, the Venom was eaten. Trash. Just eat a few and it won't work. It's agreed to go up to level 100 today. Brother, I need to digest it. Venom panted heavily, a huge amount of energy was rushing through his body, and new skills were constantly emerging, which made Venom's brain a little confused, and he needed to sort it out. It's not his fault, he has never eaten so many symbionts at once. Who knew it would take some time to digest? Lin Feng stopped what he was doing and frowned. It stopped after eating a dozen or so, which was a bit difficult. Can you eat more than a dozen in a day? Then you have to eat it until the year of the monkey. Lin Feng looked around. No matter if it was an elite or an ordinary symbiont, they were all lying on the ground trembling, not even daring to run away. The last one who escaped was killed by this terrible devil with his eyes. Well, he's not human at all. He's scarier than the riot leader, at least the riot leader's eyes don't fire lasers. You wait here, Lin Feng ordered after a little thought. With that said, Lin Feng opened the portal, leading directly to the human gathering place. In the same small cafeteria, Wen has already woken up, and Du Hua kept eating while she was drowsy, replenishing a lot of lost physical strength, and now she is touching her slightly bulging belly with a look of satisfaction. Gwen, huh? Wen turned her head subconsciously when she heard someone calling herself. It's you. It's the man I saw during the day. According to Du Yan, he was the one who brought him to the gathering place. Lin Feng's strength impressed her very deeply. The hybrids were as weak as an ant in Lin Feng's hands. It's a pity that I didn't live up to it, and passed out after reporting my name, which was really a bit embarrassing. Lin Feng hummed, and then asked, are you full? Okay. Wen touched her lower abdomen suspiciously. I'm full. Why do I ask this all of a sudden? It's good to be full. What about your symbiote? Call it out. There is something good, Lin Feng urged. As soon as the words fell, the red liquid oozed out, enveloping Wen in an instant, and turning back into the poisonous flame that exploded in that figure during the day. Did you call me? Du Yan asked suspiciously. The strength of the human beings in front of her made her feel a little scared. She didn't know what he wanted from her. I hope it's not a bad thing. Du Yan couldn't help thinking of Lin Feng's unilateral killing during the day. Oh, my symbiote grandma. Oh, I can't even take a punch from him. Come on, brother will take you to level up. Lin Feng grabbed Du Yan, and in her with suspicious eyes, he dragged into the portal. Line of sight conversion. Wow, it's a gathering place for symbiotes. Du Yan's pupils shrank, and doubts arose in his heart. After finally escaping from the gathering place, why did this human being bring himself back? But after a closer look, Du Yan discovered that the symbiotes here behaved strangely, all lying on the ground. Venom kneels in the middle of a symbiote, looking very weird. Everyone was lying on their stomachs, but he was the only one kneeling on the ground and retching non-stop. Venom. What's wrong with you? Du Yan asked suspiciously. Before Venom could answer, there was a loud bang in his ear, and Du Yan turned his head in fright, and saw Lin Feng punching an elite symbiote into a tentacled state. Come on, eat. Lin Feng excitedly picked up the tentacles, opened Du Yan's big mouth and stuffed them in. Du Yan was stunned for a moment, and her tentacles kept jumping on her fangs. She licked her tongue and subconsciously swallowed it. For a while, the symbiosis was swallowed, and new skills and powers burst out, and the poisonous flame was strengthened by +1. Wow! Du Yan's eyes glowed, and he clenched his fists. I seem to have become stronger. For a moment, the blessing reached his heart. Du Yan seemed to know what Lin Feng meant by upgrading. Before Du Yan could express his thoughts, Lin Feng stuffed another symbiote into her mouth. Du Du Yan excitedly swallowed it again in one gulp, not feeling ashamed in the posture of being fed. But this kind of feeding soon made Du Yan feel a little bit wrong. The second, the third, the fourth, until the 12th. Du Yan, who had severe stomach discomfort, finally knew why Venom knelt on the ground and retched. Because she is doing the same thing now. It's really too full. I've never eaten so much. If you want to ask Du Yan what's on his mind at the moment, Du Yan will tell you that he is in pain and happy. So supportive, but so happy. After tossing and tossing until midnight, Lin Feng returned to the Warten Island gathering place with 2 round guys with full belly. It devoured too many of the same kind at once, and the power traveled around the body, causing big bubbles to pop up from time to time and then slowly disappearing. Throwing it to the logistics soldiers, Lin Feng no longer cares about them. He went straight back to the room Hawk arranged for himself and went to sleep. The little brother and the little sister are not very good. They only ate less than 50 elite symbionts in one night, and each person ate 20 in total. Too slow. Too slow. Lin Feng clasped his fingernails. How about taking laxatives tomorrow? Chapter 96. Your plan. The dog shakes its head. Early the next morning, Lin Feng met Eddie and Gwen again in the cafeteria. The two are enjoying breakfast happily. Although nearly half of the land is occupied by symbiotes, this is not the zombie apocalypse, and there will be no shortage of food and water. The supply of 3 meals a day in the base is sufficient and rich, and the standard of living remains the same as before. After picking up some food, Lin Feng sat down between the two of them. Big brother Eddie greeted with some more. Venom poked a head out from behind him generously, and greeted Lin Feng enthusiastically. Although he had eaten enough last night, one night was enough for Venom to fuse new abilities. After eating more than 20 elite symbiotes, it directly increased Venom's physical fitness by 2 or 3 times, and also mastered several new skills. It's really not too happy. Lin Feng, I didn't have time to say thank you to you yesterday. Thank you for saving me. Gwen was very polite, and by the way called Du Yan out to thank you. Lin Feng glanced at Gwen, and hummed, but his face was a little weird. Eat more eggs. As Lin Feng said, he picked up an egg and put it on Gwen's plate. He couldn't understand why the bear shrank by half after Gwen returned from the symbiosis state. Can there be fakes of this thing? Lin Feng ate 2 eggs in a row, but he didn't understand. Forget it. Don't think about it if you don't understand it. Looking at the dinner plates in front of Gwen and Eddie, they were basically empty. Lin Feng took a sip of water to moisten his throat, and said, "Are you full?" The forks in their hands stopped, and they swallowed their saliva in unison. Cold sweat just flowed down uninvited. Big brother, huh? Lin Feng narrowed his eyes. Today. Can you eat slower? Gwen echoed from the side, nodding her head like a pounding garlic. What happened to me at the time? Lin Feng raised his eyebrows. No problem. I have a whole day for you to eat today. Don't worry about eating bad stomachs. I prepared this for you. Lin Feng took out a big medicine bottle and slapped it on the table, with a big line on it in English, laxative. Gwen and Eddie both gasped for breath. Are you a devil? I've never seen a symbiote that can beep tilde. It seems that today is another day of happy upgrade. But just as Lin Feng was about to open the portal, a voice stopped him. Mr. Lin Feng, please wait. Hawk took a document and found Lin Feng with dark circles under his eyes. It looked like he hadn't slept all night. We have formulated a preliminary and specific attack plan according to your ability. Mr. Lin Feng. Hawk respectfully handed the document in his hand to Lin Feng. This was a preliminary plan that was formulated after a meeting held all night last night, and the meeting did not end until dawn. You take a look first. If you have other abilities, please let me know in time, so that we can adjust the plan. Hawk's tone is very polite, which can it's a thigh from the universe. If it wasn't for Lin Feng's reluctance to meet his superiors, he would have been surrounded by a bunch of bosses by now. Lin Feng casually took over the plan, which was 1 centimeter thick. This thickness made Lin Feng a little speechless. You call this a plan? I casually flipped through 2 pages, and sure enough, it was full of stinky and long nonsense, the kind that a dog would shake his head after reading it. Throwing the plan on the table, Lin Feng shook his head. I have a better plan. Oh? Hawk sat down upright, and made a serious gesture, all ears. They only have one video as a reference for Lin Feng's ability, and Lin Feng only appeared yesterday. Maybe Lin Feng has other unknown abilities that can wipe out the symbiont in a short time. Lin Feng peeled another egg, and slowly described the method he thought of last night. It is nothing more than supporting two symbiotes with superior force and making all other symbiotes surrender. In this way, the loss of human beings can be minimized, and a large number of muscular men who are beneficial to social construction can be harvested. It fully follows the reasonable recycling of resources, clean and cheap. Following Lin Feng's narration, Hawk's eyes became brighter and brighter. He even clapped his hands when he heard the excitement. He didn't even expect that the symbiont had the ability to devour the evolution of the same family. Venom they haven't talked about at all, and according to Lin Feng's plan, as long as they have chocolate, the symbiont will be the cheapest and most powerful labor force. However, Hawk also had some doubts. Why didn't Lin Feng just let the Venom swallow the riot, so that the Venom would naturally become the new leader? Hawk asked the question in his heart, in exchange for Lin Feng's contemptuous eyes. Swallowing a riot alone is not enough to strengthen one's ability. Lin Feng explained patiently. What I want is a symbiote that can fight 10,000. And if the riot is swallowed, the symbiont loses its leader, and there is a high possibility of riots when the dragons have no leader. At that time, you will attack the human gathering place desperately. Can you stand it? As soon as these words came out, Hawk broke into a cold sweat. Well, it was his lack of consideration. He is a general, he can fight, but when it comes to tactics, he is the kind of dog who looks at him and shakes his head. Then I will leave everything to you, Mr. Lin Feng. If you need anything, just mention it, we will fully cooperate with you. After finishing speaking, Hawk ran away with a blushing old face. Shameful. After sending Hawk away, Lin Feng carried two grievances, one in each hand, and started the great cause of cooking and upgrading again. However, when Lin Feng arrived at the symbiont gathering place last night, he realized that it was already deserted. The symbiote moved out overnight and moved to other gathering places. Lin Feng left an indelible psychological shadow on them. What a powerful race the symbiote is. When did it suffer such a big grievance? But this is not a problem for Lin Feng at all. There is no such gathering place, so why not just go to the next meeting place? In this way, Lin Feng turned into a devil, constantly sweeping away the gathering places of symbiotes. Countless elite symbionts ushered in a devastating disaster. After eating for a few days, the statues of Venom and Giant skyrocketed. This is the sequelae caused by the incomplete control of energy. It is estimated that after complete digestion, they can return to their previous statures. To Lin Feng's delight, with the enhancement of abilities, the number of symbiotes that Venom and Poison Flame can devour every day has skyrocketed. In a few days, the phagocytosis limit of the two symbionts directly exceeded 100 in a single day. The Venom and the Poisonous Flame have also been strengthened unprecedentedly, and now even if the riots come, they can't beat one of them. Sure enough, phagocytic evolution is the fastest way for symbiotes to become stronger. Chapter 97 Riot, violating the ancestors' decision. With the active attack of Lin Feng and the two younger brothers, the human gathering place ushered in victory after victory. With Lin Feng's consent, Hawk released some of Lin Feng's pictures. For a long time, the citizens in the gathering place have been living under mental pressure, and the threat from the symbiont has made countless people frown. Releasing these pictures will greatly enhance their self-confidence and help mobilize positive emotions. And Hawk's move had a great positive effect. On the screen, Lin Feng brought two symbiotes from the same camp, like a god descending to Earth, destroying one after another symbiote gathering place. All the heads of the leaders were bitten off, and the rest were all locked up together to wait for punishment. This is the first time that humans have such a powerful force that can almost crush the symbiosis. The symbiote camp retreated steadily, giving everyone hope. No one wants to hide in the high wall all day long and just get by, flirting with the sun. In the gathering place, People spontaneously printed a mugshot of Lin Feng, everyone sent one, and even called him a god descending to Earth. Even the materials are ready, just waiting for Lin Feng to kill the riot, and make him a statue. If it wasn't for knowing that Lin Feng didn't like being disturbed, countless girls would have already been on their way to Lin Feng's room. However, Lin Feng didn't know what happened in the gathering place. Now he is taking his two younger brothers to eat this one and that one happily. If it is not necessary to digest, Lin Feng will not go back to the base. He had a good time with his two younger brothers, but the riot side was already furious. With the disappearance of a large number of elite symbionts, the two big white eyeballs of the violent and angry eyes almost turned red. There are new surprises coming every day. His silver brain, the bag is painful. I can't figure out where that human came from. He actually fed his people to those two traitors. According to the information sent back by the clansmen, the current strength of Venom and Juan has far surpassed themselves. Not to mention the insane human with laser-emitting eyes. Let them eat it like this again. The face of the symbiote group will be completely lost. Riot drank away the left and right, and he was the only one left in UODA's space. According to the current situation, his plan to occupy Blue Star can almost be said to have failed. Lin Feng's strength is too strong, and his actions are extremely fast. Even if Lin Feng doesn't take action now, just relying on the venom and poisonous flames, he can easily deter the symbiote group. It's time to use that thing. Riot took out a small transparent bottle. His big upside-down eyes were full of awe. Inside the bottle was a small puddle of black fluid. This is his whole card, which comes from his ancestors. The symbiote group, to be precise, was created by Na, and Na himself is the god of darkness. He possesses the ability to create, control and manipulate the Dark Source symbiotes. When the universe was empty, Na slept in darkness. It wasn't until the universe god group began to create everything that Na was awakened. He questioned the celestial group and did not accept their so-called creation. Finally, Na took out the black blade from the shadows and killed a celestial group. And that black rotten blade is the ancestor of all symbionts. The black rotten blade can obtain powerful power through the blood of God, and can create countless clones. And the small piece of black fluid that Riot took out came from a very small part of the black decaying blade. Just this very small part can increase the capacity of the Riot to an unprecedented level. Venom, poisonous flame, and that nasty food will all pay for it. Riot uncapped the bottle and took a gulp. In an instant, countless black silk threads shot out from Riot's body, and he couldn't help but howl in pain. The black silk threads are constantly intertwined in the air, centering on the Riot, binding it layer by layer. Black mist filled the entire area, and after a short time, only a giant black cocoon was left in the place where the Riot was. The moment the black cocoon was formed, the black mist, accompanied by a palpitating and terrifying aura, enveloped the entire city of Garcia. Whether it is a human being in captivity or a symbiont, negative emotions such as fear and despair arise uncontrollably in the heart. The venom and the poisonous flame, which were thousands of miles away, stopped their feeding movements at the same time. Lin Feng noticed their abnormality. "What's wrong? Why don't you eat?" "Brother, I can feel that the Riot is evolving." Du Yan agreed, and the evolution is extremely rapid. Venom and poison flame could feel the aura and strength of the Riot rising rapidly. The climbing speed is extremely terrifying, and he surpassed himself in just a few minutes. It's unbelievable. Huh? Lin Feng touched his chin. Could it be that the Riots have also begun to devour the same race? Du Yan shook his head and denied. Impossible. It is impossible to achieve such a rapid evolution by devouring the same race. Venom said to Lin Feng with some concern, "I can feel that the Riot has surpassed us, and it is still getting stronger." "Brother, what should we do?" Lin Feng didn't speak. His supervision passed countless buildings, and he saw the city of Garcia, which was covered in darkness and mist. Even the black mist could not block Lin Feng's line of sight. In a moment, Lin Feng caught the huge black cocoon. It is the Riot that is evolving. The black cocoon seemed to be able to block the line of sight, making Lin Feng unable to see clearly what was going on inside. Oh, Lin Feng felt very interesting, narrowed his eyes, and took a little seriously. The black cocoon immediately turned translucent, and Lin Feng saw the riot sleeping inside. Bloodshots were all over his body, as if the cocoon seeds were transmitting nutrients to him. After observing for a while, Lin Feng withdrew his gaze expressionlessly. "Don't be afraid, keep eating and don't worry about the riot," Lin Feng ordered. The two younger brothers were taken aback for a moment, hesitated for a moment, and followed Lin Feng's order. Lin Feng's indifferent attitude made them a little worried. They haven't seen Lin Feng's specific strength, and they don't know whether Lin Feng can stop the riot. The only thing the two of them can do now is to eat hard and become stronger. Thinking of this, the eating speed of the two people's hands became faster, and they will eat 200 today. Lin Feng looked at this scene and nodded in relief. Indeed, the aura of riots is constantly rising, and the speed and intensity have reached a frightening level. Even the breath of evolution enveloped and corroded the entire city of Garcia. However, Lin Feng was not at all worried that things would go beyond his control. No matter how fast and powerful the riot evolves, there is an upper limit. Unfortunately, Lin Feng felt this upper limit. Lin Feng could see clearly where the upper limit of the cocoon's energy was. It is estimated that it will take 2 days for the riot to break out. As for the strength of the riot after evolution, Lin Feng said, "Is there any difference between ants and grasshoppers to humans?" Okay. Didn't he step on it to death? Let the riots enjoy themselves for a while. It would be almost enough for these two little brothers to eat a few hundred more. Just after eating, we went to clean up the riots that had been evolved, and he could complete the task and go home to sleep. Chapter 98. You are too weak, you can only practice for my little brother. 2 days passed quickly. On this day, Lin Feng did not take his two younger brothers out to eat and drink, but came to the outskirts of Garcia City. The two younger brothers swallowed thousands of elite symbiotes, and their strength has doubled. Just now the venom and the poisonous flame here are completely two fat balloons. There is too much energy accumulated, it cannot be digested, and it looks very bloated. Fortunately, Lin Feng has a complete set of weight loss plan, which can be implemented soon. The current venom and poisonous flames can resist missiles without any damage, and they can even chew and eat missiles. The next thing to do is to deal with the riot, and then let venom or toxic flame become the leader of the symbiote. Garcia City is still shrouded in black fog, but unlike the previous 2 days, the black fog has become very thin. This phenomenon shows that the riot is about to break out of its shell. Sure enough, the waiting time was not long, and the black mist suddenly gathered towards the city center at a speed visible to the naked eye. Lin Feng knew it in his heart. It seems that the evolution of the riot is over. In the next second, there was a muffled bang in the city center, followed by a monstrous roar. Sharp, angry, and noisy, it brought the slightest vibration, shattered countless window glass, and shattered a large number of symbiote brothers. Without further ado, Lin Feng took the venom and the two of them directly teleported to a tall building in the city center. The riot is just below this tall building. After the evolution of the riot, its stature has increased several times, standing up to a height of 3 stories. The original silver appearance has also become black and red, 2 sharp spines have grown on the head, and the tongue has become thicker and longer. This brand new image makes Lin Feng very interesting to watch. It looks like a little monster in a special drama. Riot sensed Lin Feng's arrival. He turned his head and saw Lin Feng and his 2 fellow clansmen standing on the roof of a building. Traitor! Riot roared angrily. His eyes flicked across the venom and poisonous flame, and finally settled on Lin Feng coldly. Although it was the first time they met, he recognized Lin Feng at a glance, and recognized that he was the culprit who caused a large reduction in the number of elites. Lin Feng's vaguely powerful aura made him startled. Incorporating a trace of the power of the ancestors, the riots became extremely powerful, and even had some uncontrollable powerful forces overflowing at any time. But he still felt fear from Lin Feng. Human ... Why do you want to fight against our family? Riot asked sharply. A question mark appeared on Lin Feng's forehead. against you? This question almost made Lin Feng laugh angrily. Didn't you come to Blue Star to try to occupy Blue Star? Have you evolved to destroy your IQ? You are only allowed to kill, and humans are not allowed to resist. I don't see that you are still an old double standard. Riot was silent for a second. This human being spoke so fast. Human beings are too weak. It is your honor to dedicate your life to the great symbiote family. Honored NM, what nonsense theory. Lin Feng frowned at Riot's speech. He felt that he had nothing to say about such old double standards as Riot. Turning his head, Venom, you go, wake him up with a big bee bag. Huh? Venom opened his mouth and pointed to his nose. Can I do it? The current Riot is full of terrifying aura, which is obviously not something he can deal with. You can do it, trust me. Lin Feng made a gesture of blinking, implying something. Oh, Venom nodded thoughtfully, and chose to believe in Lin Feng. With a howl, Venom rushed out. Although fat as a ball, the speed of the Venom is still several times faster than it was 3 days ago. Traitor. Looking at the coming Venom, he growled violently and angrily, and his arms turned into sharp barbs to meet the Venom. Reasonably speaking, due to a series of reasons such as gravity and air resistance, the larger the animal, the slower the movement. However, the Riot after evolution is contrary to common sense, and the speed is much faster than Venom. Parji. Riot's attack inexplicably stopped in midair. A big bee bag of Venom was smoothly pumped on Riot's face. It's not painful. After all, after the Riot evolved, its defense and combat effectiveness soared. However, this big bee bag is not very harmful, but extremely insulting. Raw! Exclamation mark. Riot's expression was distorted, and he could feel his attack being forcibly fixed in midair. It's you. His eyes shot at Lin Feng. It must be the ghost of this human being. Lin Feng yawned, and admitted generously, that's right, it's me. You are really too weak, so weak that I can't arouse the slightest interest. But it's good for my 2 younger brothers to practice their hands. Having said that, the Riot almost exploded in anger. This human being, even more arrogant than him. Human. Die. Riot rushed towards Lin Feng angrily, but in the next second, the entire huge body stopped in midair. The angry eyes gradually became puzzled, angry and stunned. He didn't understand. This human being was too weird. Without any movement, he was frozen in midair. Why, he has assimilated a trace of the power of the ancestor, but still can't see through the strength of this human being. Lin Feng let out a laugh, and directed to Venom and Jian beside him, go. Both of you go. I have eaten so much in the past few days, so I should digest my digestion skills and my understanding of strength. Don't worry, Big Brother has the bottom line, he can't hurt you. After finishing speaking, Lin Feng withdrew his telekinetic power, and let the Venom, Poisonous Flame and Riot mingle together. This is the weight loss plan he made for the 2 boys with poisonous prefixes. Even if the Riot after evolution, Lin Feng can trample to death, but if it is used to lose weight for the younger brother and use waste, isn't he good? In addition, Lin Feng has another plan, the symbiont only it is necessary to split the body to reproduce offspring, as long as the split part is attached to other living bodies. He wanted a derivative of Venom, and of course, a derivative of Poison Flame. Although he doesn't use it himself, he can bring it back to Fulian or people around him to use it. Lin Feng still understands the truth that there is never too much of a good thing. Of course, this requires Venom and Poison Flame to fully digest energy and master many skills obtained through fusion. Otherwise, Lin Feng thinks that this derivative body with split state is not good. It is estimated that there is nothing on the Blue Star that can suppress the existence of these 2 people, and Lin Feng is too powerful. After a comprehensive comparison, the Riot after evolution couldn't be more suitable. Chapter 99. To solve the Riot, who will you eat? Lin Feng took out a set of small tables and chairs from nowhere, sat there and drank green tea. From time to time, he looked at the 3 symbiotes fighting below, and telepathically helped the little brother resist the fatal injury. It's like watching a 3D movie, so happy. This scene was sent to the conference room of the human gathering place by the satellite. There were constant discussions about Lin Feng in the conference room. Beside Hawk, a big guy turned to him and asked, "Is there really no problem with this alien?" Hawk's head was covered with cold sweat, and he couldn't understand Lin Feng's operation. "Yes, it should be fine." "Then what is he doing now?" the boss asked, pointing at the screen. On the screen, Lin Feng is drinking tea leisurely with his legs crossed. Hawk chose to remain silent. In this situation, the human gathering place can only watch passively, and can't help much. In the center of Garcia, there were constant roars of beasts and the sound of smashing buildings. The three symbiotes have been fighting for an hour. The ordinary symbiont shrank in the building and shivered, not daring to go forward for fear of hurting the fish in the pond. Lin Feng's thoughts were right. After an hour of fighting, the bodies of Venom and Du Yan had obviously lost a lot of weight. Energy is constantly absorbed and digested in actual combat, not to mention anything else. The movements were a lot quicker. Looking back at the riots, this battle was extremely aggrieved, unprecedentedly aggrieved. He hadn't been so depressed since he was born. The two traitors in the clan kept using themselves as training objects, and from time to time, a devil-like human being imprisoned himself. The traitor, who could have been killed with 2 slaps, slapped himself alive for an hour. Riot roared unwillingly. Humiliation, to humiliation. Countless tentacles stretched out from his back, stabbing at the devil-like culprit like covering the sky. However, no surprise, all the attacks were blocked by an invisible film. This is not the first time the riots have attacked Lin Feng, and they failed without exception. "Brother, I have no energy," Venom roared while fighting. He was extremely hungry after fighting for an hour, and his movements slowed down. One didn't pay attention, and was pierced by the riot again. Fortunately, the symbiote has the ability to heal itself. Because the venom and the poisonous flame have swallowed too many symbiotes, the self-healing ability is even stronger. Okay. Lin Feng glanced down. The two younger brothers were both out of breath, and their evasive movements were a little slow. "Don't panic, you two come up and have a cup of tea." Lin Feng mentally imprisoned the riot again, then took out 2 2-liter teacups, and threw a few leaves of life. The venom jumped up, grinned, and poured the leaves together. After drinking the tea, my physical strength recovered extremely quickly. I didn't expect that my elder brother would have such a good thing. Du Yan also poured a cup of tea, and his physical strength and energy recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye, and even the healing speed of the wound was doubled. Lin Feng was very satisfied when he saw their thin figures. Can't help but patted Du Yan's strong chest. Shoulder. Lin Feng said, "Okay, continue to fight. It will be hard to find such a convenient partner in the future. Seize the opportunity and completely absorb the energy of devouring." "Oh, Venom!" Du Yan roared with vigor, jumped downstairs and continued to attack the riot. Lin Feng sat back on the small stool, just watching them fight boredly. From morning to afternoon, from day to night. When you are tired, run up to have a cup of tea, and continue to fight the riots after drinking. With Lin Feng's tea supply, his physical strength was fully guaranteed. Fighting until midnight, even the evolved riot felt exhausted. On the other hand, Venom and Poison Flame are still in high spirits. At this time, their bodies have completely changed into another look. The huge size has shrunk by more than 2 times, and it is even thinner than before it devoured the same race. How to put it? It was like a coat on Eddie and Gwen. Yes, just like Spider-Man's suit. It's very thin, but full of power. With a brand new form and brand new power, the two perfectly absorbed the expanding energy under the temper of the riot. Feeling almost absorbed, Lin Feng stood up and clapped his hands. "Well, it seems that you have mastered a brand new energy. There is no need for riots anymore. You see who will swallow him up? Now that all the energy has been absorbed, there is no need for riots to exist. Not to mention that the riots just swallowed up a sliver of the ancestor's energy. Even if his ancestor came in person, he would have to be a multi-sea silver Superman. Venom and Duyan looked at each other, and after a little exchange, they agreed to let Venom to devour. The overall strength of the evolved poison flame is much higher than that of Venom. After all, her host is Spider-Woman Gwen. The starting point as a host killed almost all symbionts in seconds. Both knew that whoever devoured the riot was the leader of the symbiote. Gwen didn't have this idea, she just wanted to be a good neighbor quietly. Okay, you can decide. Lin Feng nodded indifferently. For him, anyone can devour the riot, and it will not have the slightest impact on his mission. Psychic power came to Riot again. The figure of the Riot stopped abruptly again, just like that. Listening to their conversation, Riot also knew that his life had come to an end. He stared at Lin Feng with incomparable viciousness and hatred. All the originally smooth invasion plans failed because of the appearance of this human being. Damn human, I want to curse you. Riot screamed horribly. I curse you, base. Before he could say a word, Riot's huge head was blasted to pieces by a laser beam. Too much nonsense. Lin Feng smacked his lips, not intending to leave any last words for the Riot. Controlling the frequency of the heat rays, it kept hitting Riot's body. In a short while, Riot's huge body had become only the size of a person, and it had also turned into a pool of fluid dancing randomly. Even the human form could no longer be maintained. Living, Venom, go, Lin Feng ordered. Oh, Venom rushed up excitedly, grabbed the muddy Riot and stuffed it into his mouth. The Riot after evolution can make Venom's ability climb to a new stage again. Although it is still not enough for Lin Feng, it can be said that it is the strongest existence under the ancestor of the symbiosis. Swallowing the Riot whole, Venom's figure swelled up again, but it was still within the controllable range, and it didn't swell like a ball like before. The energy impacted Venom's body recklessly, forming a bulge on the surface of the body from time to time, and then dissipated. The devoured Riot will always exist in Venom's body in the form of energy, and will be slowly digested and fused until it disappears completely. This time will not be too long. Chapter 100 Special Reward, Return Trip. And the death of the Riot was sensed by all the Blue Star symbionts in an instant. All of a sudden, all the symbiotes were in a mess, screaming non-stop. Seeing the situation, the Venom rushed straight up to the tall building, and drank it out with a roar. The invisible sound waves were quickly transmitted, and the restless symbionts gradually calmed down. This roar was mixed with a hint of information. A new leader appeared. His name is Venom, stronger than Riot. The Riot is resolved, and the moon is already high in the sky. Lin Feng directly led the two younger brothers to open a portal and return to the gathering place. Their return was met with enthusiastic cheers from the residents of the enclave. When it was known that the symbiote leader Riot had been killed by the alien friends and Venom, even though it was midnight, there was still a shocking cheer from the gathering place. Hawk also burst into tears with excitement, welcoming Lin Feng and the others back. What a friendly, powerful alien friend. In just a few days, the disaster of invading Blue Star was solved. The appearance of Lin Feng and the demise of the Riot were like a dream. Before they had time to react, humans won. This kind of alien friend must hug his thigh tightly. Lin Feng's scalp felt numb when he saw the black crowd surrounding him. He pushed the venom and poisonous flame to the front, slipped into the room and locked the door. In the days that followed, there was nothing to do with Lin Feng. Lin Feng spent a few days quietly in the human gathering place. During this period, a large number of people gathered outside the residence every day. They all wanted to see Lin Feng's appearance and expressed their gratitude to this alien friend who saved mankind. Lin Feng could only pretend to be cold and thank the guests behind closed doors. No one dared to offend this seemingly friendly and powerful alien friend. In desperation, they had no choice but to wander outside the door every day, hoping to be lucky enough to see Lin Feng. Lin Feng didn't leave immediately because the system sound for completing the task hadn't sounded yet. He speculated that the task should be completed after Venom has absorbed all the symbiotes. After all, the Riot has been sent away now, and there are very few symbionts left in the Riot camp. Things were exactly as Lin Feng imagined. In a few days, Venom and Toxic Flame kept wandering around the world. receiving and merging scattered symbionts. Some symbionts who are disobedient and do not accept the inclusion are swallowed directly. The strength of Venom is no longer something they can defeat together. For the incorporated symbionts, the human gathering place came up with a specific disposal plan. Of course, the content was similar to what Lin Feng had talked with Hawk at that time. Humanized provides some positions for all symbionts. They can choose social buildings by themselves, or enter the army, and after training, they will be assigned to major banks, police superintendents and other positions. The symbionts have chosen jobs that suit them one after another, and basically no symbionts will resist, because as long as you work, there is unlimited supply of chocolate and fresh seafood. As the new leader, Venom will enter the United States Congress to seek better development for all mankind. As for the poisonous flame, basically after the matter is over, it will become the Spider-Woman's good neighbor again. A few days later, all the symbionts had been edited and recorded, and Lin Feng finally heard the system notification that the task was completed. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the world mission and successfully eliminating the symbiote camp headed by Riot. Reward for this mission, 20 million reputation, 1 perfect symbiosis, unconscious. Because the way and results of the host's task are excellent, an additional reward, a summoning horn. The prestige value and the symbiont Lin Feng already knew about it before. And additional the reward is because of Lin Feng's showy manipulation. Originally, Lin Feng was supposed to eliminate most of the symbiotes in order to complete the system tasks. But Lin Feng did not do this. Instead, he eliminated the Riot and supported a new leader. According to the system, it is the symbiote camp headed by Elimination Riot. Then as long as Riot dies, the remaining symbiotes will belong to Venom, and the task will naturally be completed. Because of this, Blue Star, which was supposed to have only one camp left, unexpectedly merged 2 different races because of Lin Feng's operation. The original direction of the world's development was changed by Lin Feng, leading to an unknown path, so the system rewarded this special item. Lin Feng looked at the system warehouse, and there was an extra vial containing black fluid and a golden horn. No need to look at the vial, it should be the perfect symbiosis for the reward. Lin Feng took out the golden horn, which was about as long as Lin Feng's forearm. The golden light shimmers in the sun, which looks very extraordinary. Tap the horn, and the attributes immediately appeared in front of Lin Feng. Summoning horn, Blue Star version, blow the horn to summon any character in the Blue Star of the universe. The maximum number of single summons, 3. Summon cooldown, 24 hours. Note, the host needs to have cosmic coordinates to call, and the summoned person agrees to succeed. If they refuse, the call will fail and the cooling time will be reset. Okay? Lin Feng frowned and read the notes twice. Good thing, according to the description, it should be able to summon characters from other worlds to your own world. Of course, it must be a universe that Lin Feng has personally visited, or has its coordinates. After pondering for a while, Lin Feng put the golden horn by his mouth and blew it softly. Xuanao's voice went straight to the sky, and the sound of the system sounded in Lin Feng's ear. Ding! Do you want to summon the DC universe, Kryptonian, Kal-El? Really can. Lin Feng chose no, he just tested whether the function of the horn was the same as he thought, but he didn't expect it to be true. It really is a good thing. Lin Feng put the horn back into the system warehouse. 20 million prestige points have been successfully obtained, and there is also an unconscious black symbiont. It was time for Lin Feng to leave. But before leaving, Lin Feng peeled off a small piece of derivative body from Venom and Du Yan respectively. As long as they are attached to the living body, it will become a new symbiosis. If nothing else, the new symbiote will have more powerful abilities than Toxic Flame and Venom. The human settlements have begun to disband, and a large number of symbionts have been put into the buildings, and the social order will soon return to normal. In order to commemorate Lin Feng, the friendly citizens really erected a statue for Lin Feng, which was placed in the center of Garcia. Beside him, there are statues of Venom and Poison Flame. This is the spontaneous behavior of the residents, because the actions of Lin Feng and Venom have been shown to all residents in the form of pictures. But Lin Feng didn't know about all this anymore. He had already flown into space after getting the derived body, and was ready to return. The task has been completed, what you want has been obtained, and there is nothing left to do. With the opening of the fancy shuttle passage, Lin Feng stepped in and returned to his own universe. As soon as I returned to the universe, I heard the creaking sound constantly. Lin Feng raised his eyebrows. What's going on? When he took it out, he saw that the emergency call device was blinking continuously. Someone is asking Lin Feng for help! Exclamation mark.